At this time, I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. With the clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Haynes. Here. Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
And Chair
Here.
for the record, all present.
Thank you. So at this time, we offer members of the public an opportunity to speak on any item not on the agenda or covered by the agenda. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
If participating via Zoom would like to speak, please use the raise your hand function. No, we do not have any requests to speak.
Thank you. Right. So today we'll move on to the Infrastructure and Environment Capital Improvement Program capital project. We'll spend about an hour and a half on this. The first being on the Capital Improvement Fund. For those who are following along, that's pages 47 to 291 of the capital book, and then the Coverly Property Infrastructure Fund, pages 293 to 313. And who would like to lead off?
Good morning, Chair. Paul Harper with the Office of Management and Budget. Actually, before we jump into that, I wanted to quickly share the parking lot from last week, just to kind of give an update of where we are. As a reminder, on the left, we have the council priorities reserve with 2.25 million. We haven't officially spent any of that yet. We have the council contingency with 125,000 still remaining.
So on screens, we have that drop down. Where is it? That one. Oh, thank you. Got it. Thanks.
Sure, no problem. And on the left, we have the parking lot. So these are the items that the Finance Committee has put into the parking lot so far to come back to later and discuss. We're planning to do that sort of at the end of the day to kind of wrap up and go through the rest of these. At the top, we have the revenues that have been tentatively added. These include the Measure A housing funding, the surplus major tax revenue, the vacant savings, and then increasing the gas equity transfer to 18%. So in total, that adds up to about 8.5 million if you include the unspent priority reserve as well, one time, and about $4 million ongoing. Below that, we have the expenses or the uses that are have been put on here throughout the discussions for CSD, library, one Neighbors Abroad item that was recommended, planning items, transportation items, and then a couple items for fire and police. In total, for one time, this is about $3.4 million in expenditure and about 2.6 million ongoing. So at the bottom, have about 5.1 million in funding remaining if you allocate everything, and 1.4 million ongoing.
Thank you.
With that, we will jump into the capital presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to Naomi and the Office of Management and Budget to go through these funds with you.
How is the sound? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, good morning, council members. I am Naomi Shu from the Office of Management and Budget, and this entire morning we're focusing on the capital improvement plan, which is spread across multiple funds. Those include 2 capital improvement funds and several enterprise and internal service funds. I'm going to start things off with a presentation of the proposed budget for the 2 capital improvement funds. Next slide, please. Actually, could we advance one more slide forward, please? Thank you. So the capital improvement funds consist of 2 funds. Those are the General Capital Improvement Fund and the Coverly Fund, and they're combined in this pie chart. The chart breaks down the proposed CIP by program area, and you'll see that the largest program area by far is traffic and transportation. This actually represents a big change from the prior CIP. Before, traffic and transportation was only about 41 million. But in this new CIP, funding for 3 rail grade separations has increased substantially. Now the preferred alternatives have either been selected or narrowed. Those 3 rail grade separations are Churchill Avenue, Meadow Drive, and Charleston Road. And could we actually go back one slide, please? Thank you. Oh, yes. So this pie chart shows the various funding sources for the expenditures that we just saw. In the past, the transfer from general fund category was pretty consistently the largest one, typically over 60% of buy. For this proposed CIP, however, the revenue from other agencies category is actually slightly larger than transfers from general fund. Percentage-wise, it's 40% versus 38%. This change in proportion from prior years is because those very large real grade separations that I just mentioned are anticipated to be covered primarily by outside grants. And could we move forward 2 slides, please? So far we've been looking at the 2 capital improvement funds combined, but now we're going to dive into them separately. And I want to quickly point out that although this is a 5-year plan, when the budget is adopted, only the first year, 2024, will be formally approved. Next slide, please. This table shows revenues, expenses, and the reserve balance for the general capital improvement fund. The much higher expenses in 2024 compared to the other years is due to reappropriations from 2023. And there's some reappropriation of revenues as well. In terms of transfers from the general fund, things are looking good. The $12.3 million base transfer that's budgeted in 2024 isn't quite at a pre-pandemic level, but it's expected to get there by 2026. TOT revenue has already rebounded. It did so in 2022 and continues to grow with $12.4 million anticipated in 2024. Turning to the infrastructure reserve row, you see that in 3 of the years, 25, 26, and 27, the reserve balance drops below the recommended $3 million target, although expected to rise back above $3 million by 2028. The dips in those middle 3 years are due to 2 things. One is that the 5-year program addresses a maintenance backlog, which includes escalated costs associated with deferred maintenance. And the second is the setting aside of reserve for debt service in case there are revenue fluctuations in the future. The set aside began at $2.2 million in 2022 and will increase to $7.4 million by 2027. Next slide, please. So the strategy culminated in numbers that we just saw is summarized here. Projects have been programmed according to council priorities, staff capacity, external funding sources, and the need for catch-up and keep-up. It's worth mentioning that some other potentially necessary projects that aren't included in the CIP need to be considered in future plans. Those include, among others, a new fire training center, citywide radio replacements, and improvements to Cypress Lane Alley. Next slide, please. The General Capital Improvement Fund has 91 projects total in the proposed CIP with 16 new projects, some of which are pictured here. The new projects are listed on page Roman numeral 20 XX of the capital book. Some of the bigger ones are the grade separation projects that I mentioned earlier, the Foothills Nature Preserve restroom replacement, turf replacements at parks with playing fields, the Home Key Facilities interim housing shelter, a Rincada pool family changing room, cardiac monitor replacement, and electrification of city facilities. Next slide, please. Some of the fund's continuing projects are pictured here. Major changes to continuing projects include $8 million of additional construction costs for the Newell Road Bridge replacement with a $2 million offset from state revenues, $5.2 million of additional construction costs for the Fire Station 5 replacement, offset by state earmark funds, $4.6 million added to the Churchill Avenue Alma Street Rail Crossing Safety Improvement Project, and that's to address hazards at a second intersection, offset by funds from Caltrans, and $1.6 million added to the Animal Shelter Renovation Project for additional capital projects that are still being negotiated with Pets in Need. I won't go on and on like this, but I do want to mention that $700,000 was added to the Municipal Service Center Lighting Mechanical and Electrical Improvement Project, and $800,000 was added to the Civic Center Electrical Upgrade and EV Charger Installation Project. In both of these cases, the increases are due to inflated costs of equipment and labor. These aren't the only projects affected by cost inflation, but they give you a sense of the magnitude of inflation. Next slide, please. We're turning now to the recovery fund. This table shows revenues, expenses, and the reserve balance. The much higher expense in 2024 compared to the other years is due to reappropriation from 2023. And I'd like to note that all expenses for Coverly are displayed in this table, including non-capital expenses. Whereas in the pie chart at the beginning of the presentation, only Coverly's capital expenses were included. 61% of the Coverly Fund's expenses are capital, and 39% are related custodial services, landscaping, and other maintenance services. In terms of revenue, Coverly receives a $1.9 million general fund transfer annually, and it will also receive reimbursement from the Palo Alto Unified School District for roof replacements in some of the fiscal year 24, 26, 27, and 28. Turning the ending fund balance row, the state tries to maintain a fund balance of $3 to $4 million per year for potential needs at Coverly, and you can see that that is achieved a proposed CIP. Coverly has a total of 6 capital projects in 5-year plan, 4 in buildings and facilities, and 2 in parks and open space. Of those, 2 are new projects, and those are the Coverly Gym HVAC replacement and Coverly turf replacement. Next slide, please. Pictured in this last slide are some of Coverly's capital projects. In the top left is the Coverly Field, where a restroom will be installed. Funding for that project increased by $700,000 due to expansion of the design from a 2-stall to a 4-stall building, as well as pump station and green infrastructure costs. The second picture in the bottom row is Coverly Community Center, where funding for the replacement of Wing I has been shifted from 2027 to 2028. The other 2 pictures show the 2 new projects, the HVAC system and turf field, that will be replaced. And this concludes my presentation of capital improvement funds.
We're here with Public Works for questions on either of these funds.
Okay, I'd like to go first.
Sure thing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Naomi, appreciate your presentation. Could you go back to slide 6 for a second? There was something on there that the last bullet that I didn't quite catch. I want to be sure I understand it. Something about major projects not being funded. The proposed 5-year plan does not fully fund several major known projects. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about that.
Let me take that, Naomi. I'll start, and then if you have a few examples, maybe you can fill in. So these are what we call the known unknowns. These are those projects that we have an idea that they are out there and need funding. We just haven't been able to either scope them or get them into the 5-year plan to the level that we usually do with other projects that are planned.
Could you go one level deeper on that, please? For example, known unknowns include things like
I believe radio replacements was one that Naomi mentioned. And I think I need a little help. Yeah. Holly probably.
Hi, Holly Bate, Assistant Director of Public Works. So a couple of ones that are known unknowns are the fire training tower. It's programmed here as a feasibility study, but there's actually no design or construction costs included in the 5-year plan. Additionally, as part of when public safety moves out of their wing, the policing, we have a plan to do a city hall planning study, but the design, final design and construction are not included. So in budget. So that's kind of examples of known unknowns.
The MSC has been out there for a couple of decades as a project.
Replacement. Yeah. That's really it's been kicked around a while.
Okay, thank you. And I guess related to that, as we enter into a new set of conversations with the school district about Coverly, it makes me curious as to what is known and unknown in a budget sense about future costs associated with that sort of buildings and land and so on, what we might be able to draw upon in order to fund the grand vision that can emerge. Just curious as to where that sits in terms of your budget forecasting.
Well, I'd say a little bit about that just to add that I think we're all aware that we've been kind of piecemealing Coverly repairs as we go and as they become priorities for many years. So that approach is really continued in this budget. I think that there is some work on project to look at possibilities for what could be done with the city-owned portion of Coverly, which could also increase. But there's nothing in this plan in terms of actual funding for a large-scale construction project that would be needed to essentially build something new.
I'll just add that there has been the anticipation that a full-scale rebuild of Coverly would be dependent on two things. One, resolving the land issue. And second, a major revenue source, which could be debt financing as well as just new income. But the council and the community have not moved forward yet on such a major endeavor. And it's sort of recognized it's very much on the horizon.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Council member, just to note, there are some other listed known unknowns on Roman numeral page 19 of the transmittal letter.
And I just said I'm seeing that list on page 13 of the transmittal letter.
Well, and I just realized that mine jumps from page 14 to page 20.
Yeah.
In my book.
Yeah.
We have a misprint. Yeah. I kept thumbing through us and I go, well, yeah. And it's copy two-sided on 14 and 20.
We will look into that.
Okay, so the known unknowns, Pat, you were saying, what page are they on for you? 13?
I see a list of 6 or 7 items starting on 13 in version.
Okay, my 13 does not.
Oh,
Is
this
there-
Roman numeral 13.
Yeah,
Down at the bottom.
yeah. Do you know
is
unknowns on that page?
Is that what that it begins with 3 bullets?
Yeah, they're right there on the bottom of that.
Oh, the comprehensive,
Yeah,
okay,
And
got
they
you.
roll over to next
Okay, I was looking
page.
for a head. That's
No,
okay,
I gotcha.
thank you.
We're
Thanks. So we're just questions right now on capital improvement fund?
yes.
Okay. So first one, on the comprehensive conservation plan for Foothills Nature Preserve, does that include fire mitigation measures?
Good morning, Darren Anderson with Community Services. Thanks for that question. It's possible it could. So the scope for that isn't fully developed. Primarily would focus on habitat restoration, wildlife management, that kind of thing. But I think it's open for adding things like that.
Oh, good. That's I think really critical. All right, under new projects, states that the Palo Alto community playing fields are to be replaced under project PG 26,000. I guess I thought that was done last year when the turf on those fields were in disrepair. Was that just kind of a patchwork? This is a total replacement?
Now, the repair last time was just the infill, which failed prematurely. So we swapped that out, but this will be the full replacement, including the base, which is the rock underneath the field needs to be reworked and added to.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any, when we kind of did that replacement, of any understanding of why that failed prematurely?
Yeah, in fact, the same infill had failed maturely at El Camino Park. And at the time, it was the best infill we could get. It just turns out it was rated inappropriately for our weather. And so when it got really hot over time and the solarization, it started to break down, turn clumpy and melt. That was the problem. So the manufacturer supplied us with all the replacement material.
So onto street light improvements. So we're putting 0.4 million and 1.5 million. Well, I guess 4 million for this year, 1.5 million over the 5-year CIP for street light improvements. So do those improvements comply with dark skies initiatives? I think dark skies is part of the SCAP recommendation, and we've placed it into the parking lot today.
I'm not sure if they do. Most of this light replacement under this project are base repairs, foundation repairs, poles that have fallen over, that kind of thing, knockdown from accidents. Brad, do you have anything to add on dark sky?
I don't specifically. Oh, Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director, the way I think I did introduce myself earlier. I know as general matter, our streetlights are directing light downward, and in development of standards for spacing and locations of streetlights there, I heard discussions previously of consideration of brightness and not making the streetlights too bright. To the point where we occasionally get complaints from residents who are saying we think streets are too dark and the city needs to change its standards for streetlights to make street brighter. But I haven't specifically compared those to dark sky.
Okay.
initiatives.
And I don't know, dark sky initiatives are more just simply about replacing the light bulb. So it's not as bright, and of course not facing up, which I know ours don't do. So in addition to that, because I mean, one part I'm concerned about, I just don't want to see a big replacement, then dark skies happens, and then we have to do some replacements again, but it doesn't seem like that would be an issue here. Is there risk within this project of replacing some of the antique streetlights that we have around town? I mean, I think page 250 showed the streetlights on Gwynda, and I know there's a lot of other streets in the city that have those beautiful antique streetlights.
So the streetlight improvement CIP, as I said before, mostly handles one-off replacements or maybe a few on a street. We do try and we work with the utilities department who does the maintenance for public works on these lights. They do try and maintain those because they are, I think some of them are Marblite, that they are well liked in the community. So we do try and restore them, or if we have to replace them with a similar style. But then the page you're referring to is our streetlight condition assessment, which would be the study that would look at all the entire system and recommend kind of a phased replacement schedule as described, or whatever results come out of the study,
Right.
to maintain those historic. We try and
Okay.
maintain the historic streetlights they are.
That's my concern. Thank you. Few more, Civic Center electrical upgrade and EV charger installations. So the report mentioned we will be installing approximately 43 new level 2 EV charging stations at city parking garages. And I know the city contracts with Tesla, ChargePoint, PowerFlex for those. I'm curious, has any municipality ever kind of created their own EV stations?
Well, just to dig into that a little more, we do a lot based to Tesla for the Bryant Street Dodge Supercharger. All of the other chargers that are at city facilities and garages are actually owned by the city. So whereas we may have a contract for PowerFlex or ChargePoint to maintain those chargers, they've been installed and they're owned and essentially operated by the city.
Okay.
And I will also add the 43 that you're referring to. Those have essentially already been installed. A lot of that was roughly current with the installation of solar facilities on top of 4 of the city parking garages.
And Brad, can you add on the city-owned chargers, our charge rate per watt and how that covers in terms of capital investment?
Sure. So the current rate, and I'll add, it hasn't been updated for several years and probably due for a reconsideration. It's 23 cents per kilowatt hour. We don't, in some cases, you pay like a connection fee, per time fee, and or a kilowatt hour fee. Ours is just a per kilowatt hour. It's structured to cover the cost of the electricity, to cover some overhead costs with PowerFlex and ChargePoint, to cover the maintenance of those chargers, and to also collect some funds to replace the chargers themselves at the end of their lives.
Great. And I appreciate this. I think it's Grace City's policy of not charging the, I don't know what the term is, but after the car is finished charging, you can be kind of charged an
Overstay fee.
And that's great that doesn't happen at night especially for mostly renters who don't have access at home, be able to charge overnight. I've got 2 more. Should I
continue, Chair?
Sure.
Okay. So the new downtown parking garage. So the report states that the project will evaluate the feasibility of including retail and stacked parking as part of the new structure. I thought the prior council direction was to pursue affordable housing opportunities on those sites. And I didn't see the housing include that. That was on page 134.
I think the text in this project is probably out of date. Even the fact that it's currently still called new downtown parking garage really stems from the fact that those revenue sources were programmed in this project. And as I think the council is aware, staff has done an RFI recently, and we're making plans to come to council and talk about the proposals we have, which do include affordable housing.
Okay, so the retail portion of this is kind of outdated. It should say affordable housing. Or are we looking into?
I don't recall if there's any potential retail component, but it definitely should say affordable housing.
Okay, appreciate that. And then related, so then on page 148, related to University Avenue parking improvements, this is the one I'm concerned about us doing all this work to repave these parking lots, and then if they may end up being converted to parking structures with affordable housing. So is staff, I would imagine, prioritizing lots that are not identified as possible parking garage affordable housing projects? We get those done first before moving to ones that might end up being reused.
So yeah, staff is still evaluating the RFIs that we received, and we have interviews scheduled later this month. In the proposals, a number of parking lots were listed, various, like half a dozen. So definitely going to keep our eye on this. We have no work planned for the next 2 years. So definitely we'll go coordinate the ones that we have listed for 26, 27, 28 to make sure that they don't include any of the parking lots that could potentially get a new project with housing parking.
Great. And then one final question on athletic court resurfacing. Happy to approve funding for resurfacing our athletic courts, but I think this is another one of seeing maybe there's going to be some kind of delay on staff time, because I'd really like to see the Parks and Recreation Commission weigh in on the proper balance of tennis to pickleball courts and whether we need to reallocate some existing tennis ball courts to pickleball courts. And this is just another one I'm concerned about. Don't want to see us resurfacing a bunch of tennis courts if a year later the decision is, oh, actually we need to move some of those to pickleball courts.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And the PRC is definitely interested in working on that and looking at the allocation between pickleball and tennis. The resurfacing in the CIP wouldn't be wasted if we had done tennis. The only thing that would be is the lining. So it's like a paint job, far less expensive and easily fixed.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. There are my questions for now.
Thank you. So first I want to follow up on the streetlight and EV charger issues and the nexus between them potentially. So one of Greer's questions had to do with some of the older poles, and I just want to make sure everybody is clear. Well, we're not necessarily replacing poles when we upgrade lights. Is that correct? Are we able to upgrade lighting on existing poles versus a pole replacement?
Yes,
Okay.
that's possible. Most of the repairs we're doing now are for poles that are cracked or leaning, those
Okay.
kinds of things. But yeah, we can replace the light on existing poles.
And then good news, bad news about LED lighting, mostly good news in this circumstance is it's very directional. And so it doesn't spread like halogen lights and incandescent. And but I don't know to what extent we're really looking at optimizing the direction of lighting. So what I see on streets is areas directly under lights are highly lit with these LED lights, and areas in between are dark. And with the ability to have the lighting be downward directed, there also, and I don't know the specifics on it, I know that there are reflectors that are able to really take LED lighting and have it disperse over a greater direction, still downward than we would normally get from just a straight normal fixture on that. To what extent are we looking at how to optimize that as opposed to putting more lights or fewer lights? We know that?
A little bit. So far, the reflectors and optimizing the lights have been done on a kind of complete concern driven basis. Only seen a few come through maybe in the last 10 years, but I think it's something that we could look at as part of our streetlight condition assessment as a whole
Because
program.
that is my sense, that it seems like it's kind of ad hoc as opposed to us looking at, okay, what are we trying to do and what are emerging technologies that help enable that? One of the great things is that LEDs are also comparatively low wattage. And that goes into the other part of this question as we look at our EV charging plan, which the SCAP has and staff has, is a master plan on EV charging. One of the big challenges is how do we provide charging for multifamily and for workers during the day, where the future is toward cheapest and cleanest energy during the day. And here we had for years thought, well, if we get chargers at our homes, that solves the problem. If we're not driving that for each day, why do we need so many commercial chargers? And the answer is actually that we really are going to want people to be charging during the day, and it'll save them most money. So that's a lead up to that. There are technologies that have been emerging of tapping into the power in street poles, and not every pole can provide that because some are 120, but fortunately, I think most of our poles are fed with if it's 208 or 240, but no, 208, and that enables essentially level 2 chargers. Low wattage level 2, but still enables those chargers to be put out in front of multifamily homes. It doesn't completely solve the problem, but it diminishes it and be spread throughout the city without some of the same costs that we basically have the power sitting there in poles. And it's an emerging technology in a number of cities in the US, and it's catching on more in Europe. It's pretty exciting if we're really looking for ubiquitous charging. So I wanted to just mention, I think that will get analyzed within the EV master plan, but I wanted to put that on the table. And then one other lighting, street lighting issue is that we have historically refocused on lighting streets and not lighting sidewalks. And it's an issue I've used off and on for a long while. We have certain pedestrian routes that really are widely used at night into downtowns in particular, where sidewalk lighting really does matter for safety. And it just hasn't been part of our plan. And I've seen other cities really distinguish between sidewalk lighting and street lighting. Potentially the same pole can provide the power, but is a different, generally a different light fixture that is focused on the sidewalk. I'm not going to resolve that here. I just wanted to get that out on the table. Did you have some? I didn't know if okay. Sorry. Please.
Apologies, Chair. Sorry, I just wanted to note that actually is something that should be included in consideration of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update that we are nearing kickoff on.
Oh, great.
And apologies. I'm Phil Cammy, Chief Transportation Official. Sorry to just jump there.
That's right. No, I appreciate it. Then I wanted to go to the Coverly Fund. When we created that fund, it was taking the dollars that were what the city had been paying the district on a covenant not to develop. And because there was no real potential for that development, we stopped paying those to the school district and put them into this new Coverly Fund. And that was intended to be all about major maintenance and capital needs for Coverly. Are those the only funds going into the Coverly Fund? Because I heard about custodial care and things being paid for out of that fund. And I just wanted to get clarification on source of funds and uses of funds there.
Paul Harper with the Office of Management Budget. Yes, at this point, the only funding that is going in there from the city is the former covenant not to develop funding.
So I was taken back by hearing that it has custodial work and other just normal service there. We provided that in the past before that Coverly Fund. I'm sensitive to this because I initiated the proposal for the fund, and my memory is that it was explicitly for major repairs and capital. And so I'd like to get a clarification on how it became that portions of that fund are being used for routine custodial and other uses. I think that's a drift in policy. I'd be interested in resurrecting what was the original council direction, which I think was around 2012, 2011, I'm not sure. If that's not being used as previously directed, it would create a gap in funding that would have to come from somewhere else. But I want to make sure we're being true to the commitment we made to the district at the time. That was part of the negotiation, was they agreed to us no longer paying the covenant in exchange for the commitment those dollars would go into the buildings. So maybe as a follow-up, I don't know whether later today or a follow-up meeting, I think we need to look at what were the original terms of the council direction and how it aligns with how we're currently using the fund.
So council member, over the past few years, there have been recommendations to move specific positions and funding related to facilities maintenance work that is done at the community center. And so that has been part of, I don't know how many, several past budget sessions, but that has been approved over the last few years.
Okay. I would, the fact that that was in the budget doesn't mean that it was framed in a clear and conscious way as to the council as to how that aligned with the policy direction that had been the basis for the creation of the fund itself. So I can tell you as a council member, there's a lot of things in these budget books that we don't follow in great detail.
Sure. And I think ultimately these adjustments were highlighted during those years since it was a change in practice. But to your point, things have changed, and it is well within the committee's prerogative to revisit the original direction and change. Ultimately, like you noted, if the choice is to move these back into the general fund, obviously we'll have a shift in liabilities. What would be helpful for staff is to understand if committee is looking at this on a prospective or a retrospective basis, because from a research and a reconciling perspective, those would be two different bodies of work for us.
In my mind, it would be a perspective, okay, including this year potentially. Yeah. Okay. The Newell Bridge, if I recall correctly, we're awaiting updates on the costs, and then we have unknowns on whether how much of that roughly anticipated shortfall we would be able to get from the state. So the dollars that we have in here, do we expect that there will be any increase in the local share required? And
Can I lead us off and then Holly add more detail? So basically what's represented here with the addition of 6 million is kind of a conservative case that roughly approximates what's needed if Caltrans moves the existing forward funding forward in time, as we've asked to match our construction schedule of next year, but does not approve the additional funding request, and Valley Water does not provide the local match for construction. So it's kind of assuming things don't go well with getting the additional funding from both Caltrans and our Valley Water partners.
that's what's in the budget, you say? And
That's what's in the budget.
And I was just trying to spot the page again. I lost it on that one. I don't know if anybody can point to me. Street sound. Oh, Okay, in detail.
Although Brad, the 6 million that you've referenced, I'm not seeing that in the narrative on Newell.
On page 241, I'm at the bottom under the funding source schedule. It has for fiscal year 24, it's 8,011,000. That includes the 6 million.
Thank you. And on the various grade separation projects, go back to there. I just want to make sure that we're clear. We have multiple transportation projects related to Churchill, and one is grade separation. The other one is the PL 14,000 is the bikeway, and 20,000 is the other crossing safety improvements. Yeah.
Can speak to those a little bit and then probably ask Flip to take over. So PL, I'm going in order of when you're going to some. PL 20,000, Churchill Alma Street Railroad Cross Safety Improvements. That is a grant funded project that actually has already been bid, and we're issuing the notice to intent to award, and you will see it before council break to award this project. This is at Alma Churchill crossing, rail crossing. The Churchill Bikeway project, which I think is the PL 14,000, is on the other end, Churchill and El Camino of the Palo Alto School District Pali site. That project is nearly finished with design and mostly will start at the end of the year. And then the new project, I believe, is the grade separation one, which I will defer to Philip.
Yeah, thank you so much, Holly. Just one more update is that we just got approved for our bid on the Churchill Avenue Alma Railroad Crossing Safety Improvement Project, which is is it PL 20,000?
And did that update change numbers at all?
No, not to my knowledge. That's
okay. And is correct. All three. Let's see. Is the bikeway, is that grant funded as well, or is that no? The other two are all predominantly grant.
Yeah, the PL 20,000, the Alma Churchill is grant funded. The Churchill Bikeway is not. And then grade separation, I believe, is. Philip, can you confirm on that one?
The grade separation is got various funding sources, including the Measure B funding. The Alma Churchill Alma Railroad Safety Project is federal Section 1 funded, similar to a grant. It's outside funding.
And the bikeway, this project, does it only cover the tracks to Camino as opposed to the portion of Churchill, I'll call it east of Alma?
Yes, this portion of the project is only essentially to Valley and to El Camino section.
And the road condition on Churchill east of Alma is it's incredibly highly used by school bikers. I in the back of my head that we had an improvement in that section ahead of us, but maybe I'm mixing up the two.
Let me look into that. I believe you're right. At least part of that Churchill to, it's the first street, is it Emerson High, is going to be addressed, but I'm not sure if it's part of this Alma project or if it's a part of resurfacing project.
And if it is part of resurfacing, I'm I'm interested in whether it's simply resurfacing or are there any other safety improvement involved with it? That's what I was headed toward so that it mirrors in some way what's happening on the other side of the tracks and those improvements.
Philip, do you know those details? I know the strain is changing, but I don't know specifics.
Right. Well, just to note for these three projects, really the two projects that are improving, they just go through the intersection at Alma and do not extend beyond that.
When you say through the intersection, you mean
Yeah,
that
it doesn't go to eastern, it doesn't go east of Alma.
so then but we have, I think, a repaving east of Alma, and the question is going to be, are there any changes to kind of striping or other measures that would occur at that time that would prove the safety? Those of us who encounter these bikers know that we have a real safety problem in this area. Some of it will be addressed by these improvements that are already there, but we have a mass of students going both directions on both sides of Alma into oncoming traffic, and it's a real danger area. I don't know there are good solutions to it, but that's what I'm trying to understand is whether any of these projects, either the repaving or these others, are going to address what I think is a pretty severe safety hazard.
I'm going to get back to us. Our existing fiscal year 23 paving project that's going to actually just started a couple weeks ago is going to repave Churchill from Alma to Emerson and then Emerson to Bryant. And I'll have to follow up on what striping was approved by the Transportation Department.
Good. And just so that kind of we're all on the same page on this, I encourage staff to go out to Churchill east of Alma and observe at the time that probably get out. It is chaotic and highly dangerous. And until you see it in person, it's abstraction. But it's something that I think we really need to address. Okay. On the Churchill grade separation, we have over 4 million budgeted for FY24. On the one hand, glad to see that there's an intention to move forward significantly. We don't know which of our grade separations will proceed first, whether it's the mega project of Charleston East Middle or the Churchill project. But that's 4 million would be advancing design quite a bit. We still have to come up with a preferred alternative. No, we have in process geotechnical studies and perhaps some others, but maybe Philip, can you summarize what that 4.1 million is expected to accomplish in this fiscal year?
Yeah, well, to note, because VTA has a biennial process, what we're trying to do is, and I should say by biennial process, I mean they have funding that they program in kind of like a constrained biennial window. And so by programming that fund there, we're and I hate to use this term because it's so frequently used by Caltrain and others in grade separation, but we're trying to not preclude the option of advancing the project into the next phase of design. And so that's what we're trying to keep the opportunity open for, is advancing that. Say we determine we have a preferred alternative for either or any of these locations, and we want to move into the next phase. The reason for that is because that would make these projects more competitive for federal funds. And so that might actually allow us to leverage federal funds for these projects.
Okay, thanks. And you anticipated in part where I was headed. We as a VT board just approved our Measure B funding allocations, including for the grade separations. And what I'm trying to do is make sure I'm understanding our thrust versus their funding, and maybe what we can do is either talk offline, but then it would probably be useful for a little more detailed update to the rail committee in an upcoming meeting, just so that we all understand the difference between what we're putting in our budget and what we have as our explicit schedule for the year on the particular expenditures that we are planning on. And I get why some of these are done for budgeting purposes to align and enable us to qualify for both B funds and some of the other funding sources. That all gets complicated, but I want to at least get that level of understanding. I think that covers. Well, I did want to revisit on the animal shelter. We have a major expenditure. Are we that far along on what we're going to do with that 2.7 million?
As far as I know, that is a placeholder.
That's what I was
Yes.
wondering.
And I don't know, Kristen, do you have any? No, it's a placeholder.
Okay, and just we saw in the summary of carryovers this year, when we have carryovers in the general fund, it means we didn't perhaps provide certain services that we might have considered doing. But in the capital fund, it really just rolls to the next year, and it doesn't impact our services. But I guess it doesn't create a harm when we roll this over. But I just want to go into a year with us being clear on which things we really plan to do and which things are essentially placeholder fundings. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that the funding 1.6 million, that isn't a rollover. It was actually new funding that was programmed in fiscal year.
Oh, I didn't mean that one.
Okay.
I'm
Just in
speaking in this
general. Okay,
case,
got it.
yeah, in general. And so what are staff's thoughts on how to address that issue where we on the one hand, we want to look at here are the dollars that and the projects that we expect to fund accomplish this year. And here are some other ones that are in the budget, but we are not necessarily expecting to expend them this year. How to address kind of summarizing that so that everybody's got a clearer sense of that.
Well, I'm not sure I have a answer about how to summarize it. I did just want to point out a lot of this has to do with staff capacity, staff vacancies. I know we've been talking a lot about this. So for instance, if you had asked us the same question a year ago and said which of these are going to move forward, we would have given you an answer that would be incorrect because we've got multiple vacancies arising in Holly's team and others that have meant that projects we intended to work on just didn't move forward.
So that's it. It's basically a third bucket. So there are the ones that we're really intending to move forward on. There are the ones that we have in budget and it's kind of a placeholder. We don't really expect it's going to get expended. And then there are ones that in this gray area that we hope to get done, but we're sure if we're going to be able to. Does that kind of summarize it?
Yes, I think that's second.
Okay. Well, that middle ground, I don't think we can define very well going into a year, except framing it as you just did, Brad. But that third group of ones that are placeholders, I think it would be useful for us to just understand what's known there, just so that we all get what's happened. We don't go to the next year and say, well, I thought all this was going to be spent and was in the budget. What happened? And if we just at the outset say, no, this is part of the plan, then everybody gets it better. Okay.
Brad and Holly, just one additional point, and this is tiny. We do identify in each project the expected timeline. So it does, I believe, show if a project is in, say, FY 2024, it's expected to start in, say, January, Q1 of 2020, calendar year 2024, or the final quarter. And so usually my suspicion is those are going to be the projects that if something happens in the first half of the year, those are going to be the ones, unless critical, for health and safety, will be the ones that will, to your point, likely get pushed. I will note the department have increased in their sophistication of being able to try and analyze exactly what you are talking about. And it's something we strive for. We clearly don't, we are unable to call it with a level of precision. And so, just one appreciation to the departments for continue to iterate on working on that. And want to also acknowledge your comments, Chair, because we are trying to make sure we're setting appropriate expectations.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to get us calibrated on. Just a couple of, we have down PE 18,000 new Calav area parking garage, almost 800,000. What's that use funds for?
So those are what we call day two projects, projects that we knew we were going to need to do after construction was finished. So they include the crack sealing that typically happens after the first couple of years, potentially some EV charger relocation, and a trash enclosure. So that's what that dollar amount is.
Okay. And then on the fire station for replacement, we have the bulk of the funds in this fiscal year, which implies that we'd be doing construction this year and next year. Is that still the timeline that we're expecting?
Yes, that's what we anticipate. Part of the requirements for the state mark for the 5.2 million, which we already received, is that we award a construction contract by June 30th of 2024. So we will have an expedited design and permitting process so we can make that date.
Yeah, I would just like to pause for a second and emphasize the point that Holly just made because it is critical. Often the design and ARB review process on these projects have taken multiple years. If we allow that to happen on this project, we are highly likely to lose $5.2 million in state funding. So we are pushing to have a schedule and emphasize all along the way the importance of getting through approvals quickly and actually getting those bids in hand by the end of this coming fiscal year.
That's helpful. And does the ARB understand that, or if they will, or?
They will. We've been talking with planning. We had a study session that earlier this year that pretty well, and a community meeting that was generally supportive of the proposed design. We anticipate going to ARB in July, so we're going to make it pretty clear.
And under the same theme of what's going to roll over, if we're awarding the construction contract in June 2024, but the bulk of dollars are in FY24, that looks like that's a lot of construction dollars in FY24, but the construction wouldn't commence. So it looks to me like most dollars would roll over to 25. Is that?
I think we would actually encumber them, so you would not see them roll over, even though they hadn't become actuals as
billable. They're not billable, but they're encumbered.
Yes.
But they would be reappropriated, which because most of our construction contracts for these large projects last multiple years. So
right.
We roll over anything that's still in a contract.
So from a way we just lay this out in the budget, just so and others understand when a number's a year, if we're going to encumber that in FY24, is that why those dollars belong there? Is that how we do it? Okay.
Often we show the entire amount in a year that'll be encumbered just as a practice. I believe this one was initially split over 2 years in the manner that's shown just for purposes of balancing the capital fund.
Okay. And I know that we had Bulwer Park improvements, but we've got on the horizon the expansion of Bulwer Park. Is that in the 5-year plan? I don't see.
It's actually in fiscal year 24, and both the Bulwer and the extension, the combined project is up to bid right now.
Which item is it under?
Hold on.
So I'm not seeing that project in here. It may be because we didn't show funding for it. If we had expected to get bids this year and encumber the whole thing and we don't have other funding programmed, then a page for the project sometimes doesn't print.
So we have, almost 5 million for FY23. Was that improvement separate from the AT&T site? Or is that one the same?
I believe
and rolling over?
Project.
It's the full project. So we originally had a project for it to renovate existing Boulevard Park. And then there was this IP to purchase the AT&T property. And then a couple years ago in the budget, we combined the projects.
Okay, so that's both things. Now, just from the budgeting standpoint, we show it as FY23. Is that because it was encumbered then, or?
So we encumbered it for a potential construction project. It's currently out to bid and bids are due in a couple weeks. We're hoping to get it to you before the so break.
Okay, so that's that same budgeting principle that it's encumbered in that year, and that's why it's showing 23, even though it won't be spended in 22. Got it. Okay, I had never been clear on that. Julie?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have some additional questions prompted in part by my colleagues' questions. The chair mentioned Newell, and we had a conversation about funding that we're contributing versus what is coming from the state. And when I think about the comments we get from constituents, Newell and Pope Chaucer seem to create the same volume of concern. And when I look at the budget, I see far fewer dollars for Pope Chaucer, which I don't necessarily understand. I'm not indicating there's a problem, but I would love to know more about what is the deal with Pope Chaucer, where is the funding coming from to complete whatever needs to be done, and what is the projected time frame for that to be achieved?
I'm going to defer to Holly if she knows about the specific funding source for Pope Chaucer. I'm not remembering, but the distinction here really is that both Pope Chaucer, Newell, some channel widening and other top of bank improvements are part of what we call the Reach 2 project, which is basically everything upstream of Highway 101. So the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority is helping to lead all those other improvements except for Newell Road Bridge, which is one project that's been taken on for the city to administer and oversee. So that's why you don't see it in this budget. If you were looking closely, you would see we have a small project in there that supports the JPA's work on capital projects and is part of our annual contributions. So we're partnering with them as part of the various agencies on development of that project and seeing it through the approvals that are needed from the two cities, mainly, and other permitting. It's currently scheduled, I believe, to begin in fiscal year 25. So that this next construction season, we would have Newell Road Bridge under construction, and then the following season, the Chaucer. Or do I have that wrong and the channel widening comes first?
And just to complement what Brad was saying, so the city is the lead agency on Newell. The Creek JPA is the lead agency on the channel, all the work in between Newell and Chaucer and Pope Chaucer. Sequentially, Newell needs to go first. The primary funding for Pope Chaucer, it comes from both Valley Water and state grants, I believe, not federal. But there's kind of an amalgamation of funding sources that are still being put together there, and there is still a funding gap for Pope Chaucer as costs have gone up.
Can I just add onto and correct a little what I said? I would add there is Army Corps of Engineers funding that's being sought for these projects as well. But I think I misspoke when I said that sequence is Newell, Pope Chaucer. It's actually Newell. And then there's channel widening work that either needs to come first or happen currently before Pope Chaucer Bridge can be replaced.
Thank you. In terms of bike safety and street crossings, I was really taken by the chair's description of what happens at Churchill and all with Pally kids. I live down by Gun Crossing and Charleston Estradero. I note it looks like the project is completed or to be completed in FY23. There is no funding in 24 proposed. Is it completed?
It's nearly completed. So staff is finalizing the work at the El Camino intersection. It should be done next month, with the exception of the paving of that intersection. We're going to wait for the sewer project to come through, which comes through that intersection, do all their work and pave hopefully in September. Yes. The one that you guys saw last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I ask, is Maydell on the horizon at all as a matter of bicycle safety for kids biking gun? we have two large streams. Kids come down Charleston or Estradero. They also come East Meadow across El Camino onto Maybell. And it's an enormous volume. And I'm just curious as to whether that's an issue being discussed or perhaps it's not regarded as a concern.
Ask Mr. Cammy to respond on that point.
Yeah, I think just to touch on, I'll go back to what I was mentioning earlier is we're just getting ready to redo our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. And just noting what that will do is that'll look at the entire city's bicycle and pedestrian network and allow us to develop a list of the potential priorities for projects for bicycle and pedestrian improvements to the network.
Thank you. My next question is about the animal shelter placeholder amount. I'm just wondering, does that contemplate the 2.7 million placeholder? Does that contemplate that we would keep it with Pets in Need, or might it contemplate that would take it back over the city function, or are both scenarios possible in that budgeted amount?
So the budgeted amount is purely what has been discussed with Pets in Need on a potential amendment to the agreement.
And I'll say, council member, staff used those numbers as a placeholder, as you may recall during the study session, when we were looking at the in-house costs versus the Pets in Need costs, there were similarities. And so we are not necessarily placing these funds in here saying a decision has been made one way or the other. We simply used those dollar values to help the council in their financial planning with the operations decisions still standing.
Good, thank you. And sticking with dogs and animals, dog parks, I note was rather non-specific when we get to the detail on what is possible. So I'm just wondering, when we look at the 325 proposed in FY 325,000 proposed for this coming fiscal year, what scope of projects is regarding dog parks is possible with that kind of funding allocation?
Yeah, thank you for that good question. Some of that is carryover money from FY23, earmarked specifically for a project we've got at Mitchell Park. So this is to expand the existing Mitchell Park dog park and add a small dog park at that same site. I'm in conversations right now with dog park stakeholders looking for another opportunity to add one in North Palo Alto, where we're lacking. We only have one dog park there. And so we're in the beginning stages of having those conversations, feasibility, and then soon outreach to the community, and then working with the PRC. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greer?
Thank you. On the Roth building, I understand that costs have increased significantly, basically since mostly due to inflation and in some part because of the increased timeline from negotiating the lease, getting that tenant work letter. Wondering the flexibility here to be able to share in some of those unexpected costs of construction there. And I think this is just relevant based on a conversation I thought last night was just fascinating with Councilor Byrd and Lithcott Holmes about the history of Palo Alto, and it just seemed so relevant for this.
I guess with the work I've recently done on this was finalizing the tenant work letter that was recently approved by council. So in there, what's contemplated is that the museum would go and finalize these costs. And what's described in there is actually using the $3 million HUD grant that they've received to cover what those costs are. I don't think we don't have those updated costs yet. I believe they're currently working on that.
Okay, but if those costs exceed, because the HUD grant is limited to $3 million.
If those costs exceed the $3 million, then the tenant work letter says that the city museum would work together to try to come up with a plan. But what's in the current tenant work letter is that increases up to that amount would be covered by the HUD grant. Up to the $3 million.
Up to the $3 million, and
Right.
Beyond the city
Beyond
negotiates with them to figure out what we're going to do.
Specified a tenant letter other than that the city and the museum would work together to develop a plan.
Okay, so cost sharing is possible at that point, but are we budgeted for that within this fiscal year to be able to handle that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, are things needed to be done then today to be able to do that, or is there enough wiggle room in the budget if that were to happen?
Well, I think the crux of the issue would be what is the actual cost of the project. So that's an outstanding item. I know that when we were negotiating the tenant work letter and these additional terms, I want to say only about a third of the HUD funds were expected to be, based on those estimates needed, acknowledging that those estimates were updated. So I think we'll need to see what the full project costs are. Now, to your point, there isn't any other placeholder in here. So if the council and this committee wish to allocate additional funds towards that project, then that would be one, an amendment to the proposed, and two, you'll have to weigh that against the other priorities.
Great, thanks.
I had one other question on the PL 05030, and I didn't look in the detail sheet, and apologize if answers are sitting there. And can you summarize where we are on the traffic signals? We annually have an update on budgeting. I don't recall that we see which signals have been automated, and what is the plan on the rollout of that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So just to note that primarily what this has been doing is repairing and replacing outdated or damaged signal, and actually, unfortunately, damaged signals have been the most prominent function of this role. But also noting that we had a vacancy in this role until this year, so we just hired a senior engineer this past year to get this work going again. So to answer your question about where we have I guess what we call the smart signals or whatever, more advanced signals, that's something could bring. I think it would probably be useful to provide a list of locations where we have that. So to note that this is also tied to a little bit of a larger project, which is not just actually the traffic signal that you see on the street, but it's actually tied to our server and our computer, where we actually manage and maintain the traffic signal system. So that actually is a really key update that we need to do at this point in time, as the system is past its useful life.
Okay, so I go back in time on this to when we began the process of the smart automated signal system, and I think there was a real anticipation that not only on a time frame in which this would be rolled out, but the benefits to it. We certainly aren't facing the sort of traffic problems that we were up until 2020, and so that in some ways reduces the urgency. But I just don't recall seeing the plan on what's been done, what's scheduled to be done, and what are the benefits of each of these phases. And I'm not expecting to get that today, but I think we should look at what would be an appropriate occasion to provide that update so that we really understand what's going on. I didn't realize that these dollars were primarily for repairs. I thought it was for the next rollout of, we were just sequentially going through the priorities of signals. We can do it all at once, and that we were just rolling that out over a number of years. So to hear that much of this is for repair rather than advancing that program is new to me. Maybe it's not to others.
Yeah, so just to know, it's both of those, and there have been some areas where the smarter signals have been installed, and we've done some signal optimization, and there are areas where we're upgrading them, and of course as we replace signals, we upgrade them. But it does also deal with the ongoing maintenance and really more generally the entire system, which are, as I mentioned earlier, our central system for managing our traffic signals is past its useful life, and so we're trying to replace that, which is a key component of all of those things you mentioned.
Yeah, I didn't realize the system was. Do we not have that cost in the budget of the system update or replacement?
That's contained within this budget.
It is. Okay, and that costs about how much out of that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't actually have that
Okay.
direct number offhand.
Yeah, and it might even be in the book. My apology. Okay.
Chair, I think Director O'Kane did look up the Cubberley action from 2014.
Oh, great.
If you wanted
you.
her to help explain that.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane with Community Services. So I did look up the motion like Dr. Nose mentioned, and it was a February 2014 motion. And it specifically says to eliminate the covenant not to develop and reallocate that funding towards investment in the Cubberley facilities for long neglected and ongoing maintenance.
Yeah, so routine custodial work really wouldn't be covered under that. That's consistent with my recollection. So I think we're going to need to look at. I appreciate that it creates a different funding source. So at first, I think we need to see is the breakdown of how we're using those funds, and I think we need to be true to the commitment that was made not only to our the public on what we were going to do on having funds that had existed for a long while, doing some of the major work, but also as a commitment to the district. And that was part of the agreement that we stopped paying them, but we were going to plow the same dollars into the major repairs that were overdue. So
then, Chair, is that something that you would like staff to pull together the breakdown of?
yeah, it'd be real helpful.
Okay, and then just for orders of magnitude, we are looking at, I believe, let me look at this. I believe about up to $1 million, just for your awareness.
Okay, and even though we're not going to go back retrospectively, I'd like to understand when we start making this change.
Approximately 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, as far as I know, that completes the capital budget. I think. Pardon me. Oh, do we have any public comments? I should have called for them after the staff presentation.
Yes, sir. Our first public commenter is Ken Horowitz, and anyone online would like to make a public comment, please use raise your hand feature.
How many minutes do I get?
3.
3 minutes. Oh, great.
Use them wisely.
All right. Yeah, Ken Horowitz, a longtime resident, and want to make a general comment about the Cubberley Property Infrastructure Fund, which is pages 293 to whatever. The Cubberley issue has been a perennial issue for Palo Alto residents. I've been living here for 40 years. It's basis sometimes on who I vote for city council, what they plan to do about Cubberley. I think a lot of residents, and as I've mentioned on many occasions, can down the road. And so I really want the council to do something finally. My most immediate concern, and on the slide there is a committee advisory report that's done in 2013. I'm not sure that council has opened it up. It's an attachment, maybe you're afraid to open it up. But this committee worked very hard, many people involved in many hours involved, put together a plan. And unfortunately, it just sinks somewhere and not being acted upon. My most immediate concern about Cubberley is the buildings. And to go over to Cubberley, most of the people that you'll see there are kids, young kids. And they're in buildings that are relatively unsafe today. And there are roofs that are leaking. We have pipes that burst. And we need to do something about it. And as I said, it's all there in this report in 2013. You don't have to go back. Some of the facts may be appropriate because they relate to the school district. But we own 8 acres, and we rent another 26 acres, 27 acres buildings there. So we're responsible. We as a city is responsible. And how do we feel about our kids running around in a facility that's relatively unsafe? You know, what's happens if it's an earthquake, fire, whatever? We need to do something about it. We can't push it any further. In this document on the pages, it says we're going to do a fiscal survey starting in 2026. Here it's 2023. So we're not going to start talking about it until another 3 years, and then how do we get it fixed? So I want you to think about, looking at this. We have a study session going on Tuesday night, next week. Finally, I think you should remove the item related to repairs of the gym. The gym. We don't own it, and it doesn't make any sense to make repairs to something we don't own. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our comments. All right. So we're 20 seconds behind.
So if the committee might make a tentative motion on these sections on the agenda.
I move to tentatively approve the Capital Improvement Fund and Cumberland Property Infrastructure Fund FY24 proposed budget.
I will second that, but I'd like to add for our parking lot that we include the need to look at the cubby custodial costs as a separate expense.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Greer?
Thank you. Can we also add to the parking lot discussion on potential cost sharing for the rock building?
Well, I think as Brad said that's already in the agreement, but that we need to see what the numbers are, whether there's a need there, but that's already in the what's our CMA called? Tenant work letter.
But that's not what I understood from what Kylie then said, is if we were to go beyond that 3 million that's in the HCD fund, sorry, too much HUD funding. Thank you. Too much HC lately. The HUD funding, we don't have that budgeted.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So in the circumstance where the new cost estimate was more than 3 million, we'd have to discuss that with the museum. I believe we would have to go back to council anyway to update the tenant work letter, and at that time we would.
Yeah, I was going to suggest exactly that until we know how much money would be needed, it'd be something of a theoretical exercise. At that point, since we would need to come back to council, would expect that to be a specific point of discussion for council as to what and how much and how the city would participate in that.
So I guess just new to the budget process. I mean, if we take that path and it wasn't budgeted,
I think in either case, we'd likely have to draw from reserves in order to fund any allocation.
Okay.
And Julie?
I was just signaling something to the.
Okay. On that note, sorry.
So just to clarify, we are not adding the potential cost sharing to the Roth building.
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. And shall we go right into the next item or take a brief break? Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
So the next item that we're going to be talking about is continuing in the capital world. We're going to be talking about the enterprise and internal service funds. And I will go ahead and start this one off, and I think turn it over to Darren, who is Director of IT, to talk about the IT fund. So we can go forward a couple slides, or maybe just one. So first we'll talk about the internal service funds, which includes the technology fund and the vehicle replacement fund, the technology fund in the IT department, and the vehicle fund actually in the public works department. So I'll turn it over to Director Nomoto first to speak about technology. And next slide, please.
Hi, Chair, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. Darren Nomoto, Director of Team. And so for this year, the 4 different funds or CIPs we are talking about is the ERP phase 2, which is a continuation. The past years, we upgraded our ERP environment and made a lot of changes, and the phase 2 is continuing to improve on how we use ERP and continue to add new functionality as well as create efficiencies for all the departments to use. The other is a council chambers redesign. This was actually planned for prior to the pandemic, and with the pandemic, of course, all that was put on hold, which was positive because now with new adaptation of a hybrid environment, our requirements have changed greatly. So now will enable us to revisit that and design the chambers in a more effective way in the audio visual as well as in the ADA compliant components of that. And so we are planning on moving that forward in the next fiscal year. And that includes going back out and looking at the design, looking at the technology that we need. And then the next is the computer aided dispatch software for public safety. This is used for our dispatch center as a core application. And this is in partnership with the Tri-City, what we call as the Tri-City, which includes us, the city of Palo Alto, the city of Mountain View, and the city of Los Altos. And in partnership, we are looking at going out to an RFP or conducting an RFP to upgrade that application. And the other is the in partnership with Public Works and infrastructure management software, which Brad can do in more detail, but really it's around asset management and how to manage capital improvements programs. So with that, any question or do we hold on? Yep. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Oh, this one's still done.
Sorry. And one other one that we are adding for this year is an IT data center upgrade. So over the past many years, we've actually consolidated a lot of our infrastructure. We had a lot of physical infrastructure to begin with, meaning, there was one-to-one relationship. We had an application on server. So what we've done for the course of many years is, or the past few years, is consolidate what we call as a virtual cloud environment, which means we've reduced the number of servers drastically, meaning we have racks of equipment, and we've reduced that by probably about 75% to date. And we're able to virtualize, which means convert these physical devices into virtual appliances and run more effectively, which saves money in terms of electric and cooling. So it helps. So with that, we're able to reduce the footprint of our data center, and our goal is to reclaim some of our office space for IT. So again, real estate, as we all know, is very valuable here in Palo Alto. So we're looking at reclaiming that, making more effective use of that now that we consolidate our infrastructure. With that, hand it over to Ben. Thank you.
Next slide. Good morning, Chair and Finance Committee. Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. So this is the overview of our vehicle replacement fund, which is the other internal service fund that includes a capital budget. And it shows the 5-year CIP for the fund. Just to note the fiscal year 2024 amount, you'll see that's considerably higher than the other years. It includes the reappropriations from existing annual projects where we haven't made all of the vehicle purchases yet. The vehicle replacement program has been very challenged over the past 1 to 2 years due to supply chain issues and lack of availability of many vehicles. I think you as council members have seen this because really for the first time in my memory, we've had items where we basically get a purchase order approved by council to purchase a vehicle, and then the supplier turns around and tells us either it's no longer available, wait for next year, or if you still want it, here's the price increase. And so you'll probably recall we've had to come back to you on a couple of things to basically raise the prices we were going to pay, the budget authority. Just noting a major emphasis in this program is electrification of the fleet in alignment with our SCAP goals. And you'll note on the slide there, we're proposing the proposed fiscal year 24 vehicle replacement project is expected to actually add 18 passenger and light truck EVs to the fleet. So that's a major increase. Right now, I believe we only have, it's either 6 or 8 full battery electric vehicles in the fleet. So this constitutes our first year of really making significant progress there. Now, turning to the tier 2 list that there was a lot of discussion on Friday, we do have a quite significant tier 2 item in this list. That would add to what proposed here, the 18 replacements of passenger vehicles and light trucks, to additionally replace 8 heavy-duty trucks and aerial vehicles that are currently in this proposed project as internal combustion replacements with EVs instead. And if you saw that list, the cost of that, as we estimate, is $800,000 for the general fund and 2.6 million overall for all funds, including the general fund. So if a finance committee and council were to determine that this is half they wanted to take, that would result in this being basically our first ever all electric vehicle replacement budget, with the exception of 4 police department vehicles where we don't have all electric options available or approved yet. That'd be hybrid vehicles. So that's a summary of the vehicle replacement fund. Next slide, please. So we're now going to shift to enterprise fund projects, and for the public works area, enterprise funds will be covering the airport fund, stormwater management fund, and wastewater treatment fund. Next slide. This slide is a bit of a summary of some of the areas of effort in those funds. Just note, overall, Public Works Enterprise Fund capital budget provides a renewal and improvements to some of our most critical infrastructure around stormwater drainage and wastewater treatment. We definitely saw the importance of work in both those areas with the winter storms this year. A few key considerations for these enterprise fund CIPs. In the airport fund, we're just almost at final completion with this multi-year $36 million investment in the airport apron, and finishing that project allows the capital program there to turn its attention to other important but less costly projects. So you'll see that reflected. We are continuing with progress on the 13 priority stormwater improvement projects that were identified in the 2017 ballot measure approved by voters. And very significantly, with several big projects underway and still in design, proceeding with the plan to rebuild most of the regional water quality control plant, while also begin work on an update to the 2012 long range facility plan to kind of identify all these projects that we're working on. Next slide. So this is the airport fund. And as I mentioned, the proposed airport CIP is much smaller now with the completion of the AIM project. Projects included in this 5-year plan include the continuing planning process for the long range facilities and sustainability plan. You'll recall that I think about 2 months ago, we had a study session with the council and talked a lot about the work on that plan that was just kicking off, as well as the airport access road reconstruction project. And then we've also got several smaller projects, things like the automated weather observation station, parking lot EV chargers for the general public parking there or for airport users, and also a smaller project for electrification of the airport's 3 vehicles. So that's an overview on the airport fund. Next slide. For stormwater management, I mentioned those 13 high priority projects identified in the ballot measure. So kind of our status on that. 1 has been completed. 6 more are included in this 5-year CIP. Of those 6, 5 of those are the ones listed here with dollar amounts on the slide, are basically completing design very soon. And 2 of those are expected to begin construction during fiscal year 24. With, as I mentioned, the other 3 finishing design, those will be done a phased approach. So we won't be constructing all 5 projects at once, but definitely making progress in this area. Next slide. So this is our wastewater treatment fund. And I mentioned it already, but with the majority of the treatment plant now over 50 years old, we have this extensive CIP plan underway that will rebuild much of the plant and also meet regulatory requirements. The largest of these projects is secondary treatment upgrade project. Will take 5 years to complete. That began this fiscal year. Council, I believe, approved it towards the end of the calendar year last year. Current projects that are underway right now are the primary cementation tanks project and electrical upgrades project throughout the plant. We're at 90% of the design for the advanced water purification facility. And on the new lab and environmental services building, we're evaluating options for how that should ultimately move forward. And we're in design on the joint intercepting sewer rehabilitation and outfall line construction project. And you'll be seeing a staff report on outfall line construction before the council break. And as I mentioned before, we're recommending beginning an update to the 2012 long range facilities plan this fiscal year, expecting that effort, which is a fairly significant one, will take a couple of fiscal years. So that is the end of the Public Works Enterprise Fund CIP, and I'll turn it over to Utilities Director Batchelor.
Thanks, Brad. Morning, Chair Burton, council members, Dean Batchelor, Utilities Director. As you well know, as Utilities been laying the foundation for the city's sustainability, many can expect some immediate benefits that we'll be seeing as smart meters, more efficient monitoring, energy use, and resulting cost savings through business as well as reductions in the carbon emissions. Another thing is that we are looking at, and it's been providing more grant opportunities to deploy for some of these high-end projects that we'll be talking about in this budget. The grid modernization status as it's now, as we've talked, is that we did a high-level study and completed that in 22. The next study is to determine the mitigation load impact from batteries, EVs, technologies, and then also in 24 is to rebuild some secondary networks, installing some transformers to increase the capacity, and about 500 homes, which is going to be around the Embarcadero, Lewis, Amarillo area, and then design spring construction for the first 10% of the system be potentially designed and built for the first 10% details to be smoothed out at that point. So we are moving forward with trying to find some moving forward with these 500 homes in this area. And most of this area is all what we call lower voltage, which is a 4 kV system. It's the one piece of the system that's not the high voltage of 12. So that's going to have to be upgraded anyway. But we thought that this be some of the areas we might want to look at least to get ready to read for this real portion of it. There's also, if I go to the next page, please, some large, so again, develop opportunities to project projects such as electrification and fiber expansion. So we're looking at for some synergies as we're doing this, as we move through the fiber, is that as we rebuild the electrification in the secondary and some of the primary is to look at areas where we can use the same crews, use the same poles, or in the underground sections, if there's a conduit that's open, that can actually add fiber in those locations as well. We also want to maintain and accelerate, as we came to this, you all, when we were talking about our rate increases, we asked for a 9% rate increase that was really important for us around the sewer system. And that was to accelerate the main replacements and the aging of the infrastructure on the sewer system. We were at about 138 years of replacement. We wanted to be somewhere right around that 100-year timeline. You're gracious that you put that for us through. So, and that's going to be ongoing starting in the 20s budget. And then just looking for efforts to seek alternative funding, such as grants and other opportunities. Next page, please. As you can see, it's electric fund over the next 5 years, basically about $290 million in that budget. The grid mod project is a high level study, as I mentioned in 22. We're also moving forward with that. Physical security, we're upgrading with high resolution security cameras. We're also asking for a design to come in to build a wall around the Colorado substation. If you've ever been out to Colorado or drove by that area, you'll notice that there's a levee on the backside where there's a creek bed. If you actually stand on that, you're actually taller than what the fence line is, and you see right into the backside. So we're thinking that the best thing for us to do is actually build a wall completely around that Colorado sub. It's the main sub where we do get our power from. So we're looking at that. We'll rebuild. We've been talking about this from the fire mitigation. We have 2.5 million or 2.5 miles of substructure in today. We're working out, there's a total of 11 miles in the area. We're hoping to have about another 2.5 to 3 miles built underground up through Foothill Park on that. Again, at the same time as we underground that electrical line that's going through there, we'll also be adding fiber and conduit as well. So we'll have 11 miles going up from Foothill all the way to top. If you remember, there has been some customers up in that area that were having difficulties trying to get internet services. So we want to build this 11 miles we can gain some customers as well as we can get our fire danger out of the hills. Station break replacements that you see. And then also too, it's just a quick update on the smart grid. You know, the base stations are up for our smart grid. The beta phase has been stopped by about 3 months. This is due to constraints on supply chains. We're having a really difficult time trying to get electric meters for mostly on the commercial side, but also some of the residential meters as well too. So we are having some difficulties with that. Been working with that. So the beta phase is probably not started, unfortunately, until October, November time of this calendar year. But still hoping for a full deployment beginning of 23. Page, please. Also, if you had looked at this prior, and you're wondering about underneath 24 to 20 fiber fund outlook portion of it, you see that there's a $26 million dark fiber project, and then another 20 million fiber on the premise portion of it. We look at the total year. So one of the things that we needed to do is we needed to add $13 million in our expense cost down in 25. So there is, and that is coming from a transfer from the electric side. The reason for that is that they're the one who use most of that fiber line on that backbone. It's from the SCADA side. There'll be also some sharing of some water because we use that for water tanks. Also use it for the pump stations. Electric uses it for all substation areas. You know, one of the things with the smart grid upgrade in the electric, we're actually trying to get some transformers that we can actually control from our SCADA system that'll actually go into that. So most electric is going to be riding on that. That's why the transfer, we just did not put in this, but it will be corrected. Next page, please. Gas fund. Again, you'll see that there's a $33 million in the over the 5 years. Utilities is still applying for some grants for 2 GMRs. Will be coming up, gas replacement main placements 25 and 26. If we are able to get some grants, we'll be able to do about somewhere between 26 and 2,800 linear feet. First one is 25, which is in the Palo Verde, Midtown, Evergreen, and Ventura area. If we're not successful, we're probably going to have to drop that down to a little less than 20,000 linear feet. Same with 26. Same thing. If we're able to get some grant money on that to add into the cost, which is going to be University Park and the Crescent Park neighborhoods, we'll be able to do about 26, about 5 miles. Now we're going to have to drop it down by about a mile at that period of time. Next slide, please. Wastewater collections. Again, as I talked about, acceleration of the 1 mile to 2.5 miles beginning 26, and then beginning construction of 8.6 wastewater collection replacement 31 to align with the Caltrans street improvements. We talked about this, that Caltrans is going to be working on El Camino. We needed to borrow some, actually move some dollars from the 24 to the 23 budget so that we were able to align with their paving project. So that will be moving forward in 23. And next page, please, on the water. The water fund, proceeding with the 7.4 last of our seismic tanks. So we actually have Park and Doll, which is the last 2 out of our 6 water tanks that are getting assessments at this period of time. We have been working with a contractor to look at both of those. The question comes up is, can we get by with just rehabbing them? We know that the park roof is totally in need of replacement, but we're thinking that the walls and the seismic portions of it is going to be okay. If that comes true, we'll spend a lot less money than rebuilding that tank completely. That's Park. And then on the Doll Park or the Doll Reservoir, that one actually needs to be replaced. That one, this interior sides. We coat them only for so long. We've actually shotcreted them on the inside. That one's been done a handful of times, and so that one will most likely have to be fully replaced. That. And then we also have one water main replacement, which is for $9.6 million. And with that, next. concludes my slides. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes staff presentations on this whole section. Why don't we see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak on infrastructure and environment, capital improvement program, enterprise fund projects, and internal service fund projects.
No, Mr. Chair, there are no requests.
Not everybody's as excited about this as colleagues. Julie?
Sure thing. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Batchelor. And actually, we're talking to everybody right now, right? Okay, so thank you. Director Imoto, is that your last? Numoto, I'm sorry, and Eggleston, who just celebrated 25 years yesterday. I have a question on fiber. Curious as to just what is the projected duration of this project? When do we think we're getting fiber to the premises completed? What is the plan for that?
So the first phase is to actually do the backbone portion. So once we get the backbone up, and then the idea then is to build in 2 locations to have a pilot. Then at that point, we're going to assess, because at that point, almost all the dollars will be spent in the fiber fund that we have today. Then there'll be an assessment done, and then a report back to the council to say, should we move forward or should we not move forward? If we decide to move forward, it's probably about a five-year build. From what we've got estimates on it, if we decided to go, it'll take us about another additional 5 to get to the entire city.
And how are those? Are you picking 2 different study areas based on their difference from one another? You're testing different things, different types of neighborhoods, or how do you determine where to do the pilot?
We did have some heat maps on when we had these discussions about fiber, about where we thought most of the rate would actually be. So we picked one actually in South Palo Alto, and then we picked another one in the north side of Palo Alto.
Okay, thank you. Turning to electrification, the relationship between electrification and reduction in gas. Noting that you're planning a mass study of the downsizing of gas and a master plan that. I'm curious as to whether you think there is any feasibility in leveraging our very proud neighborhood structure as a way to galvanize a community around changing behaviors from use of gas to using electric. So when you think about how to parcel out where to update and where to reduce, I'm just wondering if the neighborhood structure might facilitate adoption of fully electric and elimination of gas. Do you see what I'm saying? As opposed to taking a quadrant of the city, going north to south, but really trying to leverage neighborhood leadership to convert the behaviors that will then support the greater use of electrification and less use of natural gas.
Yeah, the challenge is right now is that we really need to get out and talk to the community as a whole, just around electrification. Because I think the thing is, electrification is going to go with the decommissioning of the gas. The idea would be is that we want to a block or 2 to actually electrify so that we can shut the whole entire main off. But the only way we're going to be able to do that is actually get out and meet with the public and talk about, that if where we want to be.
I appreciate that. And it's a little off top for a budget, but it's because I have you, I'm so struck by the strength of our neighborhood leaders, and to move from a public that might be reluctant, resistant, combatant, some degree, to a public that's animated and energized around, no, we can do it. We're going to do it. Our neighborhood is the first, or we're in the first phase. I think there's some brand identity to neighborhoods. We might really be able to, I don't know, get kind of exciting on board, be a part of bringing us to this electrification future by leveraging proud identity that certainly some of our neighborhoods really seem to have and might enjoy being the first to fully convert. Yeah, thank you. That's it for me for now. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. So Darren, first on council chambers redesign, we're not talking about a physical model, right? Which is more technology upgrades.
There is a bit of physical work that Brad's team will be involved in to make it ADA compliant, but outside of that, it's mostly technology.
Okay. And then Brad on the vehicle replacement fund, I know 4 of the vehicles you mentioned are for police vehicle replacement. Do you know what's the price of a of just a single police vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Give me just a moment.
Sounds good.
We are budgeting $75,000 for those Ford Interceptor replacements.
Okay, and I brought this up last Friday, the possibility of a pilot program within the police department to test out electric vehicle. Sent you the website to Fremont PD, got all this information. I just sent it while you were here, so I'm sure you haven't seen it. But there, the cost for the Tesla Model Y, brand new, completely refurbished, was about $85,000. Wondering possibility of including within this budget, of course, if the PD is interested, being able to do that pilot program this year. And I don't know if that's appropriate for a budget discussion, or since it is budgeted, that is then an option if PD wishes to pursue it. So any direction on that?
I think we could have that discussion with PD, and if they were interested in pursuing it, we could probably work on that as a start within this budget. To be honest, all of these are approximate figures. As a general rule, we're the large electric vehicles, we put the tier 2 proposal in front of you, are very significantly more expensive. For some of the passenger vehicles, there are increases where we're essentially planning to try to work within these budgets at this point.
Oh,
so the scale of increased cost you referenced there is in line with other things we're seeing and working through.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you.
Well, just following on to Greer there, I would be very interested in electrification of police vehicles, and frankly, it'll be interesting the PD response from a performance standpoint. Their higher performance, whether a Model Y has the space that they need, it's perhaps going to be a question, but I'd support pursuing that. And the council chambers upgrades, the technology upgrades. Darren, can you give us just a little sense of what we need, why we need more than what we have? It seems to be working pretty well, but maybe I'm missing.
No, thank you for that question. It's about updating technology. A lot of it's very old, I mean, decades old. So we've been able to stitch it together to support the hybrid environment. But now moving forward, we can consolidate a lot of equipment to more current technologies and enable our ability to support even more, especially from a display standpoint. Right now, we have shift TVs on each side, so having a better display for public to be able to view the presentations in a high definition is definitely a goal.
Okay, and then I did want to note on the electric side a couple things. One, the foothills undergrounding, I just strongly support, and the biggest reason in my mind is the fire safety. I mean, we all see that we've had PG&E go bankrupt once and perhaps twice over transmission lines in their wildlands, and I just think that this is really important funding, and anything we can do to keep that as a priority is really valued. And then I want to ask about an intersection. It's slightly off topic from the capital side, I think, but and we're moving to all our electrification programs that Dean was talking about. We really don't have, to my knowledge, a council policy directive toward streamlining of the permitting and inspection processes for electrification. And from what I've been hearing is because of the newness of some of this, our current standards may actually be barriers or hindrances to electrification, whether they're noise standards for as we're installing heat pumps in the home, or on the commercial level, the roof mounted. And so I'm very interested in the council considering that directive. I'm not sure where that would best come back to council as part of our our SCAP goals and key actions, or whether we need to update kind of the council directives. Brad, so you have that spreadsheet in front of you. Any guidance if the council was interested in putting that as a kind of a policy framework that goes in parallel with electrification, is to make it streamlined as possible? How would be the best way to go about that?
Well, we will be having the overall SCAP adoption and discussion with council soon, tentatively scheduled for June 5th. So that could certainly be part of the discussion on that date. I would also, yes, I've got the list of this is I believe 72 council priority objectives. One of them is approve municipal code amendments for advancing SCAP goals, specifically facilitate photovoltaic energy storage system, electric vehicle charging stations, and heat pump installations. So I think some of what you're referring to is kind of already on the books, something we're working on. Maybe not all of it in the definition of what I just read.
Well, it could be within that scope. I think we have any. I guess I should say I'm not aware of what the plans are. I'm hearing of current problems with it, and I think it's going to be a real priority. If we're going to go from saying, well, we want to do this, and then we got our own essentially internal barriers with problem.
If I might, Chair, I think it's really important that staff receive those issues of concern that perhaps you're receiving on a one-off basis. As Brad points out, we've got it in our work plan, as well as tying into a number of areas of current work, which includes the heat pump water heater advanced pilot, which involves multiple departments working through the entire workflow, from the interest in installing a heat pump water heater through the installation, inspection, and everything associated with that. The recent work that Development Services has done with Solar App Plus, implementation of streamlined permitting and the like. So as that work is progressing, having the anecdotal feedback on here are still sticking points are really important for staff to be able to identify what are the kind of the systemic themes that are being raised. We know that, every city I've worked at has had horror stories with the permitting inspection process. So it's certainly not unique to Palo Alto, but we are on certainly the leading edge in trying to resolve what those issues are.
Good. I'll try to gather those. The ones I'm aware of are, if I'm recalling correctly, are mostly about how we approve new devices that and then the noise issues related to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Certainly cutting edge technologies that can involve any of a number of departments, which could be planning development services, could be utilities as it relates to draws, could be fire as it relates to any response safety issues. So really valuable for us to get that information.
Okay, thanks. And then I want to touch on wastewater. We now have our carbon neutrality goal. We had discussion as we had the Measure E site discussion about how our sludge is currently handled. Not only do we have an opportunity to have a carbon capture technology like we have now up and running in our neighboring Redwood City wastewater treatment facility, and turn that process into something that is carbon neutral or carbon negative. But we actually don't have information on carbon emissions from our current sludge process disposal as we air dry and use that approach. This goes back into kind of some of the problems with different carbon accounting. We use a scope 2 process for accounting, and I believe that excludes carbon emissions from when we have our current sludge disposal offsite, but I'm not sure of that. Brad, do you have any insights there?
It actually does not exclude that. And I'm not sure that our estimates on that are the best. It's something we're looking at. But those emissions, both from composting, yard waste, biosolids, and other things, are considered part of the scope of emission that we report on.
Okay, so maybe it's just a question we need to have a better understanding of how to quantify but it is within scope 2. That's good to hear. So I don't know if what the process. We're not going to, not ready to leap forward on a pyrolysis facility if it ended up being the technology of choice. There really aren't a whole broad range of technologies. There are options. That's the primary option for the sludge treatment. But if we wanted to make sure that we were beginning that process of evaluating the pros and cons of that treatment technology, do we need in any way to include that in this capital plan, or should it commence through the SCAP or some other way?
It is actually in this capital plan. So, and I didn't mention that.
I missed it.
Long range facilities plan update that we're planning, that's still being scoped out, but our draft scope includes an update to the biosolid facilities plan that was last updated in 2019.
Oh, good.
And you'll recall from the council's Measure E discussion, that last update had ranked pyrolysis quite low. At the time, technologies that were available used natural gas dryers, which seems not to be the case with the Bio4 tech and perhaps other technologies as well. So we wanted to relook at that. That's part of the plan.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And then I wanted to turn to the airport plan. And when we did the airport master planning process before we owned the airport back in 2006 or so, one of the primary initiatives that we had was how to green the airport. That land of car parking land, hangars, and tie-down areas is perhaps the largest opportunity area of city-owned land in commercial purposes for solar panels in our community. And there's been discussion about a certain amount of solar there, I think, that would serve the airport's needs, but I'm thinking of that as a broader program. We had what has been the Palo Alto Clean program, which is now so I don't know if there's any consciousness on the council of this program. It hasn't been used. It's what we used for putting solar on top of our parking garages. Although I think we kind of loaded on to the developer costs that I'm not sure, like EV charging and things like that. I had always thought that it should be focused, and the amount that we pay wholesale for that power should be just focused on its power generation. But that program still has some amount sitting there of megawatt capacity there. But if we're going to go forward with significant distributed generation within the city on city-owned lands, and having the opportunity to have microgrid resiliency and local generation, this is one location that I think is a prime target for a lot of solar potentially. So I wanted to ask, I didn't see it specifically mentioned in the program. What's the thinking currently, and what sort of direction would be needed if we want to move more in that way, both in terms of an airport plan and whether we need to rejuvenate the Palo Alto Clean program, which is a Palo Alto version of what's called in Europe a feed-in tariff. It's a wholesale agreement that we will buy the electricity at a given wholesale rate. Brad and Dean.
Well, I could lead off just by saying that potential is something that we're excited about as a prospect for the airport, and that we're looking into as part of that, the long-range facilities and sustainability plan I mentioned. I don't believe there yet, though, that we have any plan for actually taking the stages to begin a project. Part of that would have to do with, options available and how they make that feasible.
So in 2017, utilities took on a project to look at the golf course. So one of the things that we're thinking about is actually build cars over the top at the golf course. And then get some battery storage, and look at that. And what came out of it was the cost was way too much compared to what we could actually extract for power back. But we never thought about doing the airport. We were thinking about doing the aprons going down, but we never thought about all the open space area where the airplanes actually park outside the cover. So I think that maybe it could be feasible. I think that we should probably take a look at it. We can take a look at it from a utilities perspective of what that study, to go back and update the study that we had, include the golf course as well as the airport.
I would add that in the apron area, the solar provides weather protection, and that can be monetized. When we did I met with solar developers back, I don't know, at least 8 years ago. And the ballpark was that the revenue potential from the awnings might exceed the lease rate for solar installation the way it was being formulated. So it's insignificant. We don't have enough hangars to house all the $500,000 airplanes that are out there, or whatever they cost, a lot of them. And so that can be real valuable. The developer that I met with at that time said, well, that's really interesting, because he had just come back. He had installed the solar panels at, I think it was the Tiburon Ferry parking lot. And he went to the parking lot to see a year or two later to see how his project was looking, and just check it out. And the guard at the gate said $5 or $10. $5 to park in the sun and $10 to park under the awning, because they had recognized that everybody wanted to park on them, and you just have pricing that reflects the value that's created. And so I just want to emphasize that. Now, the other half to this question is about having a program like this, Palo Alto Clean, that we still have remnant of it, but how much value do we place on distributed local generation and storage, whether through microgrids or otherwise? And we had, as a city, in our utility purchasing policies, had seen that the direct cost of purchasing renewables through remote power purchase agreements was significantly lower than subsidizing it locally. But the aspect to that is increasingly important is not only have all the solar costs gone down, the remote utility scale projects and commercial projects like here, but what's the value in having microgrids and local generation storage? And this goes into another aspect on the storage side that we'll be wanting to be looking at next year or more, is whether as a policy we begin to place a value on not only just annual carbon neutrality, which means that we, over the course of the year, the purchase agreements we have produce more clean power than we consume, but also means that much of the year we're essentially using carbon emitting power. And Pafc Clean Energy has a program that they're launching to go to 24/7, 365 renewable. I think their claim is that it's cost effective, get up to something like 98% 24/7. That last couple of percent isn't cost effective. And I'm going to be very interested in understanding that program, which is cutting edge, but they believe they can do cost effectively, and how that compares to our approach. But that ties in to these other values of local generation and storage for reliability, resiliency, and for environmental reasons. So I'm very interested in resurrecting that Palo Alto Clean program as a discussion this coming year. It's something we do today, but I think that's a valuable program that we want to relook at the values as well as the economics of it going forward, and having it as a valuable tool as we look at microgrids. I think It covers, well, just a comment on the electrification of our fleet. We have our own fleet that we use, and then as we have contractors, they have fleets. And from a policy standpoint, that doesn't show up in the capital budget, but it is something that I think is related, and we're going to want to look even more so at how we have policies on contracting. I'll just say as an aside, it's amazing how rapidly this is all evolving. Oslo, Norway is kind of global leaders in electrification, heavy construction equipment. They adopted policy less than 2 years ago. Really didn't know there wasn't a lot of electric construction equipment available. I just saw an update that they're kind of shocked at how fast the industry is responding and solving those problems. So they're leading the way for others of us to follow as that technology develops. But I just give that as an important example in that the what we have today in terms of opportunities for driving a zero emission equipment is not what we're going to have in just the next couple of years. And I want to make sure that our plans are based upon certain assumptions, imprecise ones, of rapidly evolving and progressing technologies. And so we don't assume that when we make decisions in the next couple of years, they're going to be based on what's available today. It's going to be available. It's changing about as fast as we can keep up, which is a great thing. Julie.
Thanks, Chair. I want to add a couple of anecdotes to what's already been discussed, to the chair's point about what you're hearing out in the field about the impacts of these policies on folks who are trying to be early adopters. I have an anecdote from a restaurant owner who on El Camino, South El Camino, who is bearing the brunt of the cost of upgrading the transformer, I guess. So he's going to be the first to kind of be the, they all elect restaurant, and it's by the cost of having to deal with that. So it sort of feels like a punishment of early adopters somehow, that they have to pay for the cost of the new transformer when others will ultimately benefit from it. Of course, I don't know how we fix that, but just want to pass that forward. And also Director Numoto, just to the council chambers issue. I have always had trouble hearing in there, and I don't yet have hearing issues that I'm aware of. A medical matter, as an aging matter, but both as a spectator. I spent a lot of time in the chambers just, listening and learning last year, and really had a hard time hearing members of the public at that podium with that microphone, and also some members of council. And obviously, it's on us to be good at using technology and project. I just would offer that I feel that the sound should be more resonant when you're in there. You're able to hear everybody, whether they're on council or they're on staff or they're a member of the public. It feels that chamber should resonate with the voice of whomever is speaking. Because I think the subtleties arguments are actually missed when we can't properly hear what's being said. And then what I'd like to turn to really is just clean up on tier 2. We had one specific request about one specific mention Director Eggleston made about electrification of the fleet and that being important tier 2 priority. But among the three of you, there are other tier 2 items that emanate from your departments. And, we're facing a whole lot of requests and not necessarily the funds to match it. So we would like to know, are there items in tier 2 that fall under your department that you would like to advocate for? Or if you have not advocated for them, should we presume that they're really more tier 3?
It's an invitation, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go first, just to say that the other one that's on my list, most tied to council priorities in our work, is the determine next steps for sea level rise and adaptation plan. We've listed that as the public works and utilities. Yep.
Can you give an update on, we have our current study, and I wasn't clear how we were going to have a report in prior to now, and I think there was environmental issue or whatnot, something that held up the report. What's the status of the study we're doing and this other proposal? How do those things fit together?
So there's a sequential process where we first did this sea level rise vulnerability assessment, and we completed that. That's publicly available and on city's website. Concurrently with that, through our partners Valley Water, they've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers on the shoreline study. I think it's a $3 million study they've been engaged in to look at the benefits and costs. Sometime I think about late last year, they came out with a draft of their report, which basically said we don't see a threat to Palo Alto that would justify an expensive project until sometime quite a bit later this century. So we had been on a path to begin our next step, which was what we're calling the sea level rise adaptation plan, which would take into account the kind of the bigger picture of timing of when projects like that needed to happen, and other potential looks at land use and zoning codes, groundwater impacts, all the things like that, and kind of lay out what is the plan for how we need and when we need to work on those things. So that's currently on hold because this work with the Corps of Engineers and Valley Water is not completed. Most recently, we talked with Valley Water about scheduling a public meeting at some point this year where we can have community members engage and ask questions about this. And the goal we've set, again, in the council priority objectives is to try to determine the next steps and get underway with that next work by the end of this calendar year.
So is that the tier 2 component?
The tier 2 component is the additional funding we think is likely needed beyond what's currently available to hire a consultant to do that adaptation plan.
Yeah, and thank you for that, for those comments around chambers. And that is one of our primary goals with this redesign, is to enhance the experience, not only in-person audience, but of course, virtual audience, and blending those together. Of course, with our microphones, the challenge is always mitigating feedback, right? So if the microphone's too sensitive, you get feedback and so forth. So it is a little bit of a user experience in terms of how you speak into the mic, and there's other ways we can help enhance that. So it definitely will be part of that project to ensure.
I did note that there is a tier 2 item that comes under technology. Technology innovations, a request for $40,000. Is that something sounds like you're not going to bat for it? And that's okay. I just wanted to.
It is something that we are looking towards, right? And that would be used for special projects that come up as the year progresses, right? That we can leverage, and some examples would be things in chambers, as well as special project in the city manager's office to enhance customer service experience and so forth. So, but it is something that we have discussed. We have a lot of other projects, that we are currently managing. So again, it's about priorities and being able to meet that, and asking for more than what we can actually achieve within the fiscal year. So thank you for that question.
So the one item that we have on, or a few items outside of the SCAP, is the CSR classification of 2 positions. And so I'm not pushing on that right now today, and for the reasons of is that we're working with HR. There's actually a process going through the union that I wasn't aware of when we put this actually on here, to actually have all the CSRs reclassified to this customer service reps. So we're working through HR. We're going to work through this process. We probably, if there is going to be a change, it'll be outside this budget hearings, and we'll come to the council at that point. So fine. Thank you.
I believe we have 1 or 2 actually other tier 2 Councilmember with that opening that we'd want to just raise your attention. So Ms. Zay.
Sure. I apologize. I forgot to bring this up during the first item. There are 2 items on there that pertain to the first item that you discussed this morning. The first is Cypress Lane. So on your list of tier 2, it's towards the back. If you're on the summary page, it's the last item. Cypress Lane is actually a prior referral from the council through the budget process, no less, on what would it cost to improve that area. So there's that tier 2, which would include both taking ownership.
Yeah, I'm curious how much background you know on it. Are you aware of Okay, so this is an unpaved alley, just it's west of El Camino Real, between, is it Military Lane and Barron Park Avenue? And there are longstanding questions of ownership. It's literally a dirt with lots of pretty deep potholes. Almost didn't make it through there myself. Alley, and so this would be, as Ms. Nose pointed out, taking ownership of the property and responsibility for improvement.
So is it the lane behind, like the Happy Donuts?
It's nearby.
Yes.
It runs all the way on.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
It is a utilities, so we've got poles back there. So we need the lane, but it has never been formally conveyed to the city, and
And some of those businesses do have an egress out Cypress Lane.
sort of.
Yeah.
In high school, we refer to it as Indiana Jones, because if you drive through it, it's like the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland. Kind of fun.
And the process by which the city would take ownership, can you just shed a little light on that?
I think we've done enough title search research determine it's a fairly straightforward action, unlike what could be the case. It does not require permission from the individual properties along the way. So I think it's relatively straightforward.
It strikes me, just, I know often we improve a street, with this chunk of it, we do this chunk of it some other time and so on. You described it as going from Military Lane, Barron, and I'm seeing that it actually continues on past Military to the south to beyond, on past Happy Donuts all the way to, I don't even know what that would be, but to the edge of Buena Vista, actually. So my hope would be that the entire thing would be dealt with rather than a portion of the alley.
Unless someone here is familiar with the limits of what has been scoped here, we'll need to look into that.
And Kelly, did you have one more?
One more was life moves and the Home Key project. So on your tier 2 list, there's an additional 1.5 million. And if you read the write-up, we'll reconcile it for you. But I'm sure you all have seen the information item that identified an up to $4.5 million gap on that capital project, of which 2 million is in the proposed capital budget. And that's because that's the baseline capital gap. And then there's an additional $2.5 million gap for design aspects that were value engineered out, essentially. And so in your information item and actually in the write-up for this, a list of some of those, and depending on how much flexibility the council wishes to add back some of those design elements, or I should say, not just elements, features, some of it's like solar on the facilities, then that would be what that additional 1.5 million would cover.
Can you direct us to pages
27 in your operating transmittal letter attachment C. So
Roman numeral 20.
yes, sorry, Roman numeral. So we can, obviously we will make sure that we can bring this up as you review your 2 list, but wanted to bring to your attention those 2 items that I forgot, frankly, to let you know during the first item. Apologies.
And Chair Burke, if I might raise one other that I didn't mention before, also related to SCAP, the SCAP studies that are in here. $600,000 for the EV strategic plan, reliability and resiliency strategic plan, and resource and funding opportunities work.
And on the Life Move solar project, strikes me that that's another potential candidate for the Palo Alto Clean program. I don't know how that would affect the economics of if we set with utilities, expanded clean program that we have, whatever rate whether we decide lower the compensation rate from, was it 15 cents? I think I would hope that it would be able to get that wholesale power for below that, whatever will be the appropriate rate going forward. But does that make a project like this not something that is necessarily needing as much general fund subsidy, but instead we would have a utilities program that would be intended to try to encourage and incentivize solar projects like this. And so I don't know how those would intersect. I don't know, we've looked at it carefully enough to know that, but it's something that might reduce the cost the project to the general fund. How much of this is tied up in the solar part?
I would need staff's help on that. I know, so like I said, there's up to a $4.5 million gap. 2 is for the construction costs. 2.5 is for the elements that were eliminated and for estimated permitting fees. So of that 2.5, 500,000 is for estimated permitting fees. And then 2 million is for a different type of fencing, sunshade sales, and solar and EV chargers. So I'm not sure within that remaining 2 million what piece of those are.
And just so my colleagues understand on this Palo Clean process, that program, it means that say Life Moves would become a wholesale supplier like a power purchase agreement, but in the city on a different rate structure. We avoid all the transmission costs, we get the local generation, but it's not as cheap at the wholesale level as if we have a remote power purchase agreement. So that's what it's about.
Chair, just perhaps just for awareness, in this particular instance, we have actually had some initial discussions with potential donor for the solar, given the nature of the Life Moves project. So not to take away at all from the opportunities with Palo Clean, but in this particular instance, maybe an alternative path.
Oh, that's great. And so does that affect the dollar amount that would be in the tier 2?
I don't think so, because it was scoped, I believe, with that assumption that we might get a donor for the solar.
Okay. And then I know that we've been trying to work with Life Moves on they have their own philanthropic fundraising that they're doing and different partners. Does this, I don't know what assumptions this dollar amount uses compared to the other funding sources.
Sure. This is what remains after all of those aspects. So I believe that the baseline capital improvement project is about a $6 million gap. And of that 6, the parties are splitting it 2-2. So that's what's in the general EIP. What you're seeing on tier 2 would be things that are above and beyond what capital project now encompasses. So the EVs, solars were all characteristics that were important to the city. But ultimately, as they're looking at the grant funding and the cost to build this, were eliminated from the project scope.
Okay. Just to kind of have a discussion about the pros and cons of this particular one. I'm glad to hear that there may be a donor on the solar side. Given how much this project has on and had escalated costs followed by escalated costs, I'm a big supporter of this project from the get-go, but I am concerned with the cost escalations. And I don't feel like I have a good enough grasp of all pros and cons of each of these additional components to make, a good judgment call on how important each may be. If something within this 1.5 billion, if there was some subset that says, we think these 2 are actually really important and the others are sort of luxuries, I'd be open to that. But as a general direction, I want us to try to work within the latest updated cost. So that's my sense on that.
So, and I think we've got Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton-Gaines, but ultimately, I think if some of the price breakdowns are of interest, we might need to follow on that. So, Chantal, is there anything you had to add?
Thank you. Good morning. Chantal Cotton-Gaines, Deputy City Manager. Thank you for those points, Mr. Chair. Pat, the way that we're presenting this information, we're actually going to bring a pretty comprehensive report to the City Council. Our goal is June 5th. And the way we're presenting it is it's a project that has all the pieces that we've talked about. And if there are any of the extra things that the council would like to add back in, that we would need to have those discussions around cost, as you just referenced. Life Moves has been trying to look at the list of the things. So for example, sunshades, they took those out of the project scope. They were really trying to come up with other solutions that could work in the interim. So are there ways that they could have the umbrellas or other things that could provide some of that sun shading without it being the added cost of the larger piece that's on there. So before the meeting that we have June 5th with the council, we can follow up with Life Moves and find out what some of their interim solutions are or anything else that they recommend to take out of the project. Does that address the question?
Yeah, I think so. I'll just add that I was even recently approached by leaders in another city who had been looking at their transitional housing projects, and frankly, they were concerned about Life Moves based upon the cost escalations that we have seen. And so I do think that as much as I would love to have all of these elements, I think we need to try to cap our costs there at the level that is significantly higher than what we had originally planned for.
Understandable. And we have had those conversations with Life Moves as well, and really trying to parse out what things we absolutely need in the project versus not. We've requested a lot as well, knowing that we want this project to still feel like a part of our community. And so not just the regular fencing, but just something that makes it still feel like a comfortable community and part of Palo Alto fabric. So we have tried to be very diligent with the things that we're asking from them so that we're getting a quality project without having all of the added cost that will continue to grow. And as much as we know right now, is in this very moment, as you know, construction costs have escalated and things of that sort, and that has been an impact to the budget as well.
So then, as I think through this, maybe from a process standpoint, if we're going to have this council presentation on June 5th, that maybe what we do is just put Life Moves Tier 2 as a categorical listing without a dollar amount, and then following the council input, figure out if we need put a funding amount for some subset or the entirety of the Tier 2. Does that sound reasonable?
Ms. Cotton Gaines, while we have you here on the line, thank you. This is beyond the scope of budget, but just with an eye toward that June 5th, we're all hearing that they're struggling with the Mountain View project, and that's on the operations side, not on the capital side. But it'll be important for us to really well evaluate the current feasibility of model and what we might need to do differently with our project in order to improve outcomes.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Councilmember Lipcott-Haynes. There's a lot of things that come to mind in response to that. One of them is we've reached out to Life Moves and really just talked through some of the concerns that were pointed out in the article. So in as much as we can summarize that, we'll include that in the staff work as well. And of course, providing the opportunity for council to engage with Life Moves at that June 5th meeting. One of the other things that we have in the project scope that'll come to council is doing a revenue agreement with Santa Clara County that will then do an operating agreement with Life Moves. And those are a few steps. Our reason for doing that is because we know that this is not a body of work that our city has a lot of experience in terms of operating a full-time shelter. And so we are leaning upon the Office of Supportive Housing in Santa Clara County to help us with metrics, help us understand the general patterns of people coming and going and timeframes to be expected for that, and a lot of other things that are performance metric based. And we're writing that into our agreement with Santa Clara County, and they will also be carrying that forward in their agreement with Life Moves. So the revenue agreement will be part of the June 5th discussion that we bring to the city council. And if there are metrics that the council is interested in that aren't reflected there, we absolutely want to have that discussion, because the goal is to make sure that we have a way to hold Life Moves accountable for our service expectations that we want to set.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we should consider a motion. Let's see, we have under perspectives, Tier 2 additions are the sea level rise study, Cypress Lane, the Life Moves as kind of a placeholder, and the SCAP studies. Did I miss anything?
Transition to the full EV fleet.
And remind me in the Tier 2 where that is.
It's on page 25, XXV, transition to full electric vehicle replacement.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone want to make a motion?
I move tentative approval of the, how do I say this? Of item 2 with the items the chair just listed in the parking lot.
That would be the sea level rise, Cypress Lane, SCAP studies, EV vehicles replacement, and
Light moves.
and then a light moves without a dollar amount assigned.
That's correct.
Second.
That all seem good? All right, all in favor? All right, good. So that, I think, concludes our morning session, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. So an hour to blow. Okay. This time, we'd like to reconvene the Finance Committee meeting for May 9th. And our next item is the municipal fee structure schedule. Paul, you kicking it off?
Yep, I'll kick it off. Thank you. So this was transmitted as part of a memorandum, and a places memorandum that was given last week, or not places, but a packet memorandum. And we have Oscar Murillo online to give the presentation for this section.
Thank you, Paul. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Oscar Murillo with the Office of Management and Budget, and I'll be presenting a summary of the adjustments to the fiscal year 2024 municipal fee schedule. If I could have first slide, please. When we think of the city's fees, they can range from anything that you might get at the development center, which is a permit for a new development or for fixing your fence, whatnot, to something that you go to the library for, which is an expired or hold fee, a late fee, things like that, or anything for our community centers, such as summer camps and clocks and things like that. Typically, what we do is we have a cost recovery policy that the council approved, which separates fees into 3 categories, essentially, depending on the cost recovery level, from a low to a medium to a high. You think of high cost recovery applying to items that will benefit one person and not the community at large. Just something that would benefit somebody's property specific, versus something that's low that would benefit the entire community, such as class or a program, things like that. So when we have fees, we typically price them based off the cost that the city incurs to perform that service, as well as factoring in the cost recovery level. When we make adjustments, we keep this into account as well, as to not go from one cost recovery level to another. What we do is every year we apply a general rate of increase, which this year happens to be 7.5% to all fees. This would represent the cost that it would be required for everything to remain exactly the same. It's generally how we report the municipal fees. We apply this factor to all fees, and then anything that does not have that factor applied, whether the fee will stay the same or change by an amount different from the rate of increase, wouldn't be reported in the memo, as well as the attachments A and B that were provided. Can I have the next slide, please? There are new fees this year, as there are in many years. We have 14 fees in the Community Services Department, most of which are primarily related to pets in need, providing veterinary services for animals, as well as something for the light related to the community center rentals and camp rentals. We have staff available if there be any questions on the specifics of each fee. We also have new fees in the Office of Transportation, primarily related to on-demand transit, otherwise known as, I'm sorry, I get on the name, but Link Plus maybe. They are setting a schedule and writing rates. So the fees that we currently have are being changed, and we'll put them in there. Deleted fees, we have a few as well from the 2 same departments. This is primarily CSD wanting to consolidate a number of fees into one fee on one arrangement. So if there are several subcategories for a particular fee, they want to create one fee that had those subcategories with a fee per recommendation from Pets in Need, as well as some that were no longer to be offered by the city through Pets in Need. Additionally, the Office of Transportation, as proposing the removal of the employee parking permit fees, and can speak to that as needed. Next slide. Fees that were changed by an amount other than the general rate of increase are shown in attachment A. They are about 235 fees, I believe. And some examples of these fees are the budget book, which we are raising by a rate much higher to attain cost recovery, as historically hasn't been something that we recovered in full. We're just year to year, we're kind of incrementally going toward that, as well as a clerk city candidate filing fee, proposing to remain the same to not discourage use to have it made affordable, as well as field trips for community centers and other programs remaining the same for similar reasons to not discourage use, as well as a paramedic internship fee with fire department and other fees that we have, which are primarily staying the same for various reasons, but also changes to help get cost recovery levels in line where they should be. Next slide, please. I believe that we all. We have that here in case you have any questions on any specifics as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex? Julie?
Thank you. Is this Ms. Moreo?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. Just a couple questions. Let's start with the budget book. Presumably this is the cost to replicate these two binders for members of the public. Is that what a budget book is?
Correct. We do have on site reference if the public should want to see it. They are accessible online, but if a member of the public wanted one printed out for their own personal use, this would be the price that we would charge them.
Got it. Thank you. And development impact fees. Director Late mentioned last night at the council, and it's in the staff report here, that close to a year ago, council approved assessing development impact fees on a square foot basis, per unit basis, and directed staff to conduct a feasibility study, which has not yet been completed. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of the timeline for completion of that feasibility study.
I will defer to Director Lee or Sarah McCree and Planning Development Services for a specific update on that.
Okay. And then finally, just really out of curiosity, I'm noticing that in the animal services arena, we now have different fees for cat and dog adoption based on the age of the animal. And in some instances, a different fee for residents versus non-residents to adopt such animals. For example, dog or cat under 6 months has a different fee for residents versus non. A dog 6 months to 5 years has a different fee for resident versus non, but a cat does not. I'm just curious as to, it feels to be a whole lot of fees to try to, adopt out animals, and wondering if anyone's the rationale for why it's different based on age, why it's different for resident versus non.
Sure. I can start this off and hand it over to Director Oken or Bobby Gonzalez as well, the senior management analyst there. It's, from what they have expressed, it is based off discussions with Betsy, that is based off the number of if you want to use the word transactions, or number of services that are provided. But I think Director Oken can perhaps elaborate on that a little bit more than I can.
Thank you, Crystal Kane, Community Services. I actually can't elaborate on that at this time, but I can find out why there's differences there.
I'm really just curious, and don't want an administrative burden. I would hate for us to have to be spending a lot of time figuring out how does this animal and are you resident or non-resident if we're trying to facilitate adoption. I'm sure there are good reasons for it, and you just let me know at some point.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank
No
you.
problem.
That's it for me.
Greer?
Thank you. And we kind of continuing on that thought and that inquiry, I would imagine we probably do this for a lot of other fees within the city, right? Where we charge a lesser fee for residents and a higher fee for non-residents. And I imagine the logic is kind of a double dipping idea that residents are already in a way subsidizing these services through their taxes. See, head nodding.
Yes, I believe that would be one of the reasons behind doing a non-resident versus resident fee.
Okay, yeah, and I'm fine with that. I don't know the difference here, and also don't want to deter people from adopting. And then my only other question on that paramedic internship fee, what is that?
That would be a fee that an applicant pays in order to have an internship with the fire department to begin the process of becoming certified as a paramedic.
Okay, and I would imagine they are unpaid internships.
I'm not exactly sure whether they are paid or not. Perhaps we can follow up with Chief Blackshire, but they are basically they don't express that they are having trouble getting qualified applicants in a number that they would like to see. And so this is kind of keeping it the same, that not to discourage use, but also to keep it kind of affordable for anyone who might be interested in a line of work in fire.
Is that normal? I know becoming a paramedic is a highly competitive process. Is that normal in fire departments to have to pay a fee to be able to simply apply to be an intern?
Not exactly sure. I can follow with the fire department and see what is standard for that.
Oscar, one sec. So council member, we're pinging our fire team, so we'll see what we can do to get back to you on that.
Okay, sounds good. It just seems odd that internships unpaid, it's a benefit to the city as well as to the intern, and we're also requiring to pay money to be able to apply for a program, and presumably trying to get intern work. Like, we don't have a lot of money sitting around, so like to have a little deeper dive into that and really understanding why. Do you have right there? And sorry, I just couldn't find it. What that fee is?
I'm
struggling navigating right now. Oh, no wonder. Okay, perfect. Then I can find that on my own. Thank you.
To clarify on my concern about animals, so as it turns out, council member, we don't charge non-residents more for most animals. Okay, so it's the same fee. If the cat's 5 years or older, if the cat is 6 months to 5 years, if 2 cats are adopted at once. However, if you're getting a under 6 months cat and you're a non-resident, you pay $25 more. With dogs, it's the same fee if they're over 5. $25 more for a non-resident for 6 month to 5 year old dog. And for a puppy at 6 months, you pay $100 more if you're a non-resident. I'm just trying to understand the rationale because these seem all over map to me.
And council member actually have a response. So it has to do with how easy it is to adopt, or how easy it is to adopt an animal. So older animals, seniors, are harder to adopt. So the fee is actually lower for a senior animal. Puppies and kittens require more care. So the fees are higher, and a lot of our community service fees, there is a higher resident fee. So it's to offset that cost, if that helps.
Puppy very popular, which is why you spend $100 more. If
Puppies
you're
and
not
kittens.
yeah.
Mhm.
But the kitten's only $25 more. So
There's a lot of kittens too, I think.
okay,
There's more to choose from.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I had a couple questions. So in this handout that we have and the attachment that goes through this fee schedule here, one of the things I was trying to do is correlate the fee structure to what we have is on table 1, the cost recovery policy. And I don't see that we can see a table what level of cost recovery there is for each of these different items. So going forward, that I think would be a helpful column to add to this, so we just understand what's the how they've been categorized under that policy. And I had a question on that in that attachment A under public works on packet page 15. There are fees for pavement condition. I wasn't clear on what that was, what those fees were for. Anybody able to provide that? Who are we charging to do what?
These are, I believe, are trench cut fees, or actually street cut fees. So anyone who is cutting into a street pays these fees per square foot, and it's based on the paved condition of the street.
Okay, now I get it. We charge them less if street's in bad condition because it's going to need to be repaved sooner.
Right.
Okay.
And these are attempt to be based on life cycle cost and the
Yep.
impacts of trenching streets.
Got it. Okay. Touching on the paramedic internship, aside from some of the other questions, is this something that we might want to consider a program where we waive that fee upon hiring or something like that, or upon a 1 year of service? Anything along those lines?
Councilmember, we have Amber Cam from the fire department on, and I think she's going to jump in and talk about it.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Sorry for the delay. I'm Amber Karen. I'm the Senior Management Analyst for the Fire Department. Good afternoon, Finance Committee. I believe you had some questions about the paramedic internship fee. That fee is charged to paramedic students when crews host the intern on our ambulances. They are assessed a fee for that. We tend to keep it static since we want to keep it competitive, similar to other agencies that offer paramedic internships.
Sure. Sorry, so that is common practice at other agencies?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And while I have you, ask one other question and Pat, jumping into yours.
Go ahead.
Oh, great. It is within this fee structure, does it also include what is our the paramedic new program that we started this past year, the paramedic subscription service? Thank you. That included within these fees as well?
So that's not a municipal fee. It is a program. And I believe that we did include that on there. It should be on. Let me see.
So one thing for the committee to know, the report is drafted on an exception basis. So staff is looking to see if I believe that should be included as part of the municipal fee schedule.
Okay. So just on just since I've brought it up on the subscription service, has Fire looked into? I know we've been struggling with getting people to register for that service. Fire looked into creating an opportunity maybe for business owners to be able to have some sort of kind of bulk purchase with that to be able to cover employees or customers who may need it. I've talked to a couple of businesses who actually had mentioned an interest in that one that approached the fire department to see if that was a possibility. I was told that that was not part of the service.
Okay. Yeah, if you direct them to firemed.com, that would be great, because there is a different tier of the program that does specifically allow businesses to enroll. It is based on, the fees are based on head count for employee head count, and it would cover all of the employees that work for that business.
Great, thank you. We'll follow up with them on that. And then just one more question now. I finally found, sorry for that, the table here on paramedic internship fee. I understand the justification just says to avoid discouraging use.
To avoid discouraging.
So Amber, this is the reason why the department doesn't propose fee be increased. This is the justification for maintaining the fee at the same level as prior years. Therefore, not keeping up with inflation, but there may be reasons for that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so we've kept it flat and reduced it in the past in order to make it so that students can afford the fee. And that is why we each year do not increase it based on the citywide fee increases, is to keep it flat so that students are able to afford it and they don't necessarily go to other agencies, to get folks interested, involved in, joining fire service and working for us as well.
I think $1,000 for this. I mean, what does it look like if we were to remove this fee? What then be the cost on the department for having to pay it themselves? $1,000 to me as a student trying to seek an internship, that would be prohibitive.
I mean, I think that it definitely contributes to the staff time and supplies for, allowing paramedics to be on our rigs. It is something that we can consider reducing. We don't have a large, we're really only able to take as many as we can support. So it's not, we can only, I think it's about 2 at a time that we're able to support, having, them with us and with our crew and having that staff attention. We couldn't necessarily host dozens of paramedics while they're also running calls. So it wouldn't necessarily affect that program and that service that we offer. substantially either way. But it is something that also we want to charge some kind of fee because it is, it provides accountability for the student. It is required for them to complete an internship in order to become a licensed paramedic. So they have to choose, they have to identify an agency and choose an agency to do that with.
Is the $1,000 100% cost recovered? Is that why we charge $1,000?
Absolutely not. No, I mean, the staff time that goes in hosting a paramedic is substantially more than $1,000. So
It is in medium cost recovery level.
Oh, for other agencies?
No, for us.
Or at the beginning.
it's ranked as medium.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But it definitely goes towards, some of the staff time and, just the management of enrolling them and managing the program.
Okay, thank you.
Shirley.
Question on the subject. I'm like Greer, sort of feeling incredulous by the size of the fee and worrying that it's a barrier to entry. And I understand it's common in the field, so that's good. But so many fields have interns come. And if you're trying to be a physician, if you're trying to be a lawyer, if you're trying to be a teacher, you shadow the people who do the work. And you're not expected to pay $1,000 to do it. So I'd just like to learn more about the practice industry so that I can feel more comfortable with this not being a barrier to entry, particularly for those who are lower income to start with. $1,000 is a ton of money. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I did want to let you know that we do provide $600 to the staff that is hosting the intern. So our staff member that's overseeing the intern gets essentially sort of like a bonus payment of $600. So if that, part of that goes to them and the other amount covers, some supplies and things like that. So
it feels like we regard it as a burden to staff, and obviously it takes time and it takes away from their normal function. On the other hand, to mentor somebody who's upcoming is a professional development opportunity, so it can be. So I'll leave it at that and look forward to learning more at a later date about the industry standard for this.
Well, I have a couple follow-up questions on that subject. So we can handle about 2 at a time. Do we tend to be fully enrolled with those 2?
Fully enrolled.
Meaning, do we typically have 2 interns at a time if that's our capacity?
Not all the time, no. So it does have to do with graduation timelines from community college, primary. I mean, really from like San Mateo College, which is the larger paramedic school in the area. So it depends on timing for that. I mean, students can be at the tail end of their program, based on, throughout the year, but it is based on like quarters and semesters from other programs.
Okay. And then our purpose in having this program, is it entirely to try to bring people in as prospective candidates for our own employment, or is it in part that kind of all the paramedic programs share an obligation to do interns to build the qualified people in the field?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. There are a lot of benefits to hosting interns. So it allows our staff to stay sharp because they are teaching, an up and coming paramedic. It also gives the paramedics exposure to the fire service and Palo Alto, and is a somewhat of a recruitment tool in that aspect as well. And then there's also an element of reciprocity. We need our folks to be interned as well. So, we currently have a program that we're piloting that we started last year to send some of our current employees to become paramedics. And so those folks that are current employees will need to do a paramedic internship as well. So it is, partially just sort of doing our part to help support the system as a whole and that service as a whole, the paramedic service in the region.
So then to the extent that it is an effort to build our candidate pool, I am really interested in whether we should have a program whereby we waive that intern fee upon hiring or upon some other after 1 year of employment, or I don't know what. Do we have any thoughts on that sort of initiative? It wouldn't cost us very much if we're only having two at a time, and some subset of that would be the ones that we would permanently hire. If we're going to hire somebody, and we basically get the benefit of that internship program, I'm with Greer. I'm not sure why we want to have a fee that may be pretty low to us, but very high to the student.
I mean, I would say for us, as the fire department, we would definitely be interested in, providing waivers for folks that, can show some financial hardship or for whatever makes sense. I think that's definitely something that we would be interested in providing if council is supportive of that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be proposing that we put upon any hire, whether it's a hardship or not. And then, thank you. So that's hit on that one. I had two other fee-related questions. So one is on electrification. I think it's Menlo Park that I've seen, but other cities are starting to look at fee structure that are reduced for electrification. I assume that they're having to subsidize that out of general fund. Do we know if that's correct on when cities are doing it?
Well, we ask either of our utility staff to share their awareness of it, even if the answer is we don't have the information.
Yeah, just the question is, oops, sorry, John. Can I join us? The question is, other cities that are either discounting or waiving fees, electrification permitting fees, how are they funding it? Does that come out of their general funds? And is that what we would have to do if we were to look at a program like that?
So I don't have an answer on what those other cities are doing. I think there are a lot of ways to go with that problem. With the advanced heat pump water heater pilot program we funded, we're paying for the permit fees when the customer signs up, and but we don't have an electrification discount in place.
And if we were interested in having an electrification discount, what are the ways that could be funded?
Well, we could look at that. We do have a variety of funding sources. The cap and trade funding, for example, we could look at for a program like that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be interested in pursuing it. And lastly, I know that at Lucy Stern, there's been an issue on access to the second set of bathrooms in the corridor that is the same set that's used when we have the, I forget what we call it, dedicated facility leasing or rental, I should say. Kristen, is there any update on that before I kind of ask my?
Sure, thanks. So you're, I believe, referring to when we have an exclusive use event like a wedding, memorial at Lucy Stern, there have been issues having theater patrons come in and use the restrooms at the same time. So we are working to resolve that. We have in the proposed operating budget, there was an additional hourly attendant that will be able to help just bring guests in, make sure they're leaving right after they use the restroom facilities. So we're hoping to implement that probably around fall.
Oh, that's good to hear. And maybe signage too. I mean, people will generally follow directions the whole past this point and whatever. And I think that this is a relatively new problem that, if my understanding is correct, is we were in a tight budget in FY 2021. Or maybe it was before then. with the exclusive use rentals, it's good income for us, and that started changing what had been perhaps a decades long practice that was very important to some of our categories of users that are in this community partner category. We sometimes over time start thinking of them as just other renters, but whether it's Palo Alto Players, Theater Works, or others that had been, in the case of some of those, had been community programs that we as a city had once fully funded, and then they spun off into a nonprofit under an understanding that they're a community partner. And then over time, that partnership starts getting forgotten. I just want to make sure that we're doing those tenants in that category. And it sounds like we're on a path to correcting that issue, but I think it needs framed that way on whether it's, Anitas as a senior center, other communities sometimes will fully fund those programs. Was it Palo Alto Players or Theater Works that started off as a city program? And so just want to make sure we don't lose sight that they're more than just nets. There are community partners performing functions that otherwise we might be performing with and funding fully with city staff and general fund resources. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion on, thank you, Kristen, on the municipal fee structure.
Chair, we do have Sarah McRee from Planning and Development Services if there were any additional questions on the impact status.
Let's see, was there an outstanding question? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Ms. Green.
Hi, this is Sarah McCray, Senior Operation Manager for Planning and Development Services. To restate your question, I believe your question was around the timeline when the economic feasibility study was performed as it relates to the fees and the housing element. Right now, that is in the queue to be completed by June of 2025.
The feasibility study is going to be finished in 2 years?
So
this is just to clarify, this is a question about will our fees be calculated on a square foot or a per unit basis?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was on the parks impact fee. Can I come back to you on this question?
Please. Thank you so much.
I'll move tentative adoption of item 3.
Second.
Okay. And I want to include Pat's recommendation of on the paramedic, thank you, on the paramedic internship fee to be reimbursed if the fire department ends up hiring that intern. If that's fine with Julie.
Yes. Yes.
Great. And on the prospect of discounting or waiving for an electrification fees, it seems that we wouldn't be ready to act on that. That would probably be a referral to maybe as a policy question to the council when we have the goals and key actions coming up, the SCAP, or does staff have any thoughts on what would be the appropriate way to have that considered?
Brad Wilson, Director of Public Works. I don't think by the time we're slated to council, we would have information on that. It may be appropriate part of this larger discussion we need to have that's envisioned this SCAP funding sources and needs study.
I'm not sure that I'd want to wait that long. It seems that it would first need to be kind of a policy direction for council, as in, is this something they want to do? And then follow up with, okay, what would be maybe a first bite at the apple? Well, we have a first nibble with the heat pump or heater program, but then once we have the policy direction, we can figure out, do we try and take this all in one lump, or do we take in a couple of chunks, and how long that would take, and be a couple options. I think that the first step is, does council support this in principle?
Right. So just to note, the heat pump water
program was fairly complex and was very labor intensive on the staff side behind the scenes. I like the idea of a high level policy direction, if that's what where council wants to go, to give staff an opportunity to work on different avenues that would legally and administratively be able to be feasible to pursue.
Yeah, and the heat pump water meter program had a whole bunch of components to it in addition to fee counts or waivers. And I think one of the first things we might want to do is look at what other cities that are starting to do similar things, how they doing it, and whether those good models or not for us to consider. Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that staff look at how this fits within the context of the SCAP 3-year work plan. And given that we're coming to the council with that within the next month, to at least flag this as an issue if it's not already covered there. And so, ideally what the timeframe would be that this work would be conducted.
And do we need to include in the motion to have that happen or not, or?
We've got the short-term memory to write it into staff report since that's already in the works. So we'll take it from here.
Okay. All right. And so we're all good? All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our next item is the utilities operating budget.
We're actually going to be talking about the utilities and public works operating departments. This is the operating side of the capital work we discussed this morning. I'm going to turn over to Oscar to introduce this section, and then he'll hand over to the directors of the presentation.
Sure. Our next item would be what we refer to as operations. Next slide, please. Or, I guess I'll wait for another slide.
Sorry, Oscar, we're getting the slides up. Be there in 1 second.
First slide, please. Thank you. As I mentioned, this is our operations. These are our men and women that are out in the field serving the public, changing water meters or fixing potholes, clearing out sewer overflows, things of that nature. This would be primarily, this would be in the general fund and other enterprise funds. Have primarily from 23 to 24 an increase of about 13% in the general fund and 3% in that as well. In other funds, which would be the public works funds as well as the enterprise funds, an increase or a decrease, I'm sorry, of 5.4% in the expenditures and an increase of 2-3% in the staffing levels. This would be, we have it out set out between utilities and public works, and I believe I will be setting it off first to utilities with Director Bashley.
It's Oscar. Afternoon, Chair Burt, council members. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Here we go. As you saw this when we proposed this to you back in April, we talked a little bit about the breakdown for each of these funds, and you can see the reflections still are pretty much the same as we talked about. Minus 5% on the electric funds. Most of that is due to the deactivation of the hydro rate adjuster, and also too is that the wastewater and gas funds still staying at 8 and 9. Now there has been some conversations amongst yourselves about the transfer from the gas funds, being it from the 15.5 to the 18%. As we described before, remember is that there would have to be a 1% increase to the gas fund, which is some cents on the dollar, or if there was going to be a change, move that to 9% at that period of time. The good news of this, though, is that there might be a possibility, we'll find out later today, that the water utility fund is showing a 6% in this slide. However, the SFPC is voting today on approval of their rate increases, which there's a possibility that they will actually drop their increases from the 11 11.6 down to the 9.6, which then we will be able to save a 1% on that. So we would drop the rate from the 6 to 5, which represents going from this $5.09 down to $5.22. So there's a possibility that we will find out today, and hope that they will drop their whole rate increase. From down $5.22 from the $5.90 that is on a slide today. And like I said, they are having their rules as we speak today. So we should know a little bit more after today. Next slide, please. As we talked earlier, we're doing a major effort underway to invest the electric grid infrastructure, support the electrification around the electric grid, planning to obtain some grants. In addition, ongoing such as launching new outage management system, performing our cost of service study. So we do have, we're ongoing right now. We'll hope to have before wintertime that we'll have our outage management system with our enhanced for reach out to the community and have that ready to go at that period of time. And then also we're also doing a cost of study of the resource planning group as well at this period of time. We did some realignment around our low carbon fuel standard LLCF program to support electric EV program to reduce greenhouse gases. Also, we talked about this, that we recognized that we received a $24 million in time for Bureau of Reclamation over the CVP. Then also, as we talked earlier, you saw the increase in capital budget, that there will be a $25 million increase in capital expenditures for grid modernization. Most of this work, this 25 million was going to be basically looking at some contract services, buying some equipment, and then also some augmentation of staffing within that period of time. Next slide, please. And then also implementation of the electric advanced metering infrastructure. As we talked about earlier today, is that we are having some supply chain issues on some of the electric meters for commercial and residentials, but we're still looking forward to a launch, a full launch after calendar year 24. Also, we've are looking at some grants that we're actually in the process of right now for some DOE grants for electrification. So we've been looking at ways that we can use some of these other additional opportunities during this period of time. And as I just mentioned, there's electric cost service. So looking at our future rates and what that might look like. Next slide, please. December approved the construction of the new fiber backbone, starting providing new fiber internet services to the community. We would like to add some positions as we move forward with this. We're asking in this year's budget for 4 fiber positions, assistant director of sales and marketing, an outside plant, which would oversee the construction portion, a senior network engineering that would be working with the IT folks, since we're going to become our own ISP. I'm going to have to start staffing a little bit for that portion. And the sales and marketing, it would be a group of folks that will actually do some door knocks, get people energized about that fiber will be coming into neighborhoods. Next slide, please. And as we talked about that as we solidify and build the underground wire that electrical lines running up through the foothills. That would actually look at adding some dark fiber to improve those city communications, going to the new safety building, as well as providing services up to those homes up on through that route of that area through there. We're also looking at some cost sharing and construction opportunities when we're looking at doing our CIPs. We're also initiating some bids and proposals related to the fiber backbone expansion coming here in the summer of 23 that will be make some RFPs out on the street to actually build in the areas that we talked about, the south and the north. Next slide, please. Overall, in the gas and wastewater, we want to accelerate this sewer replacement schedule from 1 to 2.5 to the replacing of the 8 pipes. That was going to start to happen in 26. There's also a new environmental protection regulation looking at lead and copper testing for our water services and our laterals. So we're actually going to have to start looking at all of our water meters that are in the ground, all the connection points going to residents, to schools, to businesses, just to take a look and see if there's any kind of lead connections that might have been used on services. We believe that staff believes that there are probably some lead connectors still up there. We have not found. So we're actually going to be running a study on that, and we're actually going to go out and look at all the connection points to all the residents. And again, like I say, to schools, community businesses, so that if we have to replace those, we'll have to replace those. So please. So just in the investment, also in this is looking at the downsizing of the gas anticipation for what those future uses might look like. And then having some funding such as DOE grants on the gas distribution structure. That would, as we move forward with the study, we are searching at this point to try to find some consultants that might have been able to do this. We haven't been able to find any yet, but we're still optimistic that we're going to be able to find somebody that can actually do this for us and help us out as we decommission the gas system. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brad Davidson.
Okay, thanks, Dean, and good afternoon, Finance Committee. We'll be reviewing Public Works operating budget proposals now. Let's see, next slide. Oh, there we go. So this slide is a summary for the general fund part of the Public Works budget. And of course, we have enterprise fund operating budgets as well. General fund budget proposals are mainly focused around maintenance of city facilities and our role in development plan review at Development Center. So you see the proposals listed there. The first one, the project manager, that position that was eliminated in fiscal year 2021 at the beginning of the pandemic. Bringing back this position increases capacity for oversight of maintenance and construction contracts at city facilities. And we also intend to use this position to help implement city facility electrification. The additional facility technician position and the city hall security proposal there are both related to the upcoming completion of the public safety building. So we need those resources to maintain equipment there. And with the police department leaving the city hall area, we've got some funding for providing security. And lastly, here, reclassification of the engineering technician 3 position to an associate engineer has to do with more development applications coming in that have a higher level of complexity need for review than what the engineer technician position provides. Next slide. So department outlook, this slide is meant to focus on the general fund piece of the department, but I do want to emphasize here that across the department, much of the outlook is still related to filling vacancies and restoring our ability to deliver services and projects. So want to talk a little bit about that department-wide. We're still at 24 full-time position vacancies, which is 12% vacancy rate. That's significant improvement from when we were here before the Finance Committee a year ago, where we had 31 vacancies and we're up at around 18%. It's a kind of slow and arduous process to get those positions filled, especially as a lot of them get filled internally and don't actually clear the vacancies. So we're hoping that I'll get back to a more normal state in this new fiscal year. Then list here some of our core areas of focus are ones that, along with the council current year priority objectives. We've got completing the 3-year SCAP update process that we've been working on with, as I mentioned earlier, council approval tentatively scheduled for June 5th. And then really pivoting towards implementation of the 3-year work plan that council will also have before it on that date. Our urban forestry group is continuing to make progress in implementing the new tree protection ordinance that was approved last June, including per the council direction, looking at potential modifications to the ordinance. And we will be coming to council for a discussion of that. And then also this last one, while these projects are formally part of the general fund CIP that you reviewed this morning, these large projects in the 2014 council infrastructure plan, like the public safety building, the fire station 4 that we discussed, and some other really are big areas of emphasis for the department that are of our outlook for the year. So I'm mentioning here. Next slide. Okay, so these are key budget proposals that are in the operating budget for other enterprise and internal service funds in public works. And just as a reminder, these are pretty much what we covered in capital this morning: vehicle replacement and maintenance fund, airport fund, refuse fund, which is one that we didn't talk about because it didn't have capital proposals, stormwater management, and wastewater treatment fund. So they're the different funds. Our proposals, as you see in these areas, are primarily a wastewater treatment fund, but also include a couple of position classes meant to really increase efficiencies in the refuse fund and the vehicle fund. So at the regional water quality control plant, top bullet proposals there, you can see we're proposing to add a project engineer and an engineer. This is really just to support that rebuilding of the plant with all those big capital projects we've been talking about. Essentially, we found what we've got there for quite a few years is a 3-person engineer team, which used to work when we did an occasional big project and then just had kind of small kind of capital maintenance type work that was ongoing. What we're finding now is that group can't keep up with the large projects, and the kind of regular maintenance projects we're just not able to get to. So that's where that's coming from. We're also proposing to add an additional chemist to the laboratory. This is to increase capacity, primarily related to new state ELAP, which is the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program. So there's a lot of new requirements there related to record keeping and new steps in the analysis. And basically, we need a little more capacity there. So the couple others, the reclass of the street maintenance assistant position to the landfill technician, basically allows that position to do some more complex work that's needed to assist with maintenance of closed landfill systems. Those are the systems that collect landfill gas and leachate out at the landfill. And similarly, this reclass of an hourly maintenance assistant position to an equipment maintenance service person. This is essentially reversing a change that we tried to make, or we did make in fiscal year 2021 as a budget savings idea that hasn't really worked out well, because it's resulted in higher paid mechanics having to do this work that the equipment maintenance service person really should be doing. Next slide. So this is the enterprise fund outlook slide. Just noting, like the general fund side of the department, most of our areas of focus here align with various 2023 council priority objectives. We're now underway with the planning effort for the airport we talked about earlier, and expecting to have the unleaded fuel available there very soon. We're coordinating with Valley Water on their proposed purified water facility at Los Altos treatment plant. There's planning and development services is bringing a pre-screening study session of that project to council very soon. Also related on that, council recently approved a reimbursement agreement to have Valley Water pay for the time that staff and our consultants are spending on that effort. So that's a thing. And then partially in response to this winter's flooding and storm events, there's a strong emphasis on bringing the Newell Road Bridge project to the construction phase, as we were discussing, as well as assisting the JPA with the other RE2 efforts. And then last one, some of these are a little gray, whether the operating or capital, but I still wanted to mention a big area of emphasis is city fleet electrification and providing the charging infrastructure needed to move forward in that area. And that concludes my presentation. I think we're moving to STAP and utilities. Assistant Director Jonathan Abenschein is going to speak to those things.
Good afternoon, council members. Assistant Director of Utilities, Jonathan Abenschein. So I'm here to talk about budget requests related to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, and that includes your requests across many departments. So this is really kind of an overview and relating these things directly back to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. So these budget requests, along with budget requests that were approved in previous years, thank you, are focused on achieving the city's climate action goals. Past budget requests were focused primarily on on community electric vehicle and electrification program staffing. And this year's requests are focused a lot more on preparing the city's gas and electric infrastructure for building and vehicle electrification, new active transportation programs to promote low carbon forms of transportation and deal with other transportation projects, and then lastly, to reduce emissions in city facilities. There are also a number of climate-related priority investments, tier 2, that were discussed earlier today, and that include the funding for several SCAP studies, sea level rise planning and implementation, natural habitat protection, construction dewatering, staffing for additional transportation projects, and then electrification of the city's vehicle fleet. We do expect, and I'm sorry, can I get the next slide? Okay, I'm sorry, we were, this shows the list of the proposed changes that are focused on preparing infrastructure and the various transportation programs. Could I please get the next slide? These are tier 1, and then the tier 2 are listed separately in the transmittal memo. Can I get the slide? Yeah, that slide, please. Thank you. And we do expect additional budget requests in the future for various purposes. So there are studies in progress currently that might lead to policy action by the council that would require staff to implement. There are also programs in development, like the advanced HVAC pilot that that are staffed, but may need non-salary staffing for things like incentives and program operational budgets. Once we've determined how those programs are going to be run, we would really do those by BAO, just like we did with the advanced heat pump water heater pilot. And then there are programs in progress, like the water heater pilot that we're learning from, that might reveal the need for additional staffing in the in future budget around things like administration or marketing. It's uncertain. There are many mobility programs in the SCAP that are not necessarily fully funded. There are a variety of sustainability efforts related to things like sea level rise, zero waste, urban canopy, and green stormwater infrastructure that likely will need future funding to proceed. They're laid out. The goals are laid out in the SCAP. So that's what I have, and thank you.
Hey, so that concludes the staff presentations here. Let's see if we have any members of the public who want to speak on these items.
No, it does not appear there's questions.
Great, thank you. So we'll come back to the committee. Who would like to go first? I have a bunch.
Thank you so much for your presentations. With regard to electric, I noticed not as a proposed item, but an adjustment. Contract services for tree clearing, $87,000, and I couldn't help but wonder whether we need to be budgeting more for that, given the sort of events we were seeing this past winter.
I think there might be a little bit of a mix-up on that funding. There is a public works increase to the canopy contract that I believe is for $87,000 that has to do with planting new trees in kind of in lieu locations. There's quite a large investment in utilities line clearing, and actually most recently during the mid-year, council approved an additional approximately $1.5 million for utilities line clearing.
Makes more sense. In terms of the gas commissioning study, Director Batchelor, 400,000 feels, presumably it's just a rough ballpark. You're not yet sure if consultants exist who've done this work before. It really positions us, as we might expect, as one of the first to undertake the study in pursuit of decommissioning gas and becoming fully electric. And what I wanted to ask you is, given a big university across the street, seems like a wonderful opportunity to partner with them to get climate scientists, civil environmental engineers, behavioral economists together, really put together a very thoughtful study that could not only help us, but might then allow us as a city and a university partnership to offer a blueprint in the form of white paper to other municipalities that don't have the hope of this kind of brain power to solving a problem that every municipality needs to solve. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. Is that feasible? That's something that's already in your mind? It's silly.
No, it's definitely not. No, we've talked about this to utilize the university in this area. As Jonathan and I have talked in the past about this, you know, like we said, we haven't really found anybody that's out there this period of time. So we thought that we've made a couple reach outs to Stanford to look at if there's some way of maybe partnering with them, get them excited about this and seeing what opportunities that might be there. So we have the same thoughts as you do.
That's great. I think a couple of us here on Stanford Ad Hoc, and that'll be something we will raise with our friends and neighbors over there. It strikes me as the sort of project they might be absolutely delighted to partner on. So potential for a real win there. Let's see, Director Eggleston, on the vehicle replacement, upgrading the fleet to EV. I'm just curious as to why that ended up in tier 2 as opposed to a primary budget request.
Well, on the capital side, as we were talking about this morning, we essentially have gone to some lengths to restructure the fiscal year 24 project to be nearly all electric, with the exception of these large vehicles where it's really a much higher investment. So given some of the recent discussions we've had with council, thought we should put that in front of you and provide that opportunity, but we did not want to just assume that an increase of that magnitude, something that we would automatically move forward with.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Great.
Just a couple on continuing on the gas on that gas study and you know what we know now from the Ninth Circuit decision out in Berkeley and all the unknowns there, and I'm wondering as far as the right timeline to go about this. I mean, I think that is going to be the future, and I think Berkeley and others will prevail in the long run on this, but also I'm trying to figure out best use of our resources now as far as does it make no sense to do this study now if that is several years out. So could staff kind of share perspectives or thoughts on that?
You want to cover and I'll start, or go ahead? No, go ahead.
There are sort of two components to gas decommissioning. There's both the technical component and the financial component. And I think the Ninth Circuit dealt with things like mandate, and our voluntary programs so far have actually seen some really significant uptake. And if we continue to design excellent voluntary programs, we may see really significant impacts to the gas system, even without mandates. And so it's important for us, I think, to know the technical dimensions, how the system is going to behave as we start to reduce loads on, and which parts of the system need to be scaled back earlier rather than later. From a financial standpoint, managing a utility through steeply declining sales is something that's going to require a lot of analysis, and it's the kind of work that I think that we need to be informed about earlier than later.
Yeah, that's about what I was going to add, is that I think that the study needs to start now, because I think that this is so complex in those areas that Jonathan just mentioned that, I think that the information is not going to be old if we're able to get it even done in a 2-year period of time. I think the information will still be relevant on how we go about managing the deduction of mains, and how do we keep, the fund somewhat moving in opposite direction.
Great, thanks. And you answered what was my real concern as far as is it if we do it now and we're several years down the road, does this kind of become obsolete? But no, and I didn't appreciate the impact it could have on simply encouraging others to go off gas outside mandate. So thank you for both for those answers. And then my other question on City Hall security, what staff envisioning with that? I mean, is that a private security firm that we'd be hiring? What does that look like? And do we do that at other city facilities? I know like the school district has private security in the evenings. It's something similar to that.
The other city facilities that I know have security, I believe it's just a municipal service center and the water quality control plant. To be honest, I don't think we've scoped out exactly what this funding would be used for. Really, it's a placeholder. We did base it, however, on looking at the cost of a hired security person.
Okay.
And just so that the committee is aware, this obviously because we typically have a police presence at this facility with many public events and engagements. And so we kind of take advantage or don't realize the nexus of having security already staffed here. Whereas once police moves, that kind of natural nexus, their offices being here will be lost.
You know, and I appreciate that and have witnessed from the dais several times when staff or council members have felt concerned and the police response seems to be fairly immediate, and that's always very comforting to be able to have that option. So glad that that's going to be included. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So first to follow up on this study on the gas transition, I fully agree that Stanford is a great opportunity, especially given that it's such a cross-disciplinary initiative, and that's exactly what has been Y2E2 and now the Door School focus. I've been very involved with their various energy initiatives. And just was at a conference last week there, and their interest in collaborating with public agencies in this area is strong. For example, they've been working with AC Transit, who's one of the leaders in electrification of their bus fleet, and taking the experiences that they had on the Marguerite system and to figure out how to have all the charging, balancing, and doing that. And now they've agreed to meet with VTA, who frankly behind AC Transit in this, and we're going to be able to learn off of that. So they did a collaboration partnership on a cutting edge program like that, and they moved from that to sharing that experience with other public agencies. So I think it's right up their alley. As far as getting right in there, because there are so many different research group there. Steve Eglash, who was formerly on our utilities commission, is the director of applied energy, the applied energy division at SLAC, and SLAC is now integrated with the Door School. And Steve has volunteered repeatedly to do whatever introductions to key people we need. So I'm glad to follow up with you on that. But he says, look, I want to be any help you need. I'm there, and he's at a director level. And so those are his peers. And then on the it's good to hear SFPC is looking at reducing the water rate increase, presumably related to supply increases. When we were looking at utility rates a few months ago, one of the things that we were hopeful on, but was still early on, what would be the impacts of this great rainfall on hydropower. And I saw just this morning a big article on what a mass hydro year is going to be, and that some of our hydro sources may be selling power to the Northwest rather than the other way around. Shadow Dam is already releasing water rapidly to increase capacity. They're at 98%, and they don't plan on going above that. Do we have any updates from NCPA or otherwise on how we think that may impact our hydro and therefore our electricity costs this year? It's been maybe 2 months since we last looked at it at Finance Committee.
I don't have an updated financial projection. I think we brought the most update that we had on April 17th council meeting. But we are in a position to pull that together. I think two things happen when you have such a very high hydro year is that you do get a lot of excess power, but so does everybody else, and the prices come down. So our hedging from year to year to year to year is based on revenue. So I anticipate that we'll be able to replenish the hydro stabilization reserve level to the target levels most likely this year. The question is whether there is, whether it well exceeds that or not. But I don't have an updated forecast right now.
And one other issue that we heard from a lot of members of the public during this winter when we had so many trees down and take power lines and things is question of why aren't we underground throughout the city? And I recall from a number of years ago as we really completely pulled back from the bulk of our undergrounding program, it was because of just prohibitive costs. It's massive. But I think we've shared that with the community and the council for a number of years. If it may have been buried somewhere, but I don't think there's a public consciousness on that, nor on the council. And so I'm not sure what's the right forum, but I do think that we need to be able to explain to folks why we aren't just moving forward with ungrounding and how much cost is involved. And tied to that is what we heard earlier, but why in a specific area like in the foothills, it's a priority, but in the flatlands, not only is it massive cost, but there are some pros and cons on underground vault flooding and things like that. So I do think we need to update folks with what many of us maybe so that was a settled issue. It's not for other people who aren't aware of it.
So we're planning on going to the UAC August, September, the report for underground. And then the plan was then to share it with the whole council right after that period of time. So getting at the end of the second quarter fiscal year, we'll be going to council with a report about undergrounding. Okay. And what the future is.
Okay, thanks. And then on the electrification grant opportunities, and for that matter, the gas transition may qualify for grants. How big of grants might we see? Is this under primarily the Inflation Reduction Act or multiple federal funding sources?
Okay, thank you. It's under Davion Utility Strategic Business Manager. It's under the Department of Energy and it pays up 50% of the project costs. So we're applying for 110 million for the grid mod, another 10 million for the AMI project right now. So, so we'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Well, that's exciting because that would be a big difference. Do we have any sense on the likelihood that we would have prevail on those?
So we did submit some concept papers for both these grants. They did highly recommend that we fill out the application. So the AMI one we sent in a month and a half ago. We're here waiting to hear back the results this summer, and the grid mod one sending it in next week, and we'll find out in the fall.
And if I don't know whether it would be of any assistance, but we had this climate collaboration summit in the fall. We had the Assistant Secretary of Energy as a keynoter who walked away very enthused about what we and our neighboring communities are doing that he understood to be truly cutting edge nationally in vital programs in this direction. And he was left the door open to in what ways he and the department help support this. And so other than just going through the front door with the application, if we think it would be of value to try and get that kind of support, that's certainly something that we could attempt.
Yeah, we definitely welcome that. We are collecting letters of commitment and partnerships, so we could follow up with that.
This might be a walk in the hall kind of thing,
Okay.
opposed to a letter.
So we send you maybe we can send you the information if you mind sharing it.
Let's follow up, and there are several kind of those types of possibilities.
I might note for the committee's awareness that typically federal grant applications have very strict anti-lobbying rules. And to the point that I sign in multiple places when we submit grant applications that we're not doing anything to lobby on behalf of our applications. So we'll need to take a look at.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right. And then, under that, we had the jumping around here, but on the new position for Public Works on, on page 14, slide 14, it's a convert a 1 FTE for street maintenance assistant in the refuse fund to a landfill technician. Or was that worded correctly? It's a street maintenance technician that's currently in the refuse fund?
It is, and you know, the duties are fulfilling are not specifically working on streets. It's more labor related to projects at the landfill.
Okay. And then one other, maybe a small capital issue is when Brad, when you and I were recently talking about with a pyrolysis facility, one of the byproducts is a biogas or a biodiesel, biofuel of some sort that's generated, and that material could then be used to power a fuel cell that would be low emission baseline producer of electricity, not massive volume, but nevertheless right approach. And I was wondering whether we could tie that in and replace what I thought were generators taking our landfill gas. And you clarify that we're flaring it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I'm not assuming it's a high volume of gas, but is that something that we have looked at? One, the GHGs that we're generating from flaring, and two, whether we should be looking at a fuel cell as a low emission way to take that landfill gas and convert it to electricity rather than a conventional generator.
I believe we have looked at the greenhouse gas impacts. I wouldn't want to state unequivocally that it's in our inventory. You know, we used to, for a while ago, quite some time ago, I think we had a cogen project with this gas. And my recollection is that because most of that landfill's been closed for some time, basically the quality of the gas was less and less productive for that use, and it's discontinued.
Okay, so that is probably what I was vaguely remembering. So I don't know if it's feasible, but we certainly are having a lot of progress in fuel cell technologies from including local companies. Just to have in the back of your head, a lot of those are now moving into hydrogen generation with basically the same technology reverse. Okay, I did want to note under the wastewater and our investment with our partner agencies in that facility, we have 200 million or so invested there. When recently, when I went to Redwood City, Silicon Valley Clean Water is what they're called. I forget. I think they said their facility serving a population similar to what our other agencies are. They're in the midst of, I think, a $1 billion investment. And so we've looked at cost comparison to other nearby agencies. I'm not sure how much of that 1 billion is yet built in their future rates, but as big of a number, 200 million seem like to us, it's a fraction of what our immediate neighbor agency with serving a similar population is doing. And that really just struck me, and I think it's something that we want to add to just point of reference when we'll have a gulp at a big number, and it's actually comparison pretty modest. And just one other note under when we've talked about the AMI, the advanced metering. The other thing that we really don't seem to talk about, maybe it's because we don't want to worry people too much before we've flushed up this, but AMI enables time of use metering and different cost structures depending on our costs and in the future depending on in part on how clean the power is. And what we're seeing is that we're moving in a direction where during the day is going to be the cheapest and cleanest power, and the investor-owned utilities already have these kinds of variable rate structures. We don't. And it's going to be a really important part of how we manage our electricity supply in the future. It means that we can put incentives in place so that people will charge their cars during the day when electricity is greenest and cheapest to them as well as to us. And then they can elect to use some of that electricity in the peak load period when it's most costly. And so we haven't been talking about that variable rate structure connected with the AMIs. Is there first, where do we stand on anticipating and working on that? If I recall correctly, from a year or so ago, we had begun that process, looking at those kinds of structures. Can you give us an update?
So we're in the midst of our electric cost of service analysis, and that's part of it. So we're developing time of use rates. Part of what we're also going to think about is transition and the potential and the impacts of the pace of that.
And I'd really encourage us to be looking at making sure we can demonstrate to folks how this creates opportunities for them to use electricity in a smarter way that can actually save them money and be greener at the same time. I think after that, there's this default assumption by many of our payers that it's just another way for us to charge them more. And it's really going to take, like a lot of things in this transition, it's going to take education. And I should mention earlier when we're talking about how do we get some of the communications out, just a big shout out to the 350.org folks who are doing incredible grassroots work on the heat pump water heater program. And I want to encourage us from both a strategic approach and even a nominal way on a funding way is how do we support that kind of incredible leverage of, getting 100 volunteers going out, knocking on doors who have been trained and they're there and they don't have to say we're from the government and we're here to help you. They're trusted because they're their neighbors. And it just looks like the number of people in our community who are trying to figure out how they can help in our climate initiatives just keeps growing and growing. And we certainly, need to make sure that they're trained and they're really productive on our behalf. That seems doable, and I just want to make sure it's getting escalated in our strategies. Okay, I think that covers everything. So we did have these out of these tier 2 items in the SCAP and in any of these other both public works and other utilities categories. Are there any thoughts that any of you want to share on those tier 2 proposals? Your highest priorities are really something that we welcome hearing.
I think we've got the public works highest priorities in there. I will just note we do have a tier 2 item related to SFO airplane noise. And, that's an area where we don't really have dedicated staffing available to work on, but we're trying to work with community advocates to make the progress we can. And we've shown here in tier 2 the possibility of some funding for consultant assistance that might be helpful in that area.
It's
under community health and safety on page 28.
Got it. Thank you. And John, any additional color to the SCAP tier 2 proposals?
If I understood the discussion earlier, I think I'm sorry, thank you, Dean. I think the studies, sea level rise, and electric vehicles and the transportation modes as well were included earlier? No. Okay. Yeah. All right. So those 3. Yeah, I guess the only color on there was that the transportation goods item, there was, there's some timing issues with the Safe Streets for All grant. And I'm not sure if we have someone from transportation on, but the Safe Streets for All grant, the issue there was that the capacity that we had for grant writing right now and the time it would take to write those grants for the Vision Zero Safe Systems program would take a long enough time that we might not end up finishing that study in time, be able to obtain grant funding for the the actual implementation. And so that was the goal of this item, I think. And maybe there's someone on transportation who could speak to that. Oh, great.
Hi, Cami, Chief Transportation Official. Actually, just to note, this is part of our Tier 2 request for a senior planner to deliver items that are within the SCAP 3-year work plan. So we have a grant right now to write a Safe Streets for All action plan, which will help us identify potential projects that we would be able to apply for funding, for federal funding to actually deliver projects. There's a lot of funding that's going to be out there over the next couple of years. It's $1 billion a year, actually, of federal Safe Streets for All funding that we can apply for once we have our Safe Streets for All action plan. That, along with noting that we're going to be identifying the resources that we need for Vision Zero program, and to identify those grants and those programs and actually take them out. We really don't have any existing resources to do any of that work.
Okay, so that item, which is called the SCAP Sustainable Transportation Modes Staffing, is, if I understand that right, it's really principally to have the resources to pursue grants and other funding opportunities. Is that the summation of that position?
That's actually one component of it. There's a whole list of things that are, potentially within the SCAP 3-year work plan. There's the bike scooter share implementation. There's a TDM ordinance development. There's ability, equity, needs assessment. There's quite a few things that were included in the draft SCAP work plan.
Okay.
But yeah, the grant funding.
Yeah. So it's not limited to the grant, but yeah, but that once again, that if we don't have staffing to even write grants, is not just apply. I mean, there's a lot of work involved with it. We have to invest that much in order to get the bigger dollars.
Yeah, the grants drive timing, but this also addresses, as Philip was saying, that it addresses a much broad range of SCAP needs. Well,
okay. All right. Any other comments or questions from colleagues? Good.
Can I move the adoption of item 4? I move the adoption of, I'm sorry, what am I supposed to say? Tentative? I move the tentative approval of item 4 with the additional parking lot items of decreasing noise impacts from SFO and the SCAP Sustainable Transportation Mode Staffing. Did I leave anything out?
Well, we have a number of other.
I think we put them in the parking lot last time around.
Oh, we already did. Thank you. Great.
Welcome.
It's getting.
I got you.
We're double parking. Yeah. Okay.
I'll second.
Great. And there's nothing else in the tier 2 we should be looking at in this context, right? I think that's got it. Okay. All in favor? Aye, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. And we're back slightly ahead of schedule.
So, Chair, if I might just call the committee's attention to where we're at in the day. We are 2:45. You have one more item today, which is to go over citywide internal support and administration. So it's probably all the people that have been sitting with you for the last day or two. After that, we do have a short bit of time for the committee recap. I will say, if the committee is expeditious in your work on this next piece, you'll have more time to recap. And depending on where you all are at, staff will obviously help facilitate that discussion as you move through. So just want to call that to your attention, especially because This is the last time you meet before the finance or the city council meets as a study session on May 22nd. So anything or direction, summary, kind of gathering your thoughts that you wish to impart on stuff before that period of time. Want to make sure you're just cognizant of your time this afternoon. And with that, I will turn it over to the chair, or do you want to move forward with presentations?
I'll just say the next item is citywide internal support and administration of IT, administrative services, human resources, and then the CAO offices of the city attorney's office, the auditor's office, the clerk's office, the city manager's office, and the city council. Welcome.
Can I ask a quick time question? When do we revisit parking lot today, or is it after the study session? We back for the wrap up.
I'm trying to entice you to do that today, so it's a very long list, and I think the council would benefit even prioritizing that list.
Right.
Thank you.
And looking at it as a whole, and
right,
different revenue versus expense scenarios.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
So
welcome.
We will keep it brief.
Hello, I'm Joseph Shin with the Offices of Management and Budget. I'm just going to do a quick overview on the internal service departments, as well as council appointed officers. For the next slide, you can see there's the general fund portion of these services that has a slight increase of about 5.3% from the prior year at $20.1 million. We're seeing a slight staffing increase of 0.8%. And for other funds, we are seeing an 8.2% increase to $156.8 million this year, and a staffing increase of about 2 FTE, which equates to about 5.5%. I won't go into all the numbers listed below. I think might be a lot of writing there. So I'll move it on to the Administrative Services Department.
And Christine Paras will present it.
Hi, Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. Next slide, please. We're reviewing these pages in the operating budget, and I also want to note that we're also doing the debt service funds, which is on pages 105 to 115 of operating budget too. Next slide. For administrative services, one of our main key goals, aside from being the financial stewards of the city, is also to enhance our department's responsiveness and customer service to both the community and to the city department that we support. Our proposal this year is to reinstate half FTE of an administrative support position to help support technical and managerial staff across multiple divisions in ASD. Next slide. So our outlook for 2024, really, we have some really high priority items. First of all, it's to administer the Roth building lease, ensure that we're in compliance with our tenant workflow with the Palo Alto History Museum. Second, develop lease guidelines for current and new tenants at the Cubberley Community Center. And secure a new tenant for the site formerly occupied by Forum Fitness, and assist redevelopment of the LTP site. So it's like real estate has quite a full plate here. In addition to that, one of our key priorities in Department 2 is to implement the business tax Measure K that was passed by the voters in November. Really excited to start that endeavor with the community and all our partners. Finally, continuing on with this initiative of reviewing purchasing and accounting policies and business practices to hopefully enhance and create efficiencies within the organization. And next slide, I think that's my last slide.
Yes, I think turn it over to Sandra and Christine, Mike.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Sandra Blanche, HR Director. I just want to start briefly by mentioning that, our focus this past fiscal year has been in the area of maintaining positive employee relations. You know that because we've had many closed sessions. So reaching agreement with our bargaining groups, securing new labor agreements was an important strategy so that we would see the positive outcome of retaining our talent. And I believe Assistant City Manager Nose reported last Friday that turnover has decreased already. When we look at this time frame between January to current in comparison to last year. I think this significant decrease in turnover is really key to making an impact on our high number of vacancies, which I know the departments have been talking to about. Recruiting and filling vacancies is one of our priorities, and really keeping up with not only vacancies from those who have departed, but also from all the positions that either were restored or newly created. If we could then go to the first slide. So this leads me to our first slide, where we're wanting to enhance our ability to support our recruitment efforts. And one of the measures that will help us in that regard is by supporting the city's positive work environment initiative, as well as customer service to our departments. These improvements that we're proposing will help us focus on providing the departments as well as our new employees with welcoming and supportive city culture, and in turn that supports the Palo Alto community. So what we've asked for are to reclass 2 of our HR technicians. They are working at a higher level, and so we've asked to have them reclass to a representative to help with onboarding of our new hires and working with IT and and our assistant services, administrative services department to improve our processes, our innovative systems. That really is a team effort, but does require a lot of configuration changes and processing changes to make that more streamlined. Adding a citywide customer service representative is also a request this year. We have found that having a citywide customer service representative has really enhanced our ability to respond to the community, to email requests, public record requests, and this position is 0.75 and supports various departments at the city. And the last request is in regards to new employee orientation. We are we've heard from the city manager that we restored our new employee orientation monthly event, which means bringing in our new hires to meet with our department heads as well as HR to get their orientation. But this fund is for the restoration of our tour. We take our new hires on a tour of various city facilities, and it really helps them to see beyond just their department, that they really are, part of a bigger organization that supports the whole community. And we've in the past received great remarks from our new hires, and everyone remembers as a good memory of that participation of that tour. And so we're just asking funding to hire the tour bus. We just don't have a vehicle big enough because our monthly events are more than 15 new hires. So that's really what it's about. Next slide, please. So here's where we'll be focusing in FY24, which is to continue expanding our expedited hiring process model. What we piloted last year was to work with our departments to help us in the recruitment effort. We essentially have 3 recruiters in HR and one that works strictly on utility recruitments. And so by training department representatives, we have internal department representatives who help in the review of applications, all the logistics in getting interviews set up, and helping HR in that regard. And then we complete the onboarding process. Then we will be expanding our training program to offer an advanced leadership academy. We do have a basic management academy, and this is part 2 of that leadership academy. Then we have other opportunities that we would like to allow out to develop our employee learning. And also are working with IT to develop ways of bringing new solutions for HR processes. And then finally, the last piece is a project we've been working with in IT to launch a new self-service portal for employees to make changes, not only to their benefit during open enrollment, but we'll be doing that on a monthly basis also. And that will save time for our own team to be able to, use our time a little more, it's a little smarter way of using our time rather than inputting new hire data. That's the end of the slides, but of course I will answer any questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Darren Nomoto, Director of IT. And next slide, please. So IT is really, I look at IT as that partner for all city departments to help enable them provide technical guidance, enable them to provide the services that our community deserves. And as you know, with the pandemic, we transitioned a lot more to online service. So as you heard from many departments, many of the initiatives they have require some level of technical component to them, which I appreciate because then that gives us the opportunity to be involved in it and help provide that technical leadership and guidance for them. So for this year, some of our proposed changes are to add a management analyst. And what this position would help is to manage all of our contracts that we have with IT, which is about 100 contracts right now, renewals, new contracts, manage RPs, manage some of the initiatives that we received from the risk assessment from Baker Tilly and so forth, just to help ensure we're managing our risk from our vendors appropriately. And the other is to increase funding for GIS modernization. As you know, we have been on a journey to update our GIS infrastructure and solution, a more modern solution. And that's done a lot of projects within utilities and looking forward to doing more projects with public safety, public works, and continuing to build on this platform is going to enable us, once we get the solutions in place currently, it'll enable us to offer better solutions for us publicly as well and provide more transparency in a lot of our in terms of dashboards. And one of the initiatives that we did do is for the sustainability hub, fiber hub, that is actually built in this new framework. So that's just an example of how we use this new framework to engage the public. There is restoration of our computer refresh dollars that are decreased during COVID fund. And this is really to help keep the city staff use up to date. And this was really beneficial for us when on the onset of the pandemic, we had many city staff already equipped with laptops and current technology, which really enabled us to get them working from home quickly and enable us to continue business as is very quickly when a lot of other cities were struggling to get equipment. So this is really what that funding is going to help to do, is keep our infrastructure to date that our staff uses. Next slide, please. Looking forward, I'm not going to repeat everything on this list. As you see, it's a long list of initiatives that we have. And most of it is really what I've spoke to, is keeping our infrastructure up to date, continually improve our cybersecurity posture, as we know that's critically important to keep our city infrastructure and data safe. And some of the other items here are initiatives to help address some of the audits from Baker Tilly, like risk assessment, cybersecurity. And as you see here, partnering with all different departments such as public safety for the building, IT infrastructure, with the public safety, MDCs, mobile device computer replacement. So really, for us, it's partnering with the departments to continually improve how we deliver services to our community. And the last one I'd like to call out is the upgrade to IT infrastructure. We always look to continue to improve our infrastructure, and this means our network infrastructure, wireless access points, our city infrastructure that serves all the applications, as well as how we manage the hybrid environment, meaning cloud services versus on-premise services. So that's important to look forward to, how we leverage the cloud to enable us to provide more consistent and reliable services to our city. With that, thank you.
Thank you. So let's go to see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have the CAOs, et cetera. So before we do that, I guess it says City Attorney's Office.
We'll be brief. Molly Stump, City Attorney. Next slide, please. So as council knows, almost all the work that you've been hearing about in these hearings had a legal component to it. The exception really would be when an established program, a mature program set up and running and is simply expanding. There's very little legal support that's typically needed unless there are HR support issues or potentially litigation. But all of the new and innovative work you're doing in ACAP, work you're doing in your housing program, the capital improvement program all involves quite a bit of legal services, contract procurement, drafting, contract administration, help with financing, regulatory work, drafting ordinances, helping with audits, etc. So this year in our budget, we are doing just a couple of minor things. We are adding a half FTE deputy city attorney, really to reflect the increase that we're seeing in complicated projects in SCAP, in the capital improvement program, and the planning area. The second thing we're doing is we moved a position over to allocate it to the utilities fund to reflect the evolution of the type of work that's being done and where it ought to be funded. And then the last piece is to create a contingency of $250,000. This is for work that has been occurring. From time to time, investigations are needed, personal investigations are legally required because of events or concerns that are raised by our workforce. And those are typically done through the legal office. In the past few years, we funded them on an ad hoc basis, essentially sort of looking around to see who had cash to afford this type of relatively expensive investigative work that's overseen in my office in HR. And we would regularize that funding. It's predictable enough type work that we think it's appropriate to set aside for $50,000. If it's not needed, will not be used. Next slide. And this is just a short description of some of the many things that we do that essentially reflect what you've been hearing about over the past few days. And that's it, me.
Thank you. And so next we have the City Auditor's Office.
And committee, there is no presentation for the auditor's office. It is in alignment with the contract for Baker Tilly.
Okay, thank you. So then we have the City Clerk's Office.
Good afternoon. It's been a pleasure to be with you guys today. So one of the priorities that I've made sure since I'm here was just continuity of operations. The only minor request that we make is very similar to what Sandra and the Human Resources Department does, retain quality staff members. So one that I've requested, that our department has requested, reclassing one of the deputy city clerk positions. Currently, is the structure of the department is city clerk, an assistant city clerk, a deputy city clerk, and two administrative professionals, but there's so much crossover. And to make sure that there's coverage for all the different things, it's better to have two of the same position. So instead of an assistant and a deputy, reclassing deputy up to an assistant, so they're equal. That's the main request. The other one is also additional funding of $3,000 just so staff can attend technical training. And then the last one, we have covering all of the expenditures for the annual boards and commissions award service recognition event with salary savings. So this was the request to restore the funding that annual event. So everything else, status quo. Some of the goals for the 24 year was continue to focus in different ways to make participation in meetings more transparent and efficient. And then technology-based environment, working with our IT department, really focusing on the record management throughout the city, doing updating the record retention schedule, which was delayed due to some other priorities, and then doing citywide training on good record management, transparency, and disclosures, finding other opportunities for increased community engagement, and working on other processes to departments more effective and efficient at their record keeping. So that's the city department.
Okay, and then next we have the City Manager's Office.
Actually, it looked like slides were out of order, so we want to cover the City Council first.
Sure.
Okay, and for the city council's budget, the main request that we've had is the restoration of the travel fund for the city council members. So travel was eliminated actually during COVID. So this is a restoration of that because we know they are attending trainings, attending opportunities as council members represent the city of Palo Alto, this would restore that funding into the budget. And I think you are very aware of what your outlook is and your priorities for the next year.
All right, and then to close out here, next slide, please. In terms of city manager's office, no major budget changes. We want to touch on one tier 2 toward the end, but let's go forward to the next slide. We've largely covered through the clear meetings over the last couple days many of the issues that we are working on in the city manager's office. A couple just to highlight here. Again, given we've got no major budget requests, is what I'd like to refer to as delivering on prior investments a year for us. Notably here, the housing and services for the unhoused. As council is well aware, our new assistants to the city managers are really taking the lead on coordinating and consolidating some departmental activities in ways that haven't existed previously. So Melissa McDonough in particular on first bullet, really, as you know, working with Life Moves as well as this coming Saturday, the resource fair for affordable housing support services as well as direct services related to house residents. So really, these are all very visible initiatives. Second bullet here, economic development, Steve Guagliardo, working directly with the business community as well as with the consultants, Sense, in development of a comprehensive economic development strategy, as well as we might call the firefighting on the street, dealing with very specific issues and supporting business and the role of business in our community vitality. And then perhaps a little, maybe this was intended to be a third bullet, but it's part of the second here, workforce development, retention, and hiring practices, really referring to the work that Pita Alamos, our third assistant city manager, has been leading, both in terms of here workforce development, what we affectionately call our positive work environment initiative, as well as really organizational effectiveness and working with our nonprofit partners. That's the portfolio that Lupita is taking on. And other items here, again, are carryover from current initiatives in order to develop these programs to state of really being institutionalized and where more explicit hands can be given to departments. And as I mentioned, wanted to note one tier 2 item that is not actually in the city manager's office, or actually it is shown here, but you'll find it listed under the planning and development services for the economic recovery and transition under the adopt a comprehensive economic development strategy. It's kind of a euphemism for implementation support. Showing where we have a new administrative assistant proposed to support Mr. Guagliardo's efforts again in an interdepartmental capacity, and also I see here in your book not reflecting planning development services. So that's still a question mark in terms of where that position would be placed if the council chooses to proceed with that additional support. And I think that wraps up for me and for the appointees.
Okay, so now we can hear from members of the public if we have any on this item 5.
No, sir, there's no request.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you. Thanks everybody for being here. Sandra, first to you. And where's my question? Okay, so well, one, great job on kind of slowing the bleeding on attrition and hiring back, but we're continue to struggle in that area. And just want to know, I mean, are you being conservative on your request as far as being able to continue to make even greater gains and hiring more people into the organization? Because one thing we heard multiple times last Friday is just the inability for various departments to be able to hire on staff, and it's really impeding the organization's ability to be able to make some good gains in some of our city priorities. So is this what you need, or are you being conservative, and what can we do to help expedite that?
Thank you for the question. So we do have vacancy savings. We have 2 positions of our own that we can't fill. We've gone a couple of times and can't find seasoned HR professionals. But we do have 2 hourlies and are bringing on a 3rd next week to support recruitment. if we should fill our own vacancies, we would need to find dollars to continue to support our hourly positions. So that would be one area. And, we usually are able to find, work with OMB to find those dollars. Just speaking to tier 2, depending on how many of those positions get approved, I would say we would need another recruiter in order to help support the current bleeding and then to bring on those other positions. The other concern I have that would
before you move on to that question is that request isn't in our
It's
current
not.
tier 2, right?
No.
Okay.
No. We'll be providing more information, I think, in regards to administrative support. I believe at your next meeting in regards to tier 2. Okay. I was just going to add that we do have executive recruiters also that we're contracting with. As you're aware, as discussed at the CEO committee, they have a high volume of work as trying to help, agencies fill their recruitments. And so right now we have 2 recruiters handling about 5 to 8 recruitments. And I have found another recruiter to come on board to assist Public Works.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And yeah, they letting us know what's necessary, because I think this continuing trend of difficulty of hiring is so key. So making sure you have the resources seems to be the critical first step. And glad we have the additional context of what happens in tier 2. I need to add more positions. So thank you. And why do you think turnover has increased so dramatically this year from last?
I believe it's because of our strategy to on the salary target placement or place to the market has stopped turnover.
As well as the positive work environment that's been able
yes.
to reinforce for our employees, and particularly in a post-COVID environment.
Great, thank you. All right, moving to city clerk. Just trying to understand what's the difference between, I know assistant city clerk is a higher position than deputy city clerk, but can you mention there might be responsibilities that an assistant city clerk has that a deputy city clerk cannot do? Is it really a matter of one has responsibilities that the other cannot do? Is it really just a title bump and a pay bump?
The way that they're operating right now, they're actually operating as assistant city clerks. They're taking over council meetings when they need to and doing more complex analysis, budget and things like that. So I think the intent, I think before I started here, I think the structure was difference in operations, but because there was just a need to make sure that everyone could do everything in the office, they could be interchangeable, to say that at least, because it's up market out there right now, and there's a lot of movement. Every city needs city clerk staff, and so it was just one way to make sure that operations were covered in the event that someone took a position somewhere else.
Okay, thank you. And Molly, last question. I know we contract with a lot of external firms frequently for various litigation. Is that more cost saving for the department to do that rather than having full FTE, more for a subject matter expertise when we do it, a combination?
Thank you for the question. So we do contract out almost all of litigation, but we have a person in-house who probably spends about a third of his time managing the litigation, and I'm very involved as well. So we're active supervisors and participators. We help set strategy, review motions. We are involved in all settlement conferences and negotiations. The reason that we send the rest of litigation work out, the discovery, the initial drafting of motion, is really about expertise and also work pace. It's very difficult for an attorney, even one with litigation skills, to manage both a transactional and advice practice against a litigation practice. As you know, the litigation practice is very spiky in terms of what the needs are, and that makes it very difficult to timely meet needs of your advice clients. So it's really both of those things, expertise and workflow management. And we do use a little bit of outside counsel dollars for very expert specialized advice on the transactional side as well.
Thanks. And I appreciate that workflow and the balance there for the reasoning. Thank you.
Julie?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank all of you for being who you are. Here we are at the end of this process, saving the best for last. No, everybody's great. You're the hub that really, makes it all turn. So great to you, and want to take the opportunity to thank our city clerk, who we know is moving on to greener pastures or more wine dense pastures, as the case may be. Really appreciate you. Great to work with you, Leslie. Just have a couple of questions. Build upon what Vice Mayor Stowe was saying. The culture of a workplace and usually does have quite a large impact on our ability to recruit, attain. So I'm wondering, either Director Blanche or City Manager Shada, you can say a bit more about this positive work environment initiative that you've mentioned. I'd love to know what philosophy or methodology underpins it, and what kind of feedback you get from employees as to its efficacy.
Someone will need to find that webpage. Can somebody bring it up? We'll see if budget office is or staff is able to. This was really an outgrowth during the pandemic of recognizing the stress that everyone was feeling. And again, not to suggest that this is unique to our organization in any way, but simply to recognize the something of a reset that was needed at the time of trying to get people past the darkest hours of the pandemic, and really also reinforcing, as we like to call it, Palo Alto as an employer of choice. And we went through a process with our department heads to identify priority areas that we want to focus on. And to a large extent, it's been something of an organic process since. And let's see if we've got something on screen. Okay, positive work environment. Anyone care to do the walkthrough? If not, we'll just, if you scroll down to the areas of focus that were identified. Okay, employee professional development training, positive council staff interactions, flexible work schedules, special projects, work-life balance, and workload management as some specific areas that the department heads identified as areas of interest. So we formed small teams around each one of these and undertook a few initiatives. The current one that we're spending some time on is special projects where, for example, I'll take an example of a project, the brainchild of Councilmember Burt was the development of, the staff has to put their own fingerprints on it. I think it's now called the I Love Palo Alto website, where it will identify notable landmarks around town that one will use as an opportunity to put on a website, also to build on from there to I'll build some skills among staff who are interested in whether even if it's a website layout, communication, team, project management, areas like that. And so as an example is one of a few projects that is just to launch. The feedback we've gotten on this effort so far has been pretty anecdotal, but positive. I think our employees appreciate just the conversation around what it takes and what their role is in both reinforcing and being part of a positive work environment. So I'll stop there.
Okay, and just a technical question for the city attorney. I notice in a number of places you're adding a 5 FTE deputy city attorney. It looks like water and electric are both going to be drawing upon this person's expertise, but in adding up the FTE seemed to be allocated each. It was like 0.17 for one of the departments, 0.14 for the other. So I'm wondering where the other 0.19 went, or is the person just going to float and be a little bit flexible?
So it doesn't work quite like that.
Okay.
So there is one attorney in my department that only works with the utilities department and works across a variety of funds. And that's Amy Bartel, who you've had on screen. The other positions really are shared positions. So my position is allocated to the general fund, but in reality, some of the work I do is supports utilities. So it's a bit more kind of looking at as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all.
Thanks. Let me see. First, returning to Sandra in HR, I was want to follow up on the bus tour, and was that touring just city facilities or more broad than that?
It also includes Stanford.
And what about community, non-public facility spaces, and just really introducing these employees to a lot of aspects of our community, what they're what they're serving and working in that
There-
are not public buildings.
If I could, and that's the actual perfect example of the synergy between this activity and I had mentioned this I Love Palo Alto thing, where I'm not sure we want to advertise it, but we do drive very quietly by the garage. And so not to disturb anyone in the neighborhood, but it is part of the tour. And so adding to that other notable landmarks that help build the cachet for those new employees of the organization and the community that they're now a part of. So it's definitely, again, not to suggest we drive through neighborhoods around town, but it is a part of it. And we are looking to build that. This is an activity that in years past, we've had volunteer staff members, one from HR, most recently from the fire department, that actually become the tour guides and really the ambassadors that introduce new employees to the city of Palo Alto. And it is an amazingly energizing activity to see them in action and to actually feed off of that energy as we all do.
Yeah, I agree that there's a lot of opportunities there to, our open space parks and other parks. I don't know if they get exposed to all those, but even within greater downtown area itself, there's just an incredible number of underappreciated landmarks that have stories behind them. When I have visitors from delegations, I just tend to take up the door and it's amazing on the path to the HP garage of going by the Roth building, which Palo Alto Medical Foundation really created a community clinic model for the United States and was in the 1920s co-founded by a woman physician, which was in itself a very leading initiative. And then Ramona Street, and it's really important ethnic center heritage for our community through the first half of the 20th century. And then to tell you, when you take people and point to the first Facebook offices, the first Google offices, the first PayPal, the first LinkedIn, and their jaws drop. And we have virtually no signage. And I can tell you, people from overseas think that's an epicenter of the technology revolution of the world, and it's sitting there unsigned in our community. So I just want to raise some of that appreciation that, especially younger employees who think of what's happening in technology is central to kind of their lives and global transformation. This place really does have an awful lot that helps people identify and build identities with working here. I did want to ask on the need on the HR recruiters. I saw that you mentioned that we have 2 positions open. With what's happening and I appreciate that public people recruiting the public sector and private sector is not necessarily a one-to-one transferability, but the tech companies, that's the areas that they pull back most on as they've gone into different layoffs or hiring freezes. Are we seeing that that's changing the talent pool and availability of either in-house employees for recruiters or outside? Are we seeing a kind of an inflection point?
We hope that we would. In fact, one of the first opportunities we had to host was after I believe Apple had announced their layoff of recruiters. We didn't have anyone take up our hourly recruitment opportunity. I'm not sure if it's because of the pay, private sectors pays differently. Or I've just heard internally as an anecdote is that some would like to take time to reflect, maybe get unemployment and reflect their next steps. So we haven't seen it yet.
Okay. And then under ASD, and we had both the Coverly leases and the Bryant Garage space. Can staff provide additional context to what's happening in those areas? What are we what are we looking at doing? What are the changes and the dynamics going on?
I will do my best on that one. Thank you for the question. The Cubberley site is exactly what the council is fully aware of, that we are looking at with CSD on the uses of the facility. The other piece it is looking at the shorter term or midterm rentals that we do of the city facilities, looking at the vacant space, making sure that there's an appropriate process to place when a vacancy arises. So there's that kind of broader piece on Cubberley, and then more tactical, I'll say, piece in terms of the immediate. On Bryant Street, staff did do a RFP to solicit for brokerage services for the Bryant Street area, the Bryant Street storefront, I should say, and was unsuccessful at retaining any responses. And so as part of that, what staff has done is we have started to advertise it ourselves. And then we're also looking at doing just public RFP. And I believe it's almost ready to hit the street, if not already on the street, just soliciting folks for that area as well. So both from a commercial standpoint, posting it, as well as soliciting interest publicly on our bids portal.
So first on the Cubberley, we had this discussion earlier on Cubberley Capital Fund. And one of the things that I had been trying to understand in recent years is seen and heard of just aside from major investments that we need to do there on the existing buildings, there's a lot of small stuff, just tiles and paint and interiors. And I couldn't figure out why out of that $1.8 million a year, we weren't being able to make more progress there. Now I have a better understanding that we had been using those funds for what formerly had been other costs associated with Cubberley that had been coming in general fund. So one of the things that I'm going to be interested in is a better understanding of how we're using that 1.8 million a year to make that space more attractive while we develop a longer term program. And on the Bryant Garage, given the current market, what you described is not surprising. One of the things that I've been wondering is if we can't get what was formerly a market rate for those spaces of what is a retail space on the ground floor and an office space above, with having some access issues. Yeah. But where we should be considering whether there are any local serving nonprofits who wouldn't be able to pay what we had formerly thought of as market rate, but still might be a combination of modest income to the city combined with really providing services in the downtown area that would be valuable. And I'm not sure what those might be, but I'm interested in my colleagues' thoughts on whether that might be something we want to refer to council. And then in the city manager's office update, there was a reference to one of the positions working with nonprofit partners, and I was glad to hear that. Can you give us a better sense of what that's about,
Sure.
how that's different from past practices?
Well,
value.
Yes, we have a standing referral. This is actually the result of an audit from the city attorney or city auditor's office regarding our ongoing nonprofit relationships, the interest in establishing more consistency in terms of risk management. Understanding came from the auditor's office. That referral has been a pending assignment to kick off a overall review of our policy that I think we call the public-private partnership policy. It's a bit of a dated term in this context. But in any case, that's a pending assignment for Lupita Alamos, as I mentioned earlier. She is currently, though, focused on helping Kristen with the Pets in Need agreement. So these are all connect, but that is the specific example of a nonprofit agreement that we're working through. And then as that work completes, we'll be working on more of the comprehensive. Now, I say that fully appreciating that the council has told us that before we go down what might be considered a financially driven scope of work, that we really do want to recognize the community value that are provided from our nonprofit partnerships. And so we're working on that scope right now, and we'll bring that to the council early on for any real work is done to proceed to ensure that council is comfortable with how that work is handled.
Okay, that's helpful. I had gotten that this auditor kind of risk perspective on the nonprofits. I was much more focused on what I've been long interested in us doing, which is having an even stronger embracing and leveraging of the resources of our nonprofits and partnering with them, not just using them, but really partnering with them as an exceptional characteristic of our community. Every community has nonprofits. We really do have a lot of exceptional resources that I think I've heard for a long time. They just often are either mystified or yearning for greater collaboration with the city. And I think it's remains an undertapped way that we can leverage what we're doing. We were talking earlier, some of you may not have heard of, been our SCAP and electrification initiative, and just that we have this 50 to 100 volunteers that are going door to door to promote our heat pump water heater program. Imagine if we were trying to do that by hiring resources to do that. It would just be phenomenal, and they're ready to do more. So I just hope that the effort really thinks, in my mind, most of all about this being opportunities rather than risks. There's certainly, we have to manage this, but it's most of all about opportunities to leverage resources. I think that's all I had. So let's see.
Bert,
Yeah.
if I might add on the Main Street storefront area, the RFP has not been, the second RFP has not been issued, and that RFP is open for all proposers. And we did it that way, intentionally acknowledging that there may be nonprofits or others that would be interested. What we will make sure is that we do advertise once that's posted to our networks. But
So when we say advertised, do we have a kind of it's one of the issues is whether we really have a comprehensive list of the nonprofits in our community, and the nonprofits that serve our community may not be residing here either because they had to leave town because it was too expensive or otherwise. And so when we advertise, do we have those?
Sure. I'm not claiming that we have a perfect list of all nonprofits that both serve this community and or work this community. What we can do is make sure that we through the channels we do have, make sure that it's widely known that this is available, and hopefully from a networking perspective, folks can share with the communities at large. So
this list we do have goes into our topic of, one of the things on leveraging with nonprofits is really comprehensively knowing who they are and what they do. I know that Minka has a lot of this. And then there are other resources. There's the chamber, and the weekly had at one time a comprehensive list. Has been one of the things that I've been interested in us compiling, because that's kind of foundational to being able to leverage those resources, but not just have a list, but to have that organized so that we understand their focus areas and their capacities and their missions. I'd really like to encourage us to think innovatively about how we reach those candidates if we're looking at advertising that space. Follow up? No? Okay. All right. And then as far as summarizing tier 2s in this section, and we loop back to that,
sure. And I'm going to actually just highlight any tier 2s I think that you have not yet covered.
Good.
So on City Manager Shikata went over the staffing for the economic development strategy, the implementation of that. There's another tier 2 on that same one for the support for a study for permanent car-free streets. This is kind of, most of these ones that haven't mentioned are ones that are functional across multiple departments. So that's another one that's a $250,000 estimated cost for the car-free streets ordinance. Continuing down, I believe you spoke about the commercial dewatering. I don't recall hearing you talking about that, so I just wanted to call that one to your attention.
Actually, I don't know that we touched on it.
Yeah, so that's a feeling. So on your council priorities list, there was discuss plans for commercial dewatering requirements. That one has a small consultant support allocation of 50,000 that I don't think you guys spoke about. Moving through, we intentionally skipped some of the PDS ones following the guidance of this director. Another one is work on unhoused residents for housing and services. That $100,000, it's under the housing for social and economic balance, is a placeholder. So it would still need to determine the programmatic aspects of that.
Can I ask a technical question about that one while you're, there is a pot of revenue available to us that I believe is the amount of $750,000 to support unhoused residents, and it would be good to know how many of the items on the tier two in total is requesting how much in furtherance those folks. So we can make sure we use that 750 if we want to. In other words, this isn't the.
Well, and then that 750, that was for.
That's associated with Measure K.
And that's not just unhoused, that is.
Affordable housing and unhoused
affordable housing.
services. Yep, so it could be essentially almost anything under your housing for social and economic balance. Continuing down through the list. Other items, you went through the eucalyptus trees, we went through those. The community engagement quarterly newsletter. You had a study session mid-April on community engagement. This is under enhanced services. And so that was a little, the council talked about doing and wanting a continued mail quarterly newsletter. Unfortunately, by the time you had that conversation, we were past production on this document. So we made sure we slipped in tier 2 so it wouldn't get lost. We went through the fire ones. We went through technology.
Can I just ask, are you saying that this newsletter, we got one and you're saying it's like a pilot? It wasn't, okay.
And then through your study session, the council discussed making that an ongoing, that would be the funding. It would be 100,000 for 4 newsletters a year. Obviously that could be scaled. It's approximately 25,000 for each. And that is it. You have talked about everything else on that list. Those were the remaining pieces.
And on the newsletter, would a portion of that be related to like SCAP and utilities related and some other enterprise funds? Would that potentially be covered in part by other?
Potentially, I think we just wanted to have a placeholder here. It's largely postage costs, and again, there are hard fixed expenses associated with doing newsletter.
But the dollars might be distributed.
Potentially, I'm only hedging because this scale, it'd be more trouble to try to allocate the cost than it is to.
Okay. And then on the economic development assistant, I forget the position title, but can you describe what functions would be served by that position aren't currently being served?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So ultimately, as you all know, there's one staff individual that's basically working on both the strategy with the consultant as well as I'll just call it the door-to-door aspect of this. And so this will augment the staffing and increase, obviously, the ability to work on both of those areas, facilitating a greater scope, obviously, in the economic development realm, acknowledging that we will have due outs from this upcoming process on a strategy for implementation. The other aspect of it is customer service to business and residents. I think everyone on the committee knows that it's our community really values that that interaction, helping to navigate, whether it be the service within the city or policy change that are going on. So it does obviously take a significant amount of time to have an individual have that direct conversation. The other piece is enhancing special event offerings in partnership with the business community. So as you've seen in community services, we're increasing our staffing to actually host and manage and produce, thank you, that's the word I was looking for, produce special events. But also we've talked about, and I think you heard a public speaker last night talk about community events and having someone as a liaison to help facilitate those events being brought forward. So it is an expansion of the existing mighty team of one, but acknowledging that the work is going to increase pretty as soon as that consent what's the word called? Street Sense. Thank you. As soon as Street Sense come back with the strategy for implementation.
It strikes me that on a number of these tier 2 items, we have funding as if they were going to be full year, and they wouldn't be out of the gate being able to staff those positions or whatever. So as we look at the recap in just a moment on the tier 2, maybe to give a head up that I think it'd be really useful for us to have a better sense of how to prorate those expenses for the year. Now, the ongoing expenses we past this year, we wouldn't prorate, but we'd still within this year do so. So some of them might be fully incurred, but not necessarily. And I don't want us to treat them from a cost standpoint as they are.
That's a really valid point for a position like this, because it is an administrative assistant. As a practical matter, some of these positions are easier to fill than others. So, depending on when we're ready to proceed, again, using this as an example, it could actually be fairly close to full year.
Yeah, and I assume some would be in that category. Okay. So, colleagues, do you want to have a motion on this section? Sure.
We move tentative approval of item 5. I'm happy to include anything in the parking lot.
Yeah, we'll second that and include in parking lot the assistant on economic development, the car-free streets ordinance development study, the unhoused residence services, and the quarterly newsletter, community engagement newsletter.
Okay, works for me.
I just want to point out that we're leaving off the list, the commercial watering, which I think is appropriate because the department that it comes under did not advocate for it.
Yeah, I was kind of struggling with it, but given how few things we've dropped from the year 2, that was one of the ones that I thought maybe we do. Okay, and we do have more funding, we think, than we originally anticipated too. Yeah. All right. All good? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes unanimously. And we are ready to begin to discuss the recap. Yeah, you bet. Let's take a 5-minute break or so. Okay, so just to tee up our recap, Kylie has provided us with additional information that we had requested, and she's going to walk us through what we have here in a moment. And then she suggested that on the tier 2 that we try to take the parking lot and divide it in two between things that we are strongly recommending that be included and those that are more on the bubble, and appreciating that there's going to be an interplay between that and the assumptions that we and the council make on the revenue side. So on that note, Kylie, do you want to start walking us through your memo?
Sure. A lot of it is for information only, and staff can refer back to this for the council or the committee, I'm sorry, as we move through this process. But let me call your attention to a couple items that I think might be helpful for you as you're moving through your parking lot list. So moving to page 2 and 3. Page 2 and 3 highlight in grave detail. And on the left, you can see the different categories within the HISREP allocations with a table that goes back to 2001 until present day. There's also a graph that shows HISREP funding that is used for grants. So this takes out the general human services that are allocated to Avenidas, Palo Alto Community Child Care, YCS, and YCI. And roughly looks at that against what it would look like if we compared it to CPI growth, which is the dotted line. So just a nomenclature to that. We also identified what the general fund budget was in 2001, as well as in 2023. So you can also see those comparisons in those tables. So HISREP, there's plenty of data there. The next item to call to your attention is also on page 3 at the bottom. This is an item that's in your parking lot or your tier 2 list. In your parking lot, you had placed art center staffing or visitor staffing, and staff has come forward with an alternative recommendation that kind of merges those two proposals. So it is more expensive than a position, but it is less expensive than if you were to do both positions. So that would help bring the art center and visitor service support, making sure that we're able to restore the art center hours to pre-pandemic open hours to the public, and also help with the installations and the public program. The next piece is data. So it's about the use of library branches, the number of patrons served that was requested. So there's nothing directly related. Obviously, you do have on your tier 2 library services as a restoration question. On page 5, which is where we're at, has just information about PATMA. And the committee had asked about costs of changing the geography. And basically, there isn't a cost associated with the passes, but it's about a $25,000 estimated cost for the administration to work beyond the downtown core. On the next one is also parking lot tier 2 item, the housing ad hoc committee and staff at this time have not identified resources that need to be added to support this. So really more information for you. Does change the numbers. Your next item, so the last item on page 5 is the downtown housing plan. Staff just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware that on attachment C was the downtown housing plan and a request for $800,000 to support completion of the downtown housing plan. That's actually not on your tier 2 list right now. And if not funded, would effectively stop work on this plan. So Director Late wanted to ensure that you were aware of that from a procedural standpoint. Sure. That's where you lost. I'm so sorry. Attachment C in your transmittal letter, the full list that you've been referencing this whole time.
Okay, so say again, this is not a part of the
parking lot. It is. So yeah, so your downtown housing plan is outlined in your attachment C. So the original tier 2 list that staff had provided. The council or committee, I should say, has not placed this in your parking lot. And so Director wanted to just make sure that we brought that to your attention, that if we don't fund this, that this plan will effectively stop.
No. Sorry for being dense. I think it's the lateness of the hour and the
accumulation of the budget.
The volume of.
So, what? Okay, so I see. So downtown housing plan, which Director Late said he could not really handle us pursuing. Did question him about this. So he's now pointing out to us that if we don't fund what he said he didn't want us to fund, that something bad happens. Yeah.
No, I think he just wants to make sure that the committee is aware that ultimately that plan would stop. He was sure that he clearly articulated this for you and wanted to just ensure.
My notes say he's really struggling to staff it. He has long-range vacancies in this department, and therefore he has very little confidence that it can be undertaken.
Wow, that's a good recap of his comments. Now that's it. With apologies, he had a personal emergency that he needed to attend to, and therefore is not here. Oh, I do see Sarah McCree is online. The appropriate follow-up question, given the juxtaposition that is created by that, is what would happen if the committee does recommend funding it? Then has the PDS department revisited their ability to actually use the funds? Sarah?
Yeah, so Sarah McCree with Planning and Development Services. We had a follow-up discussion on this item as we were reviewing a conversation on Friday. And we do think that there is a lot of benefit of having this being partially grant funded. And so this is something we will likely be able to pursue. What is helpful to us is that the grant funding does allow us to apply for an extension. And so hopefully we are able to step up this year with the additional funding, we can continue to pursue this project.
And Sarah, just a follow-up to that. Last night, Housing Element Council directed that we expedite based on HCD's request all these housing programs in the next couple of years. That seems like it's going to dramatically impact your department and what can be done with limited resources. So even with all that, still think that we can take this on?
Yeah, so what's unique about this project is that the downtown housing plan has one consultant working on it. And what we did do is council did give us $150,000 a year for project manager to also assist with this. And so I think with the combination of that and in-house staffing, we should be able to match that.
Thank you.
And I'm not quite, let's see. What page is it in on the tier 2?
6XXVI.
So the 550,000, that's out of general fund, correct?
That's correct.
And would that full 550 be needed to be able to keep the ball rolling, or?
So we're in the middle of evaluating proposals right now. I believe the minimum of what we need will be 300,000. The average proposal came in at about 1.1, and so that's kind of the minimum. We don't know the total cost until the contracts are completed or the negotiation of the scopes are complete and the evaluation is complete. And so we likely will need the 550 based on the scopes that we're seeing.
And that 550 leverages how much in the grant fund?
800,000.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see. Oh, we still, Kylie, we still pause there for a moment. Right?
Yeah, we did pause there. Just really quickly, the committee asked for information on the K-9 unit. There's information here. Again, that wasn't something that's on your tier 2 list, so you can really read that at your leisure at a later time. And then the last piece was a discussion over Coverly custodial costs. And so staff did look at and broke down the 5-year CIP dollars into FY 2024 dollars. So in FY 2024, to zero in on janitorial costs, it's about 2 million. Sorry, 0.2 million. Thank you. If the committee wished to move salaries of custodial support from the Coverly Fund to the general fund. And just there's also clarification on when this was done. It was done as part of a referral from the council back in 2019 to identify savings in the general fund. So it's actually an off-cycle budget transaction, part of council's request for staff to find savings for pre-funding of pension. So those are all the pieces in here. Now we can re-reference these as we move through your parking lot list. Don't expect you to digest all of this at this moment, but wanted you to be aware of the follow-up that's in here so we can help you navigate your review of the parking lot.
Sure.
Ms. Nose, the art center position recommended mashup. I'd like to know at what degree of FT status does a human who works for the city get benefits?
Typically at a 0.5. So you'll notice there are positions that are 0.48. Those are what we call under 1,000-hour positions, meaning they aren't enrolled in a pension system. Now, they do receive a medical stipend, but it is not, I believe, what you're referencing in terms of the fully benefited package.
So even at 0.5, it's 0.5 benefit.
Correct.
So it's portioned.
Yeah, I'm just noting that this may solve, it's sort of trying to have our cake and eat too, but we have to keep in mind the humans who are trying to fill these roles. Is this really a role we want to offer somebody who's trying to earn a living and live in Palo Alto?
And I had a couple questions on the HISRA. We have a chart there that says it tracks the HISRA budget to projected based on actual CPI, but I'm not following something because we have a negative CPI. So how do the dollars go down related to CPI? Okay. And the other thing that I'm be interested in is the correlation to general fund, because our budget doesn't necessarily track CPI. So we have maybe just 2 data points where, and it may take a minute to.
They're in the note on the table. In 01, general budget was 108.8 million, and in FY 2023 was 247.4 million.
Where am I missing that?
Tiny print under.
Oh, okay. Oh, got it.
Could we get on our, maybe some do the quick math on the percentage of general fund that his was?
Yeah, we have a legitimate question of should we be looking at HISREP in isolation or the HISREP combined with other general human services, because as Kelly noted, it's no apples to oranges, because back a decade or more ago, there were things, HISREP funding, I think, that had been peeled off and are in the human services category now. Is that correct?
I think those were taken off consistently throughout. Is that correct? As I'm reading the note for Avenidas Palo Alto Community Childcare.
Okay.
We gave it to both ways. So if you're looking at the table, the actual table shows you the dollar values. The first column reflects the entitlements, the Avenidas, PACCC, YCS, and YCI. The second column reflects the grant funds, and then the far right is your total. Right. So we do actually provide it in both ways, given the
But when we look at just HISREP, it's a question of whether, going back to 01, did we move anything from HISREP over to general human services side? So if some people, some of us maybe look at the HISREP dollars, and it drives the question is, should we look at that or should we look at the total? And
I can't track what those agencies that moved from the grant process to the entitlement. And if there's any something of that, we didn't look agency by agency. We simply looked at entitlements versus.
The dollars, I mean, what HRC reviewed, it was it this 651,000?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So,
So if I did just to committee members, with Cotton's question, if I did the general fund budget and the total FY 2001, it's about 1%, maybe 1.1. And if I do FY 23 against the essentially 1.9 million, it's about 0.8. I think I did that right.
and I think we may want to also look at just the HISRA as a percent of general fund too. So in case you get a chance to do that calculation too. Okay, and then let's see. And you're going to look at this negative CPI, which would be great if we had in a lot of circumstances.
That's a formula error.
Okay.
So you should ignore that.
Okay. And let's see. Well, just on the Coverly, I see that we really, I guess in FY 2019 moved not just custodial, but landscaping services, fire sprinkler and repair, parking lot sweeping and supplies and equipment. Those were all expense categories that had been incurred by the city before we had the Coverly fund, and they were paid for out of general fund, and I believe paid for out of general fund after the creation of the Coverly fund up until FY 2019 when this change occurred. And I may want to hear again the what Kristen read off in the council motion, but my interpretation of the motion today, as well as its intention at time, as well as how it was carried out for the following 5 years, is all consistent with this 0.9 million not being covered by the cover the capital fund. I mean, these aren't capital improvement dollars. These are just routine maintenance dollars. Yeah.
I do note in the language that Director O'Kane articulated from the podium, the second piece of the sentence was "and ongoing maintenance." But it begs the question.
It was major maintenance. If I can tell you, if you go back to council meeting, the discussion was around how do we have the dollar needed that haven't been getting spent to do the upkeep to keep these buildings in proper shape, as opposed to cleaning grounds and all that.
Yep. Yeah, and not to dispute that at all. I think the key additional fact that staff was able to find by researching is noted here that in 2019, and I believe this was December of 2018, there was a follow-up council direction to find $4 million, which was ultimately used to fund the Pension 15 Trust, and this was one of the sources that was tapped for the purpose.
Yeah, and I don't know whether during that discussion, whether the original motion was brought forward to be clear on that. I can tell you that at the time in 2014, when we had this discussion, 2013 and 2014, the council made a commitment to the community and to PAUSD that if we dropped PAUSD receiving those funds, it would go to these deferred capital investments that were needed to keep those buildings in good shape. That was what the discussion was all about and what the motion was about. I know it because I made the proposal and I made the motion and it got adopted. So anyway, that's my statement on that. And it helps answer why the buildings are not in better shape today than they might have been. It's not that much money is not going to be transformative on those buildings, but it's basically it's at 1.8, right? Is the cover, and so it's half the dollars that. Okay, this was all really helpful. And any other questions on Kylie's memo?
I just agreeing on just following up with discussion of the history of his RAP funding. For the budget increased significantly from that time, but the dollar amount his RAP not so much, and especially with Kylie's math there on the percentage that it went down. I guess it wouldn't be proper for the budget discussion to go forward with a policy of a percentage of the general fund. I think that's something that we should look into in the future, is possibly tying it to the general fund around 1%, or more later. But like to, I mean, how much, Kylie, would we have to increase his app for tier 2 funding here? I know it's recommended 50,000 in order to get it up to 1% of the general fund. For the total, yeah. Another 600,000.
It's approximate.
Okay.
I will state, for the committee, it was never a policy to allocate the 1%. So if that is a referral that this committee wishes to make to the council, that they recommend staff pursue a policy like that, that obviously could be a referral that the committee makes. I caution against policies like that. They feel good in the moment, and then when you hit different periods of time when there's spikes, they take our gas costs that went up, and we did a calculation based on gross receipts. Tying things budgetarily to direct percentages.
You're sounding like me.
Yeah, and can pose challenges in the future. So just something to be cognizant on how you wish to draft something like that.
Julie?
I appreciate that pushback. And there's something beautiful about saying that a city is committing that 1% of its general fund is going to go to the particular types of allocations. And it reminds us how to get back on track after we have had to put a pause in because of a pandemic or some other huge set of budgetary constraints. It reminds us, like, this is, so we're not kind of after the fact, well, what percent was it supposed to be? There's something beautiful and clean philosophically, and I think also practically, about committing to this. So despite the constraints, Vice Mayor Stone, I certainly would in favor of pushing that conversation forward at council if you would take it forward.
I would add that there might be a couple other approaches that we take to get there. One is whether it is a policy or goal. And the second is, do we get there all in 1 year, or do we spread it over a couple of years?
Yeah, I think at least a referral to council or policy and services to have this discussion. I don't think today is the time to put forth any concrete proposals. I think Kylie made a good point, and I like what just added on to it. But ultimately, morally agree with kind of Julie's point as far as I do think that is an important statement of the city. And we have always really received pennies on the dollar on the investment, his rep to these nonprofits and what they back to the community. So I'd like to see that as a referral to some degree.
Well, and connected with that, many of the nonprofits are able to leverage city dollars. And I think I'd be interested in understanding what that leveraging potential is in this decision making. Because if it brings them, dollars for every one we put in, that's a different story than if it's just our dollars. And I know with some of the organizations, at least, that there's a leveraging, but I don't know the spectrum on that. Okay.
So you want to see your tier 2 list?
Yeah, please.
Or your parking lot? I shouldn't call it tier 2. It is a subset. So I will let either Paul or Jesse share their screen. And through your tentative motions, you have put in your parking lot. Oh, I keep doing that. You have placed in your parking lot in FY 2024 about 6.5 million expenses. Acknowledge there's a question mark under life moves, and 4.6 million in ongoing.
You mean of that 6.5, 4.6 is ongoing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. As a reminder to bless all the way back to the beginning, there are sources at the very beginning that this committee also chose to place in the parking lot. And even, or rather, if committee allocates up to the 2.25 million that's in the council priorities reserve and ongoing, you as a body are facing $6 million deficit in 2026. So anything beyond your council priorities reserve on an ongoing basis, remember, does impact your long range forecast, again, assuming all things being equal. So you could have higher revenue growth. You also likely have higher expense growth because you are out of labor contracts, if you remember from our opening meeting. So just something to bear in mind as you're moving through this. It's a decision maker, but it should inform your decision.
Well, and just this was something that I been on the transmittal or we aren't facing a $6 million deficit. We are projecting based upon the following assumptions a $6 million deficit.
I'm not sure how else an organization plans their financials. So yeah,
Well,
it's
they
our
checked.
projections.
It's not a fact. That's the difference. It's not a fact any more than in FY, when we began FY 22, it was not a fact that we were going to have a $6 million deficit when we had a $40 million surplus. These are projections and they almost invariably change, and we project conservatively, and they almost always change to the upside. And so it is important that we plan accordingly to whatever conservative assumptions we have, but those are not facts. We take facts and then we make assumptions and we make projections that are in many ways objective. We try to look at them as objectively as we can, but we will have different variations on those assumptions. That doesn't mean I'm not willing to take those projection assumptions as what we're using going forward, but to characterize them in, I think, the most accurate way. Okay, so what we were talking about doing is taking really each of these, the revenue and the tier twos, and dividing each of them in two buckets. Ones that we want to make as a recommendation, and others that are a bubble that might go to the council. And it's not only on the expense side, we should do that on the revenue side. I look at this, there are several different assumptions we can make. The gas equity transfer, we'd have majority of the committee and the council who had supported 15.5. I still support that as what I would want to use in our projections. The vacancy savings, we had 1.1 to 2 million. We have down here 2 million. And so I personally would be more comfortable in the median of using the 1.5 on that. And the others, I think I'm pretty comfortable with using as assumptions, bearing in mind that we are at the very upper end of our BSR with the projection as well, 20%. So on the revenue side, what do two of you think?
I've got a technical question. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
It didn't light up. So
I did see a body move out of the corner of my. I have a technical question, which is I process best in when I can write on this paper, and I'm wondering if it's possible for a staff member to print this slide so I can see the total that we're working with. That would be enormously helpful to me. Thank you.
In progress. Would anyone else like a copy?
Yes, please. Thanks, that's helpful.
Okay.
I mean, on the revenue side, I was one of the council members that supported the 18% equity transfer, so I would continue to support that. Here, I'm fine with splitting the baby of vacancy savings, and also supportive of the others. Also, if we're talking about splitting the baby of vacancy savings, maybe do the same for the equity transfer, and at least getting 500,000 out of that. I mean, I continue to look at this list, and we didn't do a great job winnowing down, and I understand why, because looking at the list right now, it's really difficult to figure out what we would remove. So that's what I'm thinking on the revenue side.
I think we actually have made a ton of progress. We were at 8.6 million to start with, and expenses, and I can't see the total here. There we go. We're at 6.5. So we have cut more than 2 million, which is great. And the ongoing expenses were projected only at 4.4, and I guess we're doing less well there. So, you know, I agree with y'all on the revenue side. I would like to hold to the gas transfer at 15.5, unless we're really ready to make the argument for why that additional, 5,000, as the vice mayor suggested, or even a full million be needed. And I'm fine with splitting the baby in half, as we said on the vacancy savings. I think the chair said 1.5 million. I think the vice mayor might be thinking 1 million. I'm sure. Can you clarify when you split the baby?
No, I meant 1.5 as well.
Okay.
Again, I was between 1 and 2.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Time of day, not thinking clearly. Okay. Yes. So I'd be fine with that.
Let me also bring up that on the ongoing expenses, which are an important thing for us to dwell on. If we retain the gas equity transfer at the 15.5 this year, but I think had we the forward projections for the next few years, it used the 15.5. And so if we go 18 and return after this year to the normal transfer rate, then that mitigates 1 million of the ongoing costs, if I understand it correctly, or at least the next couple of years. Had the budget, the forecast, long range forecast, assumed 15.5 indefinitely, or just for a few years? Indefinitely. Okay, so that would return 1 million on an ongoing basis. And then on the vacancies, I think it is something that a valid question of what we should project on an ongoing basis on vacancies. I don't know what the best we've ever had on vacancy rates.
Well, like I said, these numbers, the 1 to 2 million, reflect our savings annually over the last 3 years. And that is on top of the approximately 2.5 or 3 million that is saved. That's already been into your long range forecast. So that would essentially tap 100% of the vacancy savings. Now this year, Jesse can help enlighten us on, we're closer to the $1 million marker in savings or the $2 million marker. Since she works on salary and benefits at a more detailed level. Yeah, that's the range of savings in this general fund, I should say.
And for clarification, what you're suggesting is net savings, recognizing some of the actual savings is spent on contractual services and overstrengths and the like.
That's correct.
But so would that savings be there really on an ongoing basis, depending on what vacancy rate assumption we make?
I mean, sure.
As an aggregation.
As an aggregation.
Lots of things that change within it, but.
Sure. So, I mean, yeah. But like we looked in terms of the data points, we have about an 8-cent vacancy factor, if I remember correctly, after we backed out some of the items, and then we are carrying a few percent. So there's about 5% in between. So,
and have we ever gotten below 5%, for instance? So what's a safe number? It may not be what we're assuming this year, but on an ongoing basis, I don't anticipate we're going to be at 3%.
Remember that the 3% is the net number. So there is a lot of savings that is used for overstrengths for
Damn, but that's still, we'd have a net, if we moved it up, we'd have the same sort of.
Right, would be 1 to 2 million. So you would move it up. So that's, I personally wouldn't recommend, but that's obviously at the discretion of the council.
Well, I know how much to move up, but I don't think on an ongoing basis, it needs to be at 3%. I'm not saying to move it up to even what we're assuming this year. We may assume that we're going to inch it down a bit more. But if we've never had a 3% vacancy, building that into future deficits that we're saying are definitely going to happen when we've never had that low a vacancy, perhaps.
Sure. So let me add a little bit of color on how the vacancy assumption comes into play. As staff is building the long-range financial forecast, we look at the history of vacancy savings and then we discount it. So that's exactly what you see here. We put the 3% vacancy factor in there by looking at our historic vacancy savings and discount it, because to your point, we budget in a more conservative way, and we are gun shy to all things or within $1 million essentially on such a large budget. So we do revise that vacancy, or we review, I should say, that vacancy factor on an annual basis, as it is a principle in terms of how we allocate and look at the long range financial forecast. But I'm shy from, I mean, the committee can make direction to staff to more aggressively assume actual vacancy levels and budgeting practices, and we could adjust to that.
Or closer to them. I'm not
But how
saying.
close, I guess, is
Well,
the question.
we'll dive into that.
Direction would be helpful.
Yeah. And as far as how much we refine this, it's really about what if we are adding in ongoing expenses that are in hundreds of thousands, wouldn't we want to have on the other expenses something that might be $1 million? So when you say you're hesitant to be that fine, it's all going into long range forecast, which I think we all know vary greatly from whatever we have at this point in time. Look at our history of long range forecasts versus what ends up developing, those really different numbers. And in part because we were needed, we work to narrow that gap. And in other times, it solves itself because budget conservative. But if any of us go back and pick up a long range forecast from 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 years ago, many of those look dire. This is one of the most promising long range forecasts I've seen. And so I don't dispute it. I just think that we want to look at, if we're going to look at some of these ongoing expenses, we don't want to just assume the most negative projections going forward that we might, if we're going to consider those. And again, those are judgment calls. Julie?
Chair, thank you for that. And I think I tend to agree with the overarching philosophy that you're articulating. I wanted to briefly go in a different direction, which is just to try to clarify and clean up some of these numbers. Just make sure we're looking at the right type of dollars on revenue and expense. I think we are missing 100,000 in revenue. We were told there is a $100,000 city council contingency fund remaining in 2023 that we thought we might add to this effort.
I didn't print the page for you. Apologies. I just printed the list.
Is it in the total? The total?
It's not. So you can put that in the parking lot. So Paul, if you just add that to the beginning.
Okay. And then the
Other
San
side.
Antonio,
Sorry, to
No
Paul,
worries.
other side. Thank you.
and then if you recall the conversation with Director Lake about his lack of favor for coordinated area plans, there are 4 articulated in a tier 2, San Antonio, California, downtown, and El Camino for 700,000. And we said, well, what if it was just San Antonio? And then he told about the Cal Poly conversation. Maybe we could pursue Cal Poly being our partner and pursuing this for 50,000. I think the fact that this item is listed as a $700,000 item is a bit erroneous.
Sure. So just one clarification, that tier 2 proposal in the fine print identifies the 700,000 is the cost for one plan. So although there are 4 listed in there, it only provide the cost for one plan. Now, to your point, if you are thinking that you wish for planning and development services to go down the Cal Poly route, then we can change that number. But the cost of one plan is
Okay.
the 700.
I think what we put,
Yeah, the 700,000 is spread over.
okay,
What's a PE?
what I'm trying to say, I think in that conversation, when we put this in the parking lot, we specifically directed it to be because Director Lake was reluctant. We were trying to listen to that and honor it.
Just change it.
No, I'm just trying to clarify that I think that's what I may be wrong. Is there, I don't know who recorded what, maybe we can see what the motion says, but that if we were contemplating 50,000 versus 700,000, that's a big difference and a big opportunity for us in this current exercise. The downtown housing plan, we have been encouraged to add in the memo we just received. And that is 550,000, I believe. That would, an additional expense that I don't believe is in here. And then electric vehicles an $800,000 expense. And I think it contemplates a complete transition in 1 year to full elect vehicle. And I'm wondering if there's any merit in phasing that in 2 years or 3 years, so that the cost this year is more like, 267 or 400,000, depending on how many, what we chose as phase in. So I just want to offer those as potential way to move the needle.
Yeah, others that, from the decisions as well that may not be fully reflected here in the price. Remember, there's a session on the eucalyptus tree removal, and that staff's currently going for various grants on that. And there's one other on here that's escaping me right now. On the sea level rise and adaptation plan, didn't Brad say just this morning that kind of the immediacy of that has changed based on recent studies and it may be necessary until. And there he is. So I'll just stop talking. He can remind us.
Just to clarify, I think we're planning for this is to try to award a consulting contract for this additional work by the end of the calendar. So I was explaining the reason why we're a little bit on pause, trying to figure out exactly the next steps. We do have a goal of using that additional funding to get the work started during fiscal year 24.
And can I ask, so Brad, if we did it by the end of the calendar year, halfway through our fiscal year, would we budget in a way that is the whole 200,000, it's become encumbered at the time we award the contract? Is that the way we do it?
Most typically, but I don't think that that's required.
Okay.
Again, this is not ongoing budget. I'm not so sure how much it helps the situation if you were to say split it between 2 fiscal years.
And then that shows an ongoing 200,000. Is that also the case?
I think this isn't, the study won't be ongoing, but the cost for continuing work on sea level rise as a result of the study would continue. So it's a placeholder. We don't know. We need the study first.
Okay.
And one more, actually more questions. Cypress Lane alley movement. I don't really know why it's necessary right now. I mean, just looking at things to cut that alley for as long as I can remember, been in that same terrible state. Is there any particular need for it to be done now?
There's no particular time sensitivity to it beyond.
Okay. And related to that, can we fill potholes without owning it, clearly? I mean, just
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Middle of the night.
If my personal experience is an indication, you can't really fill. It's just, yeah, it's
more of a roller
yeah,
coaster
bad
than a
shape.
pothole. I see.
It's dirt. It's basically dirt.
Okay. Well. Okay, thanks.
And then last question on the community engagement quarterly newsletter. I assume we used to do that.
I actually don't recall, so not in recent memory.
Okay. I'm just trying to kind of understand, have we gauged resident interest on that at all to see if there's a real desire for it?
It's really anecdotal. It's a sense the staff has gotten in anecdotal response to the mailed newsletter we have done, and recognition that not everyone in Palo Alto responds well to our electronic newsletters.
Okay. It's the only way to reach everybody, to be reaching everybody.
Okay, and I had a couple. Are you good? Okay. Can you remind me it says therapeutics program, and I'm not remembering what that's referring to.
Sure, it's that program with Community Services Department to increase our programming that has to do with accessibility. So I believe Director Owen is on the line. I'm not sure if she's able to jump on to expand on that. There she is. Thank you, Kristen.
That's outreach to homeless, or no?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thanks
Oh,
for that question. This
mental
is
health.
staff to help with families who have who want to enroll in classes who may have disabilities or children with disabilities.
Got it. Thank you. And under the library hours, it says can be a minimum of 145,000. And we'd be reminded of what 145,000 says versus 406.
Sure. So in the full write-up for this, basically the library department gave a range anywhere from simply restoring hours to pre-pandemic levels to restoring both hours and programming to pre-pandemic levels. So the 145,000 estimate is what's necessary just to restore hours. Programming would remain at 50% of pre-pandemic levels. The 406 reflects 100% restoration of hours and 100% restoration of programming.
Okay, thanks. And as think about that, as we're looking at having two buckets on the tier 2, we might even want to take some of these items in proportion. And the zoning code update shows that $500,000 is ongoing as well. Is that because it's not going to get accomplished in a single year? It would carry on for how long?
Yes, so it's about a $1.5 million project, and they estimate it would cost, or it would take up 3 years to do. I will note this doesn't include support would be needed for a project like this. Something like this will have a significant amount of legal support needed. Depending on how this committee allocates and decides through these parking lot items, remember, we will come back and help you with what the administrative overhead essentially would be.
And on the San Antonio area plan, are we assuming that if we did this Cal Poly project, that be as much as we do, or would that be a framework for leading into an area plan that is more traditional?
I believe Sarah McRee is on the line.
So the work with the Cal Poly students that we're exploring right now would really be to draft some sort of concept. It wouldn't be the full plan. We would still need additional consultants to do a plan. And I believe, hoping John can join shortly and so he can elaborate on it further. And I don't know if Philip Gammy, if he's on the line, if he has any additional information on that.
I don't have a lot of context to add to that. In discussion with John, when he had the proposal for the Cal Poly to work on this, that we've provided the transportation scope that will be a component of that.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it's just a draft informal art plan, and so it will cost us more than just the amount that we for the students who.
Okay, so that is along the lines that I was assuming. So what we might be able to consider is that we're 50,000 this year to get this thing going right away, and then we would have the full scale budgeting in the following year, perhaps. Okay, and then follow up on the newsletter. We do have the monthly utilities newsletter, and would it not be possible to piggyback on that mailing? I'll just add that there are things that get stuffed in that envelope that are nice but not essential, and so once a quarter we remove some of the other items and put newsletter in instead. Would be a good savings.
Let's see. I'm trying to recall the percentage of households that do not receive the mailed utility bill, and I'm thinking around 20%, maybe off, but there is that consideration. The other is, frankly, the production cycle for the utility newsletter is long, and as such, likely that the information in the mail newsletter will be potentially a bit stale. So I think those are the trade-offs. We could certainly look more closely at.
Well, and that last part, I'm not talking about them changing what they put in. It's just whether we get to insert in their envelope.
In order to do an insert in the envelope, I think it's at least a month, if not longer. And again, not to defend that, but that is a consideration.
Well, I guess so.
Oh, right. Okay, because it's a rolling mail out. It doesn't happen at a single date. It occurs over the course of a month based on billing dates. And that is, I think, part of the reason that, again, it's the information can become a bit stale.
And I'll just say that the idea that the mailing gets to everybody, and I think we still have, when we get hard copies of the mail, a lot of people take what they would construe as junk mail and automatic circular file that. And so it's a question of using multiple means to try to get to almost everybody, but I don't think of the newsletter as the end all in that regard. It does hit a lot of people that we very well might not hit otherwise, and I think that's valuable.
Just want to add, if I may, that all I mean by is we have all the mail addresses for residents, but we don't have every resident email address. And, you know, we don't know how many of them know about our website and this and that. So it's the opportunity to push to everybody that I don't think is replicated in a digital format. But I hear you that many might toss into the trash.
Good afternoon, Council. Megan Horgan Taylor. Just wanted to pop on it and add a little bit of context to the mail newsletter, if I might, for a moment.
Sure.
So we are also partnering with Kristen's team on the Enjoy catalog, which is sent out on a regular basis. So that may be an area for some cost savings. So that is an opportunity that we've looked at and are exploring for the year ahead. Though I do want to note the information, how it's contained in there could get lost because it's a part of a catalog versus a standalone mailer. So council member, to your point, the opportunity that somebody not look at a summer catalog for city updates and throw it away because they're not interested in summer camps or things like that. There could be opportunities of lost exposure from that. We do actively provide printed materials in utility bill inserts and partner with the utilities department regularly to do that. To the city manager's point, it is a much longer lead time and the information that we share is much more evergreen than our printed newsletter will be. So there is opportunity there quarterly to share more timely information.
Okay, thanks. As I'm looking at just which things to potentially move into the firm assumptions or recommendations versus the bubble ones. Why don't we go through and see where we have agreement and where we don't, so we can start making progress on that. Yeah, we can just do that informally. So, yeah, go ahead.
If Director Eggleston is still available, I would love to know about the feasibility or his sense of the practicality of phasing the full electric vehicle fleet replacement in over 2 or 3 years, opposed to all at once.
I am still here. Thanks for the question. Just to make sure it's clear, these are ongoing projects for replacement of vehicles in the fleet. So what the current proposal here in tier 2 is just to make practically all the replacements for the fiscal year 24 project electric. And then I think what's envisioned in the ongoing is that we would continue doing that through future years projects. So if what you're suggesting is that instead of funding, say, the whole 800,000, we started with a third or a half of that and phased it in over multiple years of vehicle replacement projects, that could be done. That would mean that in the meantime, there would be other vehicles that we would still be replacing with internal combustion engine equipment.
Brad, following up on that, are out of those vehicles that we have as prospectively to have electric replacements in this fiscal year of 800,000, are there some that stand out as being pretty cost-effective alternatives and others that are a great premium to go electric at this point in time?
The ones I would describe as cost-effective are really the 18 that we had said are already in the proposed and that don't require tier 2 funding. As a general rule right now for the heavy equipment, the cost of the electric replacements is roughly double the cost of the internal combustion.
And you may not have kind of refinement right now, but out of those vehicles that are not truly cost effective, but you pay some premium. Is there really a range of premiums that we're having to pay amongst those others? And that maybe that's something you'd have to loop back on if we were looking at doing that in two phases. Do we get, do we get 2/3 of them of that remainder electrified this year for 400,000, and it would be 1/3 and that we'd get for the additional 400 or something to that effect.
I have the figures in front of me, or I should call them estimates. For each of these 8, the cost of the electric equipment is somewhere between 450 and 800,000. So it's not as if of the 8, there are say 4 of them that could be funded with extra 100,000 or some smaller amount. They're all roughly on the same order of magnitude scale, where we're talking about a premium in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for each vehicle.
And any difference in the projected longevity of those vehicles?
I don't have information about that.
So the reason I'm asking all this is we're trying to figure out if we cut it in half, what would be the impacts of that?
I think the result would be that we would plan to proceed with probably 4 of those replacements being electric vehicles, and the other 4 still being internal combustion.
Okay, thanks.
I would also note that most of these are diesel vehicles, and don't lose sight of the fact that we did switch to renewable diesel a year and a half ago, which at least has the benefit of mitigating, resulting in lower greenhouse gas emissions from the diesel we do use.
No, I had forgotten that. So that's worth considering. Thanks. Yeah.
Because Brad, this is we're replacing at sort of the end of life or end of whatever our current replacement policy is. What does it look like if we, kind of cut this half, buy the 4 new EVs, and then put off purchasing the other 4 the following year? Just extending it by 1 year.
I think we could do that. I get a little nervous if we think of the strategy dealing with the pricing overall would be just to keep pushing things off, that eventually that's going to cause a problem. If we're talking about this 1 year, I think we could accommodate that.
Yeah, and I'll add that, we're in an unusual period where electric vehicles are in this real transition into become more cost effective. I think that the larger vehicles are generally lagging the consumer ones in that trend. And so it may be a few years before we really see the progress that we'll eventually get in cost reductions there.
Yeah, if I could just add along those notes, the clean fleet regulations have just been approved by the Air Resources Board in the last couple of weeks. These are going to drive heavy equipment and trucks being available in electric versions over time, and I expect that pricing on them would start to improve and go down as they become more common and there's more demand for them. So actually, the suggestion of phasing this in by potentially not purchasing some of these units and only providing half the funding this year, I think is quite workable.
Good, that's helpful. Thanks. Okay. All right. Going back up to the revenue side, are we good with using the $750K for housing and homeless service and building that into the budget? Now, we haven't gone through what correlates to that.
And just for full disclosure, I know this may sound odd. The CIT doesn't have to allocate these funds. You can choose to, if you want to invest them in, say, affordable housing development or something like that. That is an option before you. So just because there are dollars on the table, You don't have to spend them at this moment in time. Although I understand you have a city.
Well, and oddly, we've got the clearest one that leaps out is Life Moves, but we didn't put anything in there on the Life Moves, right?
The committee asked us not to put a dollar value.
Oh, that's right. But that's one that we that certainly aligns there, and we may have dollars associated with it. I'm just looking down on
Life Moves was up to 1.5 million. Life Moves would also be one time. And I will say, as a reminder, staff would recommend that you reallocate some of your operating expenses that the committee identified in 2023 that are being spent. That's how you get to the 1.5, is by reallocating those operating expenses. So hold on, budget jargon. Pulling back, Life Moves. Talked about a $4.5 million gap. We identified $2 million is in your CI budget, and so there's a remaining gap of $2.5 million. What is proposed in your tier 2 is that you use savings in 2023 operating expenses that Life Moves will not need, to the tune of $1 million, since, well, we're in May. So you'll use 1 million of that, and then tier 2 is the remaining 1.5. So that $2.5 million gap.
well, so
Are you following?
we already have $1 million in 2023 allocated to operating. So you
Correct.
said, and they're not going to use it 2024 either. On opting. Yeah.
So, and to your point, Chair, what you identified was, to the extent we use 23 home key funds or 24 operating, it doesn't mean you need to add on the back
So
end,
on an
but
ongoing
it
basis,
is
yeah. For 5 years, we basically committed 5
Seven.
million over
7
7 million
million over 7 years.
over 7 years. Okay.
Yep. So you
So
could
it
do that.
becomes a rolling amount.
It does. So if you wish to allocate 23 and 24 home key funding, then what would need to be in your tier 2 is 500,000. Which you could then use Medicaid for.
Okay, and we do have the unhoused resident services that would align with Measure K. That's and then out of additional HISREP funding, I don't know which of those potential recipients are looking at housing or homeless services.
That I don't know. I will note for the committee that ultimately that 750 is right, the phase in of this. In theory, this will grow to hopefully about $3 million annually, at which point you will likely want to revisit how these funds are allocated for
Right.
a number of.
And I think that the assumption had been that bulk of those funds would be going toward new affordable housing projects, a local capital share, as opposed to services, but they could be used for some mixture of the two. Just looking through the list, and I'm not seeing anything else that aligns with those Measure K dollars other than the Life Moves, the unhoused resident services, and prospectively some portion of the HISREP.
Not as a recommendation, but you could rationalize the planning work as being toward housing. There'd be the San Antonio, Charleston, or downtown.
Good point. Okay, so are we good with first saying we're going to include 1150 as part of our revenue? Seeing okay. Second, the projected but not in hand additional surplus from revenues for FY23 of $2.5 million. Are we good with building those into budget assumptions? Okay, yes.
Yep. Okay.
We'll catch up. We're good.
You guys keep going.
We'll
then
keep it. We know what we're doing here.
We'll do our best to
catch
keep
up
pace.
with you. Okay. And then the vacancy savings, are we good with splitting the difference and using 1.5 million? Yes, one of those thumbs up is quick votes. And the gas equity transfer, Greer still would like to do the 18%. I'm still 15.5. Julie, were you?
Still 15.
Okay. Except that I'm good, and let's do a second. Are we good with assuming 18% after this year? returning to the normal gas transfer after this fiscal year.
Is that a decision that we make right now?
It's a recommendation, is all what we're doing for the budget purposes. And it would affect our assumptions on ongoing revenue as opposed to this year's.
And this is 2 years out, right? What I mean is, the gas transfer is 2 years past the actual cost of gas that year. So in our big year, which 2023, we're gonna have this huge surplus in 2025 in this. So that will be a year when we could be at 15.5 because the sheer dollars are that much bigger. Am I right about that?
Well, we could, but my argument would be we've historically been at the 18% that are normal.
Okay.
Even though there's that lag, we still said, but we want to put those dollars in the ratepayers' hands close to the year in which they had to incur that themselves, even though for our own budgeting purpose, it's not exactly the same alignment. My argument would be that after we get past this year where we had this unusual spike, we return to normal practices.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
What was the decision on 18%?
15.5% this year, use 18 going forward. And you're good with that. Yeah. Okay, so then that takes us to 7 million this year. Is that my math right?
Yes.
Okay. And 4 million ongoing. That's good news on the ongoing. Okay, then we got all these items to figure out which ones are strong tier 2 recommendations and which ones are bubbles. So let's just, we may again reconsider them again, but let's start with which ones. Is it easier for us to look at which ones would be in the bubble? Is that the easier process, or is it either way?
I would prefer the opposite because I just think our passion, our priorities are going to come out with which ones do we really
All right.
want in the two.
Okay, his RIP fund. This year it's 150,000, and when we were talking about this percentage basis, it was going to jump even more than that. So it put the 150 into, and that's on top of 50 that's already there. Is that right? If we put the 150 into the strong bucket, call it bucket number 1, and we might put additional amount going forward, ongoing of something else, or let's say, I'm sorry, 2 issues. We've got that create a third bucket. We would have a question whether we'd have in the bubble this year something above the 150.
400,000 to get us to 600,000, which is
Yeah. So, and we were talking about splitting that over a couple of years to get to that. I'd good with if we put in the bubble category 2, half of that instead of would be an additional 150,000. Oh, wait a second. So Kylie, if we have this bubble group, if we put, so say in the case of his rep, we put 150,000 in the strong recommendation. We wanted to put in a bubble an additional 150,000. Is the best way to list that as 150 in the bubble as opposed to the 300 as the alternative? Or
No, I put 150 in the green column, and if you want to do 150, leave in the yellow column. Because it would be additive. Is that what you're asking?
well, I'm just asking whether that second column, if the alternative is 300, do we put 300 in the other column? We just put 150 in the other column.
No, I think what is in the yellow remains increment of change. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a lot of math.
Yellow. I don't know what you're talking about.
The parking lot. I'm sorry. Your parking lot on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, but we have in this case, so in his rep, if we want to recommend 150 in the firm,
Mhm.
and we want to have another 150 in the bubble,
Mhm.
where's the bubble?
Your bubble's on the right. That's your parking lot.
I see. Okay.
It's
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry, I hadn't come up with
Yeah.
the changes.
It's coming your bubble.
All right.
Now, ultimately, this is your
Okay.
communication to the council.
So how are we with on his rep? How are we with this recommendation?
I'm fine with that as a start point.
What I want to say is this 150 gets us to what the maximum that the HRC sought in their additional allocation. It gets us to a total 200. So they will feel that they have been heard and that they were fit at their maximum. And then we can propose that going forward. We're hoping to tie it to 1% of general fund. So I like this, and you're talking about phasing in the 1%, right? So 150 additional doesn't get us, but we would need an additional 400 to get us. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. Then on the Arts Center install or visitor staffing, where we basically did recommend that the Arts Center get both of the positions, they'd get one of the two. They would figure out how to best utilize that.
yes, and that, remember, is one of the items in your memo at your places. It is on page 3. Thank you. At the bottom of page 3. Revised proposal would be, instead of one or the other, what's outlined there, instead of a 1.0 FTE for installation crew, change that to 0.48, and then the visitor service staffing change for 1.0 to 0.75.
But that would be
71,000
versus what we have in here of
It is higher.
117. Well, I would be comfortable with putting the 117 in the recommendation and the balance of the 171 in the bubble.
We can ask staff to come back with what that 117 can provide as part of that.
Here, I'm actually in favor of sticking with the 112.5. This is what the staff person said was a greater priority. This is restoring one full-time position. It's one of their front desk people, and they're the only center that hasn't had its main admin front desk person restored, as opposed to this exhibit installation crew, which is 5.2 positions, 5 positions, each 0.2 to provide limited hourly installation crew members. It just feels like two very different things, and I'm kind of in favor of the front desk presence being restored.
I was in favor of letting them make that decision on what's our highest priority.
I feel like they did when we talked to them. That's what I'm saying.
Well, by having the dollar allocation, I don't know how we came up with 117 versus.
That's the value of the 5 positions that are each.
Oh, I see. We rounded up and gave them that option. So if you want to put it down to 112, whatever, and say art, I would prefer to have it as art center staffing and still allow them to really make the decision. And if it's clear that their front visitor staffing is the priority, that's what they're going to choose.
I'd be in favor of that. It was 12.5 is the exact amount.
112.5 it is. So we'll put that in the green. Okay. JMC coordinator. This is the volunteer coordinator, right? Yeah, let's I support. I think let's insert the word volunteer there just so everybody is real clear on it. I'm sure your report will be more clear, but are we good with putting that in the?
I'm not in favor of it only because the staff person did not advocate for it. And I kind of feel like with tier 2, they've already made the budget allocation. Tier 2 is like the secondary bucket. If they're not going to advocate for it in tier 2, I don't feel like, unless it's a strong priority for me personally, which this isn't, I'm not going to be advocating for it.
That's where I'm as well. Just trying to find places to cut. This isn't. I don't think this rises to the level of some of the others.
Well, I'll tell you why I was in favor of it is because I think it really leverages resources. And I'm not recalling the whether we had asked them whether they support. I don't remember that conversation. Yeah.
Well, I started asking every staff member that. I brought up the tier 2 and like, we have tough decisions to make. Which of these do you want to advocate for? And there was no comment on Junior Museum.
All right, well then let's put that in the bubble. Are you good with it in the bubble? Okay. So it goes back over to yellow, correct? Yeah, okay, good. Eucalyptus tree removal, that's a lot of money. I'm surprised it's so much for that. But I certainly do support the importance of the foothills fire protection. So.
And can end up being a lot less or nothing if we get those grants.
Oh, that's right.
So I think we might not even be able to pursue it if we don't approve it moving forward.
So either way, I'm good with it being in the recommendation.
Me too.
Green, okay. And then the youth mental health programs. Are we all good with that being in the recommended green?
Yep.
I'm just going to use colors here. Same with the therapeutics program.
Yep.
And call it a therapeutics program. I don't know, just maybe that's proper terminology. Just the rest of us struggle with translating that. Okay, library hours.
It's actually called therapeutic recreation plan. That may help.
Okay.
I kind of like the suggestion that you were putting forward earlier, Pat, I think on library hours. You mentioned sort of split it here.
Yeah, put the 145 over in the green and the balance in the bubble, the programming.
Yeah.
And by the time this comes council, we can maybe library staff will even look at finding the programming part. Okay.
Committee, may I ask a question on that?
Sure.
The 145, as we noted, is associated with the hours restoration. Would you like some rough costing for a program restoration? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I thought that was buried within.
It is. That's what I'm asking. If you would like, when staff brings forward the wrap up, to maybe untangle that a little bit.
Yeah. And
Okay.
So that might be programs that we favor over some of the who knows. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. And then neighbors abroad, I'm good with that 20 being in the green. How about you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Permitting and inspection operations. I favor the green. Yes.
What was that on? Was that the fire?
No, this one is actually something Jonathan had talked about, and it's associated with them realigning their processes over there. So we are moving to a hybrid situation. So it has someone that's helping transition the online permitting process. And then the other piece is dealing with the plan check being contract is in-house. And right now plan check is primarily externally managed with contractors, but we are struggling on that end. And so they're looking at transitioning to, I believe, more on-site staffing.
This was actually Jonathan's number one tier 2 item.
And it's tied to this objective of reducing our permitting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, we lost everything. Good.
The systems, we're overloading it. We just, refresh every once in a while.
Next is the zone code update 3-year plan. It's a lot ongoing. I guess question I would have is, I can tell you this is really more the document than the changes to the zoning code. Is that correct? I'm flashing back to the early 2000s when we did a full zone code set of changes that were material changes in response to the 98 comp plan. And that was a lot of years and we didn't get all the way through it. But this sounds like it's more on the code organization than the substantive changes. Is that correct?
This was Jonathan's number 2, by the way.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Sarah McCrew, Planning and Development Services. I believe that's correct. Right now, the way our zoning code is pieced together, it's not very user friendly. And so a substantial portion of this is going to be reorganizing that code and structuring it in a way that is more usable to our staff and the public.
And I should note too, we have this down as ongoing, but it's only 3 years ongoing. And so that can be a distinction we want to be making in ongoing. So we're not worried that they're permanent. So I would be good with moving that update to the green. It's a lot of money. It's important. And we have the bird safe, glass wildlife protection. Good with green?
Yes.
Okay, good. Moving right along. And then the San Antonio corridor area plan are good with 50,000 in this year and then has 700,000. Really, it's San Antonio area plans and other area plans is really what the ongoing is about. Is that correct? It would be this year. I mean,
Each app costs about $1 million.
yeah. So what I'm saying is that the ongoing is not the San Antonio area plan continuing indefinitely at 700,000. It would be after 3 years, approximately, then go into the next area plan. And that's, so when we put this, this row here, and we say it's ongoing, it's the first 3 years or 4 years are about the San Antonio and subsequently it's about other area plans.
Sure. You are looking at about a 16-year horizon, so costs will
Well,
elevate.
yeah, and
But-
I'm not saying we'll stick with that. That's what we're budgeting for right now.
Mhm.
So does this include then sort of direction on pursuing Cal Poly partner?
Yeah, the 50,000 would be for this fiscal year, the Cal Poly to get it launched and kind of their framework under an assumption that we go into the full scale and the following year.
Great.
And that 3 year is once again, we've assigned to the housing committee tentatively a construction of the area plan process to try to cut that. Okay. And then the POTMA geography expansion, I'm good with that in green, is everybody? Yes, okay. And regulation of short-term rentals. Now that says ongoing. Is that what that is? That would, we have to set up the program and then.
There's expected to be significant staff work to administer a program like this. One, you would need staff and consultant services to set it up, but you would also need ongoing enforcement of it.
And would we expect that any of that would be self-funded?
I wouldn't expect so.
Why not? Why
would it self-funded?
Well, if we have short-term rentals and if people do rentals, then they would potentially have a fee that would pay for the ongoing administration.
If that's part of the program that the council wants to go down, then yes, we could get revenue sources in the future.
Yeah, I'd be interested in this being revenue neutral. It's to be determined, but conceptually.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I think it also, with this, we could have enforcement, potential fines for violations that could help with that as well. And also Councilmember Du Bois did a lot of research on kind of outside providers that we could contract with that does this work as well. And I think I don't remember the detail, but he found some good cost savings in some of those providers.
So the FY24 would go over to the green, and then we have a question of whether, and this would be kind of a policy direction to come.
This will take time to set up. I don't think that you can expect in 2024 a program, including fees, would be set up in time. I suspect it will take a bit of time for staff to research it, to bring forward the ordinances, regulate it, then to identify the admin staffing to.
Yeah.
So I just
we're not
putting that out there.
But the first 100,000 is to look at the program, right? And then you've got an ongoing question, and that ongoing question, it would be whether it's revenue neutral or not.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is I think staff's not confident in the 100,000. That's a placeholder for what we think the first year kind of startup consultant costs may be. There will be more costs as we develop a program, because this would be essentially establishing a whole program. Bear in mind, this will also impact potentially your tax revenues, as we do receive millions of dollars in TOT receipts from short-term rentals. So
right, although part of the concept is that those eat into hotel TOT. That's been a big part of the assumption that's been made. We don't know one for one, but
sure, I have data on whether that is something that would materialize or not.
So what I think I'm hearing is that even if there was a program that was a fee recovery of costs, we would have more than 1 year of expenses to establish the program. Okay, so it's still that puts this into the category again on, is it ongoing for a limited period of time past 2024 or definitely? And we're going to want to have this presented to council in a way that just differentiates between things that are future costs versus ongoing costs. I think that's what we're talking about. And future where we might have a definable time horizon, and ongoing is more indefinite. Okay, so on that one, we're good with 100,000 in the green bucket?
Yes.
Okay. And then seismic upgrade, additional funding, green bucket?
Yep. Yeah.
Great. Fire utility task vehicle, green bucket?
Yep.
Okay. Public safety dispatcher staffing, green bucket?
Yep.
Julie?
I'm sorry, I was behind. It was still
Okay.
fire.
We were,
Public safety dispatcher, yes.
okay. Coverly custodial staffing. Oh, so that's just the custodial on the Coverly, and it doesn't cover the other maintenance costs were in the that list that we got totaling 900,000 ongoing.
It's the committee's discussion what allocation you would like to make.
Right. It's if we have that full 900,000, it's a significant budgetary impact. But we have the question without that, we don't have the dollars that are going into the capital plan that are intended to have the kind of more major maintenance at Coverly that is behind. Yeah.
Just get clarity on staff. I took the following notes in the Coverly Property Infrastructure Fund: 61% are capital, 39% are custodial / landscaping. So of the 1.9 million, it's 39% is in fact custodial and landscaping. First of all, are my numbers right on what was said about Coverly?
Those numbers are correct. So the 1.9 is the revenue side, but the expense side is a mix of capital and operating. And I think the piece we're talking about is the operating and maintenance piece, and it's about $900,000 on the expense side. So of your 1.9 million that's coming in every year, you're spending approximately 900,000 of that on these operating and maintenance positions, and then the remaining million goes towards your capital program.
Right. So we're talking about then taking of the 900,000. The suggestion is that we would take away 204 of that and divert it to Coverly expenses, to proper.
Well, my concern and I think recommendation is that the 900,000 that is going to operating and maintenance needs to be paid for out of the general fund, not just the 240,000. It's a big pill to swallow, but I think it's the prop thing. So I would recommend we put it in the green, and we can all struggle with these things at the end.
The full 900 in the green.
Mm-hmm.
I'll support them.
And for the committee's awareness time check, we do have another committee starting. So we probably have about 20 more minutes.
All right, we'll race through.
Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm lost on the jump from the
240 was
900.
just custodial. It wasn't all the operating and maintenance. So when you back of this page,
I mean, since it's in our final decision, and we're running short time, I'm fine for that for now.
Okay. Sea level rise and an adaptation plan. I'm getting where we left off and that we needed to continue with the 200 to keep the.
But it's the
Plan going.
committee's choice on this at your pleasure. 200,000 initially is for the plan. The ongoing costs are for ultimately staffing and implementing the plan.
So I'm good with that being in the green. Cypress, do we put it off a year or not?
I think we put it off.
Okay. Doesn't solve the ongoing, which really are good one. Life moves,
It's where we were gonna pull the operating fund, not use this year or next year, right?
yeah, and but
So it's a revenue source of 2 million.
Sure, and I think ultimately you don't have to get it perfect, but that is the intent. What we can do is put in the green column FY23, FY24 operating expenses to be allocated for CIP. And then the remaining 500,000 is that question.
but then in the long range forecast, it has to
It'll extend.
the
Correct.
original 7 million.
Correct. Is that what the committee was to do?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay. The SCAP studies in the green. Okay. The full electric vehicle replacement, 400,000 and 400 in the 400 in the green and 400 in the ongoing. Is that right?
Yeah.
400 in the green and
And-
400 in the ongoing. You mean the yellow side parking lot?
Um,
Or do you mean,
no, I mean in the ongoing
got it. So don't phase in, just leave it at
right now.
400. So half of, okay.
Yeah. Transportation modes staffing in the green.
You just tell me what it is.
Those are planning staff, transportation planners associated with support of the SCAP plan. So grant funding, if you recall.
Yeah.
And
Leverage dollars.
the 3-year work
Okay.
plan.
Airport noise reduction. Green.
Yep.
Economic development assistant.
Yeah, this is moving Steve from an office of 1 to an office of 2.
Yeah. Where are you on it? Okay, green. Free streets.
This is the C, correct? Then yeah, I'm supportive of that.
And unhoused resident services green.
Yep.
And the newsletter.
I feel like I'm in a minority here. I'm kind of pushing for it. It's probably me being a little old school, like whatever. So I'm okay with not putting that in there if that's the direction y'all want to go.
Well, we can put in the yellow, and that time frame we may have refinement from staff on alternatives.
I really liked your letter. You had a letter on the front page of that thing,
Okay.
and I thought it was good.
Trying to find a vote.
So a couple of things. One on that letter, the engagement newsletter, you can half it if you want. It's a quarterly basis. You could choose to do it every 6 months. And the other thing to let you know is looking at the list. We are looking at least another attorney for administration, or like we're talking overhead costs. We're looking at likely another recruiter. And we're looking at some sort of procurement staff to pull on all consultants and execute on this stuff. So just awareness, I couldn't tell you what that dollar value is now, but I can tell you that each of those positions are over 200,000 each. So just, we will as staff bring forward a recommendation for what administration needs are to support all of these investments. I just don't want it to blindside the committee.
It does feel like quite a bait and switch, but I don't know what to call it. But basically this document, we've been staring at it, we've been relying on it, we've sort of heard you say in the background, like there's more costs than are here, but as a matter of next year, like let's see if we can estimate actual cost. Because to go through all of this work for all of these days and at this point, and another meeting is starting, and to know that there's a lot more attached to these costs that we've worked really hard to whittle down. It's frustrating. And I know you know that, and it's frustrating for you, I realize, but.
Well, and it's just a reminder to the committee, we told at the get-go, we staffed this assuming you would spend 2.25 million. We are now at 6. So that's why the administrative costs have gone up, because this budget assumptions within it, the assuming of the list of what would and wouldn't be funded, we assumed that it would be at a different scale.
Well, although as of a week ago, it was a good indication that it was not going to be at the 2.25.
You mean 4 days ago on Friday?
Yeah. Friday. Okay. Sorry.
It's and then with the housing element on Monday, and we're here today. So we've been moving through this together. So we've been trying to keep you apprised, and apologies if that's how that feels. It's not intended, but it is important because these are big initiatives. A zoning code update is huge. A cap plan is huge. And important things.
Yeah, and the state is making us build all of this housing. And so if we don't have a cap plan, we're gonna ad hoc it, and that's gonna have huge costs in different ways.
Okay, well, this isn't the final decision. Going to go to the council, the feedback loop, and then come back to here again. So these are our recommendations as of now, and we're awaiting to hear some more information on the other administrative costs. I will say that even I didn't make the point earlier when even on like HR and the recruitment for some of these positions, but we have 2 HR recruiter positions short right now. And what I had meant to ask Sandra is, well, wait a minute, you fill those positions, are you still really short a person? Because look, we're bringing down our vacancy rate with this current staffing, and if you 2 more people, why would we need a third? And I question that, and I don't know. It goes back to some of these other areas where if we make progress on filling positions, are we really short for these additional this green bucket? And I'm not saying there's no impact. But I'm not sure that it is that kind of linear correlation
Understood.
that is being suggested.
I think that's fair. So of course, we will look at that and make sure that we round out anything we bring forward. I would appreciate if this committee can actually make a final motion that what you have placed between the, I'll say, yellow and green columns is what you wish to bring forward for council's discussion at the study session. And then if there are any additional referrals or points that you wish to make for them. The only one that I heard is the referral, I think maybe on the thank you, the percent funding on his rep, and then I think maybe one on SCAP you had identified. So just want to put that out there for the committee. It will help with your colleagues.
And does the CAL policy, does that need to be a referral as well?
No, you're okay on that one. That's already documented in your action.
I think we did say something about refer something to the new housing ad hoc.
Oh, that was the area plan evaluation. I have to tell you, I'm not on that ad hoc. It's only a 2-member, right?
Yeah.
Because I do think I'm one of those people who could get some input on that. Okay, so motion. It's that we refer to council the tentative motions we've made, along with the just refined green and yellow buckets.
Recommended amendments to
Recommended amendments
the
and then,
proposed budgets.
and then what were the other 2 referral again?
So those are at your discretion. You never voted on them as a body. You just mentioned them. So
They were.
oh, I'm sorry. One was discussing the 1% for his rep. The other was something in relationship to fee subsidies for SCAP that you wanted to look at.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, you gave me the third one just now.
Oh, it was the cap process.
Right.
Okay, and so it would be those 3 for referral to council for consideration.
To refer back to staff.
Refer back to staff. Okay. Ready? And all in favor? Aye.
Second.
Okay, good.
I like it.
So that passes unanimously. And is that
That's
complete
it.
our journey?
Fantastic work.
All right,
Alrighty, this is a
thanks.
lot. We'll
Okay.
see you on the 22nd.
Okay,
Hey, thank you,
thanks.
everybody. And I'm gonna be.